Morning. So I'm just doing a quick audio test again now. Hopefully you can hear that. Just doing another one with the mic with the effects on now. So hopefully you've got that. I'll just turn that one down a little bit. Lovely. Thanks. Hopefully you got that. Thank you. Right. Okay.
BBC Radio Somerset, BBC Radio Bristol, does it not matter too much?
It's Radio Somerset because Bristol...
Oh, I got it right last time, yes, yeah, that's good. Stick with what's... Stick with...
Bristol are more closely associated with Gloucestershire.
I'm working. How is your Sean, by the way? Well,
when he turns up.
Amanda comes up every single time. Yep. So does he use the supporters coach?
It does.
Yeah.
They used to.
That's brilliant because I just do it. And I still got the old tickets. Also, I do Sunday the 32s.
Early.
No, it was like quarter to 11 at night. Sunderland was an overnight. I went up to the old ground. That was a quarter to 12. And we were there we were out on the street. And you don't realise how tired until you get back home.
Guys next door.
No, he said he's going along today.
Josh Thomas.
Give it one more go.
like these new ones that are doing. It's the change. I like the simple done.
No.
No changes.
Yeah. And approach the halfway line. You can't go over it.
Good morning to you, and welcome to our coverage of the second day of the final championship match of the season here at Chelmsford. It's Essex and Somerset. The first day going Somerset's way, 339 for 6, with Lewis Goldsworthy resuming on very good 61, with Craig Overton adding a bit of impetus towards the end of the day, 31 from 38 balls. And it means that Somerset have so far taken 2 batting points, with power to add potentially another couple, and Essex with the 2 bowling points so far. I'll tell you, it's probably a slightly better day than yesterday weather-wise, because we had quite a lot of cloud cover for much of a day yesterday, but much more blue sky in evidence this morning, and what cloud there is just scattered and wispy and high, and the forecast top temperature is 18 degrees. I'd say it's about as nice a day as you could wish for at the end of September. I'm Nick Ledger. We have a variety of guests today, which will hopefully include Nick Brown in the next hour, but imminently it's good morning to Anthony Gibbs.
Good morning, Nick. Good morning, everyone. On as you were saying, is what is a beautiful September morning, with the 2 umpires, Nigel Long and Russell Warren, out in the middle. The pitch has just changed colour a touch since yesterday. It's slightly less green than it was first up yesterday morning. It's a good pitch. It's a good batting pitch. The ball's coming nicely onto the bat, but there is a little bit in it for the seam bowlers. And talking to Josh Thomas at close of play yesterday, he said that he hadn't experienced much turn from Simon Harmer, but then Harmer had only bowled 3 exploratory overs at him. But the Somerset batsman who played later on in the day said there had been a bit of turn for Simon Harmer, so that will encourage Somerset with their 2 spinners in the shape of Jack Leach, of course, and Archie Ball.
Well, I've not seen all the pitches here this season, but my impression is this is one of the better ones in terms of an even contest between bat and ball, and bringing bowlers into the game at different times. 1 or 2 have been a little too flat, but I think the ground staff done a very good job at this late stage of the season to produce a pitch of pretty good quality as this one is. So we'll wait to see if it produces either a result or a game that might end as a draw, but will go the distance and potentially have various results in play on the last day, which is basically all you can ask for of a 4-day game. So yeah, we have a variety of guests today, which we'll introduce as we go along, and you're welcome to be in touch with us on Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Initially, though, the objective for both these 2 sides, particularly Essex, I would guess, because it's of more immediate importance, is to get as many bonus points as they can from the day. They'll want to get the 3 wickets in the next 14 overs to get the additional bowling point, and then hope that they can continue their very good first innings form in terms of run scoring in recent times, and look to secure some batting points that will perhaps get them on target to secure a draw in the game, which is I think a satisfactory requirement for Essex, result for Essex in this game, given the situation at the bottom of the table, which we'll just run through in the course of this first over. But it's going to be Goldsworthy. He played very well yesterday, didn't he?
He did, yep. It was a very controlled, restrained innings.
And he's going to be facing Porter, who I think has started each session so far in terms of ball in hand. A short mid-wicket and 2 slips and 4 saving 1, and that's played nicely actually, just in front of square on the onside. And Simon Fernandez once again is keeping, so we did ask Doug Bracewell on our interview last night about Michael Pepper, and Doug Bracewell said that he would not expect Pepper to be keeping for the rest of the game, but he
What
will
about
bat.
batting?
He will bat.
He
So
will bat.
that's the expectation at the moment.
Presumably not a break
Yeah,
then.
no, that's the expectation at the moment. But he did say that that was still in progress. He'd only sort of come back to the ground, I think, after a scan about an hour before the interview. As that was what he was thinking anyway, as Porter bowls. And on the move, Goldsworthy plays this up to Thane at cover point, and there is no run. So the big news, the big move at the end of the day yesterday in Division 1 came from Nottinghamshire, who absolutely rattled through the rest of the Warwickshire innings in that game at Trent Bridge. I think when we were last on air, Warwickshire were only 5 down, but that all changed very, very dramatically, courtesy particularly of Mohammed Abbas, as Porter bowls. This is played up into the covers, and there's no run. Brett Hutton 4 for 46 and Abbas 3 for 33 from 20 overs, a very typical return for him. And they declined from 244 for 5 to 258 all out. So Nottinghamshire are batting this morning, knowing that if they can get to 300 inside 110 overs, they are champions. Doesn't matter if they lose the game from that point. They only need 2 points, and that's in the main because Surrey didn't get any batting points yesterday. Here's Porter bowling. It's a good delivery which beats Goldsworthy. He's pushing forward at that. That just left him a little bit. Nice piece of bowling, and Porter on the mark already.
It's a sort of pitch where it pays to keep the ball well up to the bat. I think it's there isn't much future in bowling short, but that was a good delivery from Porter, drawing Goldsworthy into the shot.
Yeah, there's enough in it. It's still a relatively new ball. There's enough in it certainly to interest the Somerset seamers when their turn comes. Porter up to the wicket again, bowls, and that's driven quite nicely, but Porter intercepts it one-handed, and Overton assists in just tossing the ball back to the bowler, who's now on his way back to his mark. So what cloud there is very scattered and high. The sky is much a clearer blue than I think yesterday, and as I say, you couldn't really wish for much better at the end of September, after not a particularly good September weather-wise for the championship in the last couple of rounds. It's come good for the finale, as here Goldsworthy just propping forward and playing up into the offside, just settling himself in, not taking undue risks against Porter in the opening over, which I imagine is a very wise strategy. Another maiden for Porter, 3 for 45 in 22, and Somerset nicely placed here, looking to add to what remains their score. That's 339 for 6.
Now, who are we going to have opening up from this Alistair Cook end? It looks like it will be Doug Bracewell, the New Zealand test bowler, bowling to Craig Overton, who was having another long chat with Paul Walter. I think they must be quite good mates. I think it was a friendly chat. And Craig Overton will have 2 slips as the only close catches. 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside, and a man out at long leg. It's a fairly conventional field. Somerset will just want to bat for as long as possible. Any bonus points they might pick up along the way will indeed be bonuses. But Somerset only need to draw this game to cement their position at number 3 in the First Division. This is turned away nicely by Overton, and there is a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, Noah Thane, and that's the first run of the morning. Overton goes on to 32, Somerset on to 340 for 6. He's naturally a free-scoring batsman, Craig Overton, but he's reinforced his stroke play with a rather more solid defence this season, and it's made him a much better batsman. Interestingly, he's coming in ahead of his captain, Lewis Gregory, although that's partly to do with the fact that Gregory's got a cracked bone in his right wrist, as Bracewell's in and bowls, and Goldsworthy defends. So we would expect Lewis Gregory to come in next, and then Jake Ball and Jack Leach, not necessarily in that order. Yes, it will just be Jake Ball and Jack Leach.
Dramatic start to the day at the Utility Bowl, where Surrey might have had a bit of a pep talk after a bit of a nondescript performance yesterday, and goodness me, they've got a lot of players missing in that game.
Here's Bracewell to Goldsworthy, taken on the pad, going down the leg side, as indicated by Russell Warren, who will signal a leg bye. 3:41 for 6.
Matt Fisher, who was a bit of a hero of the Surrey defeat against Nottinghamshire, but he did bowl very well, has removed Toby Albert for 37 and Ben Brown for 21, the two set batsmen in the space of 4 deliveries. So 155 for 5, Hampshire only lead by 8. That game is just going back into the balance.
Bracewell in bowls to Overton, clips this down to long leg for another single. 3:42 for 6. It's quite a stiff breeze blowing across the ground from east to west. The Somerset away flag, crafted by the retiring Somerset scorer Polly Rhodes, is standing out bravely from its flagpole on the left-hand side of the pavilion here at Chelmsford, and the Essex flag hanging rather limply at the other side of the pavilion. As Bracewell is in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. There won't be a run though, as Thane is quickly onto it at mid-wicket. Thane coming in from the boundary for Goldsworthy.
Yes, notably 1 or 2 of the Surrey players who were playing in that crunch match against Notts have been rested in inverted commas one way or another for this game. Ollie Pope, for example.
Rested
Yes.
by orders of the ECB,
Yes,
I think. Although quite what the logic of that is,
No,
I didn't.
absolutely. It was a test match in November.
Here's Bracewell in and bowls, and nice drive from Lewis Goldsworthy, but not at full power. Fielded by the Essex skipper Tom Wesley at mid-off, end of the second over of the day. Nothing much to remark about in that over from Doug Bracewell. 3 runs accrued, 1 each to Goldsworthy, and 2 to Overton rather, and a leg bye.
Yeah, Surrey, when they've wanted to, have stood up to what the England setup might have preferred. I think there was a case, wasn't there, when they wanted Gus Atkinson to play in a championship match, and Surrey would rather he played, I think, a championship match at Durham, and that Surrey would rather he played in a second 11 game at New Malden, which is a much shorter journey for him as he was recovering. Porter bowls, that's into the pads of Overton, who's looking to work it away into the onside, can't get it past mid-wicket, and there's no run. So we've got 2 slips, Elgar and Harmer. Got a backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, and there'll be a fine leg on the boundary.
Well, if any county can stand up to the ECB, it would be Surrey, given that the chief executive and the chairman of the ECB are both ex-Surrey. So there would be a natural affinity.
Here is Porter again from the Graham Gooch end. That's steered past second slip. I think it was just about controlled that by Overton. It got a bit of lift, and Overton had to play that with pretty soft hands, but he got it wide of a second slip, and I think it was sort of just falling to ground at about the point it went past the fielder, and it's gone for 4, so 3:46 for 6.
Yes, that's the second nick that hasn't gone to hand in the slips. It was Lewis Goldsworthy last evening, who got an edge which went between Elgar and Harmer, with neither of them moving a muscle.
Here is Porter again, who's getting some assistance this morning, and stoically forward Overton plays the shot of a proper batsman, which he certainly is, and it's played up very comfortably to Critchley at mid-on, and there's no run. Wesley at mid-off. Noah saying at cover.
Jamie Porter's now taken 54 Somerset wickets in 12 games against them, including this one.
It's quite a high ratio, isn't it, as he moves in again, bowls. And Overton just comes across his crease. He's looking to see if he can potentially find a little gap on the onside there, but that goes unerringly straight out to Paul Walter at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Is the second best record against Somerset for Essex after Stan Nichols. Now, I confess that Stan Nichols is a new name to me, so tell me about Stan Nichols.
Right, it'll be some time back, as this is Porter again, and driven away beautifully through the covers. That's a lovely shot from Overton. He really has timed that, and when he does strike the ball and middles it, very, very impressive. And that actually has given Somerset a batting point, a third batting point. So they've made a pretty good start to this match. So I think you settle for that. 350 for 6 on the pitch, just offering a little bit to the seamers. And that was a fine shot. Here's Porter bowls. That's a bit short and pulled away. It's going to be out towards deep mid-wicket. And there's going to be a single. Yeah, Charlie Addison out there. So that's a single off the last ball of Porter's over, and a little bit more expensive than many that he would bowl. But good shot from Overton. 42 all of a sudden from 46 balls, with Goldsworthy 61. This partnership continuing to build, and I think we can say this is now the third sort of significant partnership in the innings, for 351 for 6.
Stan Nichols was an all-rounder, and he was one of the leading all-rounders of the 1930s. And he took in his career, first-class career, 1,833 wickets at 21.6. And against Somerset, he took 138 at just under 16 runs apiece, so he must have been quite a cricketer. Played a few test matches for England, 14 tests for England, again during the 1930s.
A time when Essex were not a particularly strong side. They had a lot of work to do.
Looks like another ball change as the two umpires head in our direction down to their cave below us, and Charlie Bennett bringing out a selection of balls for them to choose one from. How many overs old is this? It's 19 overs old, so still a bit of shine on it.
Probably the most famous game he played, Anthony, was one in which he didn't take any wickets, when Yorkshire made 555 for 1, declared, and that was at Leighton in 1932, when of course it was Holmes and Sutcliffe. There's a dispute about whether it was 554 or 555, but when you get to that extent, it doesn't make much difference.
Well, there's an entire book being written about that, and I think the conclusion is that it was indeed 555.
Yeah. None for 105 from 31 overs, which is fairly respectable in that sort of score. But yeah, I think that's just an indication that at the time Essex were, well, Yorkshire were very strong, and and Essex were not particularly strong at that time. And we'd have to wait a few decades yet.
My father saw some of that partnership, because his father was Baptist minister in Leighton, and the manse was just opposite the cricket ground at Leighton, and both my father and my father was born in Yorkshire, grandfather was born in Durham, but they were both huge Yorkshire supporters despite living at Leighton. And it was red letter day. Right, we now have a ball, and Doug Bracewell has it in hand, and he's going to be bowling to Craig Overton, who's on 42. Bracewell in and bowls, and Overton reaches for this and plays it out into the offside, and is able to trot through for a single, as Critchley has to move a few yards to his left at extra cover.
Durham have lost a wicket this morning. Ben Rain batted very well against Simon Harmer here a couple of weeks ago. 89 not out, and Matthew Potts, ditto, who also played well to help save that game for Durham, made 31. He's the man out. That's broken the 8th wicket stand. 332 for 8 Durham against Yorkshire.
Bracewell in a bowls, and Goldsworthy plays that defensively up to Charlie Bennett at mid-on.
Yes, if Durham stay up, they'll look back at that partnership, and because they were 90 off for 7 at lunchtime and heading for defeat on the final day, and then those two stuck together for a decent amount of time, and then we had a torrential thunderstorm, and I was saying to Martin, our Durham colleague, that if they stay up, they can look back on that partnership.
Bracewell to Goldsworthy, who has yet to add to his overnight 61, but that won't bother him. He's a phlegmatic character, is Lewis Goldsworthy. Got a good head on his shoulders, doesn't get ahead of himself, plays each ball on its merits. And for a man who's not tall, he's got plenty of power in his shots. And this time he's jumping rather back onto his stumps as one comes back into him from outside the off stump from Bracewell. Decent crowd again, not quite so many people here today as there were yesterday, but enjoying the sunshine. Plenty of spectators in shirt sleeves. A small but dedicated contingent of Somerset supporters here as Bracewell bowls to Goldsworthy, who's off the mark for the morning as he plays that square of the wicket. It's going to be fielded down at deep backward point, and they'll trot through for 2 runs, 354 for 6.
Yes, all credit to those Somerset supporters who follow the side home and away, because I would identify Somerset, obviously along with Durham, but Somerset certainly, there aren't too many short journeys following Somerset in Division 1, so they do very well.
Indeed.
And you probably know that yourself, yeah. It's not like hopping on a train to London for 40 minutes, as we sometimes have to do.
No. It's Bracewell in bowls, and this is driven nicely. 4 runs, handsome shot. Just demonstrating there, Lewis Goldsworthy, what I was talking about earlier on in the over. Transferred his weight nicely into that straight drive, and Bracewell dived to try and make the stop. Couldn't do so, and the ball sped away to the straight boundary. And 4 runs to Goldsworthy, who goes on to 67, and Somerset 358 for 6 have made a pretty assured start to the second day's play.
Yeah, they'll be sort of a little wary of Porter, having identified him, I would guess, as the main threat, certainly amongst the seamers yesterday. But so I think it's a sensible mix of caution and aggression against anything that's a little bit loose, and it's working pretty well for them so far. And as I say, when we look at this game, we see Somerset have sort of built some important partnerships. So it hasn't been a giant partnership, but
77 so far.
Yeah,
This partnership for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, Dawson out for 11 at Southampton. That's a big wicket. 165 for 6, Hampshire, just leading by 18. Great start for Surrey this morning. 2 slips waiting. This is played defensively by Overton up into the offside, and there's no run. If Hampshire don't get batting points in that game, they might just have to win the match. 358 for 6 here. So things will move on in what is a fascinating battle at the bottom of the table. I think we can say that barring amazing events, things are fairly cut and dried at the top, with Notts just needing 2 points. But if they were to have problems this morning, that might change as well. This is played with one hand in the end, down towards fine leg for a single. Doug Bracewell is down there. Takes Overton to 44, and he's not far short of a runner ball. It's been a really useful innings in terms of providing impetus, Anthony, hasn't it? And he's been a great foil for Goldsworthy here. Goldsworthy's been able to go on at his own pace. Here is Porter again with 2 slips waiting. Bowls, and it's just played defensively back down the pitch by Goldsworthy, and there's no run. He's on 67, and 44 for Craig Overton. These two coming together when the score was 281. So 78, as we said, added so far. And the third significant partnership of the innings. The others were for the 2nd and the 5th Somerset wickets. As this is played defensively, just going back into his crease, and Goldsworthy just sent it up to Wesley at mid-off, and there is no run. See Charlie Allison there in the sunshine. He'll be hoping for another good innings today, hoping to get past the 100 mark. He's had a fine season, standing in the sunshine there, way to our left on the public seats side of the ground. The apartments beyond him. As this is all an uppercut, would have been a high catch for a 3rd stroke 4th slip. Bit fortunate there, but Goldsworthy got plenty of bat on it, sort of rode the bounce, threw his hands at it and got it away over and beyond the slips down to the 3rd man boundary, and takes him with that 4 into the 71.
It's his highest score of the season, eclipsing the 65 that he made in the match against Yorkshire a fortnight ago.
He was going for the square cut there, just a little bit fortunate, but he got plenty of bat on it, and it would have needed, say, a 3rd, 4th slip, and it would have been a high catch. 363 for 6, and he goes on the drive to mid-on, and there's no addition to the score. So these two progressing very well, and at the moment the signs are that Essex are going to have to settle for the 2 bowling points that they've accrued so far in the game, but certainly they won't be too displeased to hear about that news from Southampton this morning. And of course, just in case you weren't with us yesterday or didn't hear, there is definitely going to be relegation from Division 1 this year, 2 sides going down, with Leicestershire and Glamorgan going the other way. 363 for 6.
And quite a hard-hitting press statement from the PCA, Professional Cricketers Association, criticising the decision to stick with the existing format of the County Championship. As Bracewell is into Overton, plays that slightly uncertainly. Somerset need another 37 runs for a 4th batting point, in 1 ball fewer than 9 overs, so just around about 4 runs and over. And as long as Craig Overton is out there, I don't think that should prove too much of a problem.
Yes, the only thing about the PCS, I'd just like to say a little bit more about the welfare of England's all-format players, not just the county players. They don't seem to say much about that.
It's Bracewell bowls, and this is slashed over the top of slips down to the 3rd man boundary by Craig Overton. Well, they do say if you're going to slash hard, and he certainly did there, and that went like a rocket.
Anyone who saw Jamie Smith flailing rather wildly in that last day of the last test, looking a complete shadow of his normal self as a batter, would have sensed he was a tired man. And there were 1 or 2 others who were sent straight from that very intense test series straight into the 100. And maybe if they were calling for them to have a couple of weeks rest before they go into the 100, that would be nice to hear.
367 for 6 as Bracewell bowls to Overton, who plays it up to mid-on.
Yes, Craig Overton's brother as well was certainly someone very much in that same boat after the effort he had to put in that.
Well, it must have been a very draining test series, because every test match went to 5 days.
Yes, which is so unusual.
Which is very, very unusual.
Partly because of the pace.
And of course they were crammed together as well in the space of, 6 weeks. But Bracewell in bowls, and this comes off the inside edge of Craig Overton's bat down to Jamie Porter at fine leg. He's living a bit of a charmed life at the moment, Craig Overton, but that takes him on to 49 from 53 deliveries, 368 for 6.
I mean, to be fair, the PCA might have made comments about that the workload for England's all format players that I've missed, but I just think their welfare is as important as anybody else's, and they certainly, once that international season started for the all format players, it was absolutely relentless.
Bracewell to Goldsworthy outside the off stump. And the decision to stick with the status quo does mean that there won't be the 2 extra Metrobank one-day cup games that were offered as a sort of sweetener for 1 fewer county championship
games. Which, to me, Anthony, would have completely negated any welfare benefit from the change, because there's a bit of travel involved in an extra away 50 over match. And I don't think, if you weigh up the 2, there's no real difference at all in terms of player welfare.
Bracewell to Goldsworthy, who has plenty of time just to stroke this up to Tom Westy at mid-off, but goes too quickly for them to be able to take a single. It's the end of the over, 368 for 6. Yeah, I think the 2 extra Metrobank one-day cup games were a sweetener really for the non-100 counties, so that members of counties like Essex and Somerset have got an extra days cricket at their home ground during August.
I think that the competition worked well this year. I don't know if you agree, but I just sensed that the standard, possibly Surrey you can put to one side because of the sheer number of calls they have, but the standard generally across the counties is higher than it was perhaps a couple of years ago in this competition. Somerset might be a good example, actually. Somerset competing much more effectively now.
With a very young, young side.
Absolutely.
It's.
And I think Essex, once they got themselves going, 5 wins in a row. 3 slips waiting, Porter bowls, and here's Overton playing up to just wide of mid-on and going through for a single to reach his 50. And it's coming very, very quick time. 54 balls with 9 fours for Craig Overton.
3rd 50 of the season.
And all but one of them against Essex, if I'm right in saying.
Yep, he got that, absolutely crucial 53 not out in the game down at Taunton, saw Somerset home. Winning hit was a big 6 straight down the ground into the Ian Botham stand.
30 added this morning, and this is played fairly comfortably up towards Thane, and there's no run, and the pitch has suddenly looked a lot flatter. It's been offering very little this morning to the bowlers. Obviously the ball getting a little bit older, but it's offering very little. 369 for 6. And as Anthony was hinting, I'm sure Somerset will be looking to bat beyond lunch here, get as many as they can, potentially with a view to batting once in the game if things go well with the ball. As again, not much movement for Porter here as Goldsworthy stretches forward and stoically plays that up towards cover, and there's no run. Both batters in short sleeve sweaters, which have probably been a bit redundant, sweaters of any type for much of the season. But I imagine if you're batting out there in the morning, or certainly towards the end of the day, very useful to have one close to hand. The temperature certainly dropped a little bit yesterday as the light closed, and doubtless will do so again today. Around about 18 degrees the top temperature. Porter bowls, and that one maybe just keeps a bit low, because certainly it rushed Goldsworthy a little bit more than the previous deliveries, but he played it effectively in the end, defensively up into the offside. 369 for 6.
Partnership now worth 88 between these two.
Flags fluttering in a light breeze, bit more cloud cover now, and Goldsworthy again just stretches forward, steers up to Critchley at mid-on, and there is no run. So we've got 3 slips. Looks like it's Bennett down there at third man. Cover is Thane. Wesley at mid-off. Critchley at mid-on. Allison at mid-wicket, and Doug Bracewell down on the boundary with Walter third slip, Harmer second, and Elgar first, and Porter bowling. And that one played defensively up into the onside. And negotiating Porter relatively comfortably. Porter not quite finding as much movement as perhaps he has been at other stages of the game. 369 for 6. It was another very tight over. 3 for 60 off 25 overs with 8 maidens. And Somerset have added 30.
Yeah, just the one full shot really to Jamie Porter. That was the edge that went through where third slip would have been had there been a third slip from Craig Overton. But other than that, these two have batted in relatively untroubled style for the first half an hour or so.
Fine conditions this morning, but no early success for Essex, because the Somerset 7th wicket pair have added a further 30 runs without being separated. 369 for 6. Lewis Goldsworthy playing the anchor role, very, very impressive with his 71. But Craig Overton, who's been a bit of a problem with the bat for Essex this season, played a vital role at Taunton in the reverse fixture, got a 50 there, and has added another one here, almost a runnable 50 from 55 balls. Essex needing 3 wickets in the next 7 overs if they're going to get maximum bowling points, but it's looking unlikely at the moment. Somerset well set here, 369 for 6.
Bracewell to Overton. Slip cordon has been reinforced. Paul Walters come into third slip. This is pitched right up outside the off stump, driven off the bottom of Craig Overton's bat, and cannons into the stumps at the non-striker's end, but no contact with any part of Doug Bracewell, and Lewis Goldsworthy was back in his crease in any case. This sunny, breezy morning, in front of a decent crowd. Somerset have moved on from their overnight 339 for 6, so they've added 30 runs in just over half an hour. This is punched into the offside. They think about a single, and there would have been a single there, but they chose not to run for the slight misfield, which was cleaned up by Tom Wesley. Matt Critchley going across to his right, couldn't make the clean stop, but parried it, and Wesley able to complete the fielding. Craig Overton, at least, well, he's almost exactly a foot taller than his batting partner, as Bracewell is in and bowls, and Overton strokes this beautifully away through the offside. That was a lovely shot from Craig Overton. Didn't try and hit it too hard. It was pitched right up outside the off stump, and he got well across and stroked that away through extra cover for as good a 4 as we've seen in this entire innings. He goes on to 54, the score on to 373 for 6 in the 104th over. As Bracewell is into Overton, who covers up, plays that up the onside of the pitch, and 54 is Craig Overton's highest score of the season, beating the 53 not out that he made against Essex at Taunton. So both of these Somerset batsmen with their best returns of the championship season, and a more than useful partnership of 92 now. Bracewell in bowls to Overton, who will pick up a single as he just angles the bat, runs it down to deep backward point. Will keep the strike. It's 375 for 6. Overton on to, or is it 374 for 6?
Yeah, I think
374
it-
for
yeah.
6. Overton on to 55. And here comes
Nick Brown coming in.
So I will make way for Nick Brown.
Thanks, Anthony. We'll be back with us in about half an hour's time. And we'll just get Nick to settle in. 374 for 6, Goldsworthy 71 and Overton 55. Good partnership this, worth now 93 for this wicket, as that one's played away up towards mid-wicket by Overton, and there is no run. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's very nice to talk to you after the news, of course, that you announced your retirement after being with the club for a very long time, including, of course, as a young boy.
Yeah, I mean, was it 26 years now I've been involved at Essex, and it's always been my dream to play for Essex, and managed to do it.
You certainly did, as Porter bowls, and this is sliced away. It's a good shot, actually. Hit square through the offside for 4 runs, 378 for 6. Just a quick word about how this game is going. We thought there was a bit in it for the bowlers yesterday, but there doesn't appear to be much this morning. These two have settled in very well, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, it does look like a pretty decent batting wicket, I'd say. I don't think we bowled great in the first session yesterday morning, and pulled it back quite well, I thought, in the second session. But I think, yeah, it would be nice to pick up a couple of wickets here and get batting, to be honest. But these two have played quite nicely.
378 for 6. Just on this season, Nick, I saw you batting. I think you had an injury, but the 50-over game against Worcester, as Porter bowls, and this is driven away on the bounce, back down the pitch. And I think you came in down the order, didn't you? You unfurled a couple of your trademark shots, the straight drive and the cover drive. And I was just thinking of whether I would actually see you again in the championship match. I know now, sadly, I won't. But that was a poignant way to go out. In fact, you set the team up for a run of 5 straight wins.
Yeah, exactly right. I started winning once I stopped playing.
No, it was nice. It was great to see you. And I was obviously very sorry that you got the injury.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a way you want to go out, I suppose.
As Porter bowls, and this is played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Did you feel as though you were close to selection at a couple of points in the first team of the championship? The game I identified, I thought you might play in, was Surrey at the Oval. Were there games like that you thought you were hoping you might get the nod? Yeah,
I think there was a couple of occasions where I thought I might have got a chance. I mean, at the start of the year, Dean wasn't around. Dean Elgar wasn't around, and Paul opened with young Charlie Allison.
As here is Porter up to the wicket, and it's sliced away by Overton down towards deep backward point. He's having a good season with a bat against Essex, isn't he? He's proving a bit of a nuisance. 60 to him and 71 to Goldsworthy.
So no, it was. I thought I might have been a chance at the start, but the club obviously identified that we knew how good Charlie was, and we needed to get him in the team basically, and he's shown this year how well he's played. So there's a couple of occasions throughout the year that I thought a potential chance.
He did get 100 in that game, of course, as did Paul Walter. This is played away out towards cover, and there's no run. Just before we go back on your career, this season, I felt Essex, obviously, very good performance against Surrey early on, but got that win against Worcester. But you felt it all felt a little bit unsettled in those first couple of months, and of course the big turnaround at Taunton didn't help. But the runs have been coming in recent weeks, and a quite brilliant performance at home, I thought.
Yes, I mean, it's been a tricky season throughout, really. If you look at the amount of injuries we've had, Sam Cook's probably played 6 games, I think. Jamie's missed a couple. Shane Snater's now missed a couple. And obviously missing Dean at the start of the year is huge for us. So it's been, like you say, a little bit unsettled in that regard. Probably the overseas hasn't quite worked out as well as what we would have hoped.
Yes, 1 or 2 have come and gone, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, ideally you want someone from throughout that can play throughout the whole season. But it's not quite worked out, and it's been a little bit of a tricky season. But we've played some good cricket along the way, and we've been a little bit unlucky in some of the games where rain's got involved, or it's just not quite gone our way.
Notably the Durham game, of course, I think Essex would have won, albeit Rain and Potts batted very nicely, didn't they? As Harmer bowls, and come on from the Alistair Cook end, and this is played by Overton up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So with a Harmer over, we'll probably have a look at one or two of the many notable achievements that you had down the years. A slip in. This is steered away up into the offside, and there's no. Just tell us about those very early years when you were sort of going through the development process with the club. What was that like? And you remember some of the people who were around?
Yeah, I mean, I was
Harmer coming in as just played defensively into the onside.
I mean, age group cricket, I was never the best player. I was middle order player that bowled leg spin. Really was my main attributes, really. And
here's Harmer again, and this is played up towards mid-on. We never actually saw your leg spin too much subsequently. I think you bowled a bit at Southampton one day, but
yeah, I actually bowled a lot on debut. I bowled 17 overs on debut at Worcester.
Yes, on the rain-affected game. Yes, as Harmer bowls. Oh, that's fizzed through and it's bowled him. So that's a beautiful piece of bowling. We're just saying there wasn't a lot happening out there, but Harmer has come on in his first over, and suggestions that there may be help for the spinners as time goes on. Hopefully going to get a chance to see a bit of a replay of that, because that was some breakthrough, and Simon Harmer, not for the first time, has come up trumps just when Essex needed a breakthrough.
What a beautiful ball that was, slightly slower and bowled back through the gate.
I think we're going to get a chance to see a replay of it now, and yeah. Oh, well, so they're just slightly out of sync, but we'll get it in a minute, I think. But it was a splendid piece of bowling. So yeah, a typical Harmer dismissal, and just when you think Harmer's having a quiet time of it, there he gets one, and of course, so often with Simon Harmer, one can be the start of a set. And that, yeah, lovely piece of bowling back through the gate and taking the off stump, and the end of Craig Overton. And Essex won't be too displeased about that. 397 for 7, the damage he's done this season with the bat. So. You mentioned that game at Worcester, and of course you really made an impact very quickly. I mean, 2014 you didn't play all the games, but you got 650 at 54, and Chesterfield you were on the field for the whole game. 132 for your maiden first class 100, and 100. I think you both not outs, and I think you carried your bat, didn't you, in your first inning, in that first innings?
Yeah, it was a tiring week in the end out there for every ball of the game for the whole 4 days, but it was a fantastic week, and something that I'll always remember. Scoring your first 100 was very special. It's
a nice place to be on the ground for the whole time, isn't it?
It's
very,
lovely
very
there.
Popular ground.
Yeah, beautiful place to play. But that was a moment really where I realised, okay, I can play at this level and do it really. So I think once I scored that first one, I was away, and I ended up having a good season that year, and yeah. Didn't look back. So
Leach has come in, the forgotten man from the England side, has come in, 397 for 7. He's got a chance batting this high in the order to show what he can do with the bat. Of course he has done for England in once a very famous occasion. And of course you put on 193 with Ryan Tender-Scarter, who was so instrumental in those years leading up to the promotion, wasn't he, to the top division. He played defensively back down the pitch. That's the end of the Harmer over. 379 for 7. There's Goldsworthy 71 and Leach no score. Yes, we're now going into those couple of years as Essex built into that promotion side. 2015, 1157 runs at 43, and you're the only ever present in the side with James Foster, with some notable hundreds against Surrey. And almost a quiz question. I wonder if anybody knows, who did he put on 237 with for the first wicket against Glamorgan in that year?
Oh, I do know actually.
So yes, it's. I think he made 99. The player in question.
I do know it. It's a very good question.
I've just mentioned he's just got out at Southampton, which isn't good news for Liam Dawson.
Liam Dawson,
so that would have been the game he got for 99. 379 for 7 is Porter coming in. Three slips waiting. Third slip a bit wider. That's played up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So you're awarded the county cap actually, and you're the first Essex player to 1,000 runs for the season since Ravi Bopara in 2008. Actually, Essex had a few leanish years with the bat, and then things started to click in the build-up to promotion, didn't they? It was,
we had a few years where we finished third. I think we had 3 or 4 years where we finished third in Division 2, where we just missed out on promotion, which hurt us in the club very much.
3 slips waiting, Sunshine, and that's a well pitched up from Porter and dug out by Goldsworthy. Stuck on 71 at the moment, up towards mid-on.
Apologies. And in them days we played on quite green wickets here at Chelmsford. Actually, we had a very good seam attack with Dave Masters.
Yes, batting points were rare events. David Masters was such an important figure in getting the promotion, wasn't he?
You know, brilliant bowler, and Graham Napier, Jesse Ryder. We decided to play on greener wickets that nipped around for a few years.
And of course it paid off eventually. 379 for 7. This is steered away for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. Goldsworthy 72, 380 for 7. And then of course a critical year, 2016. Promotion of course, Chris Silverwood of course coming in 1,046 at 47.5. And again you were ever present with Tom Wesley. He and Tennis Carter also got 1,000 runs for that season. So that was a real increase in volume, wasn't it, from the batters in that year? And of course you got the 2 double hundreds against Derbyshire, having got those runs to Chesterfield, so you were enjoying them as opponents.
Yeah. They were my team to play against, for sure.
116 Dan Lawrence made in a stand of 210. That would have been a young Dan Lawrence. There's Porter bowls. It's played up into the onside, up towards mid-on, and there's no run. That would be the Chelmsford game. Might well have been Dan Lawrence's first season now. I think 116 he got out of a stand of 210. And one Matt Critchley bowled 21 overs for 106. So he's got more of a knack of getting wickets here now, hasn't he?
I didn't hit many sixes in my career, but I always tell him that I've hit him for a couple, which is I try and remind him that. And
380 for 7 as Porter bowls. That's just played defensively up into the offside. And then in the game at Derby, you got 229, and Graham Napier took 8 for 78 in the match. And if I think about Essex, they look to try and win more titles. If I think of one player that perhaps has been really difficult to replace, it's the bowling all-rounder. Somerset are stacked with them, not Sariar.
Yeah.
But Graham Napier was such a key figure because he could change a game with the bat at number 8, or even occasionally at number 3.
Yeah.
And of course he was great with the ball as well. As here comes Porter bowling, and that's displayed defensively by Leach up into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah.
So 380 for 7.
As you say, there's not many cricketers like him. I mean, he was a fantastic player, great guy to have around the changing room, and like you say, match winner. He could completely change a game on its head. On flat wickets, he could find a way. I mean, in that game, he managed to get it to reverse swing a lot, and he completely changed the game. But he could do that. He could come in and bowl fast, and then he could slow it down and swing it, and then he could come out and whack it at the end. He was a fantastic cricketer for us, and always going to be hard to replace.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, an absolutely top player, and say with bat or ball, he could just change things in an instant, couldn't he? It's going to be Harmer to bowl again, and it's going to bowl to Lewis Goldsworthy, who goes on the slog sweep here and sends that one away out towards Noah Thane at deep mid-wicket. And they collect a single, just checking our lights in the sunshine. It's got a bright day. September, the sun always comes in here.
Yeah.
It doesn't at other times of the year, which is quite nice, even on a hot day in the middle of a summer. So Harmer bowling. Now we're going to talk about 2 games against Middlesex in 2017, when Essex were in the top division. And 2 contrasting matches, as this is played defensively by Leach into the offside. So very early in the season, Middlesex champions. I think the openers put on 240.
Was that first game of the year?
I think it virtually was.
Yeah.
Virtually was. I think the openers put on 240. They made over 500. I felt they should have got more. This is played defensively by Leach into the offside. They didn't enforce the follow-on, and Essex got away with a draw, which was quite important.
Yes.
I don't think they managed that game particularly well, Middlesex. They either should have got more runs in the first innings and then enforced the follow-on. 381 for 7. This is played defensively. So that was quite a close tussle, which wasn't true of what happened for most of the time in the pink ball game, although it had a very exciting finish.
Yeah.
On that occasion, of course, Middlesex were bowled out relatively cheaply. I think by common consent they were rather self-destructed in their first innings as Harmer bowls, and that's steered away into the offside on a pretty flat wicket with the pink ball. Thane picks up at cover, and then yourself and Alistair went out and knocked a few, didn't you? 373, which is still a record for the first wicket for Essex. 221 for yourself, and Alistair got 193. That must have been a great memory as Harmer bowls and has played away on the bounce up towards Charlie Allison, and Harmer, who's just been bowling, was instrumental, of course, after that.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic game of cricket. Probably my most favourite game of cricket. Not only because I scored runs, but to bowl them out with 3 minutes to go. Everyone around the bat, Simon Harmer spinning it. Yeah, well, what an incredible game of cricket. And I think at that time of the season, you know, it was here at Chelmsford, lights on, late at night, it must have been 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and still the massive crowd in. I think that was one of the games, if not the game, that really gave us the belief that we could go on to win it.
Absolutely, and of course Essex duly did. And Alistair Cook, you were the leading run scorer. Alistair Cook made 667 at 66.7 when he played. Tell me about the opening with him.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of my heroes growing up, you know, watching him on the TV. Someone that I wanted to emulate, and now has become a great friend. But, you know, what a player and what a guy to stand down the other end with, to learn from. Exceptional. And I did learn an awful lot about opening batting with him. We talk about batting every day, you know, and yeah, just a fantastic human and a great player.
So it's going to be Matt Critchley floating one up from the Graham Gooch end. It's played away for a single out towards long off. They scamper through quickly for that. And Goldsworthy 74, 382 for 7.
You know, opening with him, you always knew that, you know, every second innings, every third innings, he'll get a score. So it was very easy for me. All I needed to do was to bat with him. If I batted with him for any length of time, then with the middle order that we had in them days, you know, Tom Wesley, Dan Lawrence, Ravi Rapara, Ryan Tendusgarter.
Here is Critchley bowling, and that's steered down by Leach, probably for 2. It's going down towards the third man boundary, being chased back to the boundary, but they're going to settle for that. So Leach is off the mark, and it's 384 for 7.
You know, with them guys in the middle order, we didn't have to score particularly fast. All we needed to do was to protect them guys. If we protected them, then, you know, they could score the runs. That's how we saw it. And
yes, it wasn't Bazball Essex, wasn't it? It was about building a platform with a bat. That's a bit of a swing from Leach. He didn't play many of those in that stand with Ben Stokes, and it's gone through and just avoided everything. 384 for 7. You can imagine what Ben Stokes would have thought.
It might have been a different story if he played that shot.
History would not have been made. Bit of an inelegant swing across the line from Jack Leach, and this is played up towards mid-off, just on Jack Leach. I still think he's a bit unlucky what's happened in England's career. He's a fine bowler, and you know, disappointed for him he hasn't got that second spinner berth, because I can't see Will Jacks playing much in Australia.
No, he's incredibly unlucky and does well every year. He's done well every year.
That's a beauty. That's a beauty from Critchley. It's an appeal for a catch behind, but that one has just gripped a little bit and taken nicely by Fernandez, but nothing from the bat. 384 for 7.
Yeah, incredibly unlucky. I mean, he's done fantastic for at least a decade now for Somerset.
Here's Critchley again. Bowls, and it's just played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So 2018, that was Surrey's first title. I think the most memorable match of that year was the last one when Essex went to the Oval and won an extraordinary game. But in 2019, you get 604 runs, and you get 163 against Nottinghamshire before you're out to one Stuart Broad, and you put on 130 with Ravi Bopara, an innings victory. And Ravi's still going strong, isn't he? But that took a few people by surprise, that innings he made the other day.
Yeah, I mean, the guy just keeps going. At over 40 now, he's still super fit, which is incredible. But what a player. I mean, fantastic for us. I'm sure all the Essex fans out there would still want him here at Essex. We're all gutted to see him go, but to see him still keep going, and that innings at the Oval was quite amazing. So hopefully he can continue going. I'm sure he will, because he absolutely loves cricket still.
As this is clipped away by Harmer off Harmer for 2 by Goldsworthy. Goes to 76, just a nice little stroke away into the onside, into the wide open spaces. He's playing very well here, Lewis Goldsworthy. 74 out of 384 for 7. Somerset have lost 1 wicket this morning, but they're building an imposing score. And Harmer starts to come in again and bowl. That's just looking to play that away into the onside. I think it takes the pad in the end. Talking of Somerset, of course, you got a double 100. You got 4 double hundreds, and I think you were the first since Graham Gooch, or maybe the only Essex player since Gooch to do that, which certainly he would have approved of, because he was always a fan of people, once they got 100, staying in and getting big hundreds. That's played up towards mid-off and there's no run. But that's, of course, the 2 against Derbyshire we've mentioned, and there's 234 not out against Somerset at Chelmsford. As that's played off the back foot out towards deep cover for a single by Goldsworthy. It's 387 for 7. And Somerset fans at the back will be doubtless saying that after Essex made 500, Somerset made 600, including James Rew's first century. But so it was a flat old wicket. But you put on 172 with Paul Walter, and so getting those 4 double hundreds, that's quite an achievement, because they are still pretty rare events, aren't they? 3 round the bat. This is played defensively, back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah,
it's a pretty cool stat, that, actually, to be behind Graham Gooch.
Absolutely.
All the great players that have played at Essex.
He'll probably say to you, why didn't you get a triple?
Well, yeah.
380, so you got yourself out. 387 for 7. This is a delivery which is turning away and left alone. But actually, you look at your career, when you did get big scores, often you were not out. So that's
batted too slowly.
Yeah. Or we went out of partners. The problem.
No, I always tried to pride myself on, as an opener, you're always going to get good balls. You're going to make bad decisions and get out early. So I always tried to pride myself, and if I did get in, making sure that you got a big score, because the next innings you could quite easily walk out and nick the first one. So that was always a little bit of Gucci rubbing off on me, that make sure that you get a real big score when you are in.
And last couple of seasons, 159 against Kent, huge partnership with Tom Wesley in that one, and then last year 184 batting at number 4 against Durham at Chesterley Street. And Sam Cook opened. I can't remember the circumstances, but I was probably there. 387 for 7 as Critchley bowls. And this is pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. It's a full-length delivery, full toss, and hit away by Goldsworthy for a single. He goes to 78, 388 for 8.
I think in that game I was due to bat 3, because they didn't want to mess up the opening partnership. I think Feroz Cushy and... who would have opened?
Look it up a bit later.
It must have been
I'll look it up when you're with Anthony in a few minutes, and we'll pass the message. But no, it's been a terrific career. As always, a bit of a change of mind there by Leach. He's looking to play a stroke through the covers and just checks it and plays it out towards mid-off. So Leach on 2 from 17 balls. So perhaps not surprising, Somerset has slowed a little bit. 388 for 7 after Overton's dismissal. This is whipped away out towards deep mid-wicket, and he collects a single. But it's been great watching over the years, Nick, and just wish you all the best. Thoughts about what you might be doing going forward?
I'm hoping I want to stay in the game. I want to become a coach, and there's something I'm really interested in. Hopefully I can stay here in some capacity as a coach.
That's driven away. Well, that's an interesting delivery from Critchley. He's just getting a little bit of assistance. That's driven up towards long off for a single, and goes to 390 for 7, and Goldsworthy 79.
Yeah, so hopefully I can stay here as a coach and try and help some youngsters along their way. That'd be brilliant. I mean, I got helped by so many.
As this is driven by Leach up towards mid-off, and there's no run. If you're able to stay with us for a short while to accompany Anthony, that would be much appreciated. And I'll hand over to Anthony at the end of this over. This is a pull drive which goes up towards deep mid-wicket, but Leach not particularly timing it at the moment, but we'll get Anthony's thoughts on that. A few words from you, Nick, on the state of the game, and I'll bring in Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, Somerset 390 for 7. It does look like a pretty decent wicket, I'd say, but Essex do need to try and wrap this up and and get batting, and hopefully we can put on a big score.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Last time I saw you here at Chelmsford, you were scoring 200 against Somerset.
We always had some good battles against Somerset.
Absolutely. Here's Simon Harmer in the bowls to Lewis Goldsworthy, who plays that up to a deepish mid-on for a single. And we're in the bonus points have gone by the board. Sorry. We have had, this is the 100, we've had 111 overs, so just the 2 bowling points for Essex. Is that a reflection of the pitch?
I think so. I mean,
Harmer in the bowls, and Leach goes for a big square cut, misses it through to wicket-keeper.
Yes, I think so. It looks like a pretty good wicket to me. I don't think we bowled great yesterday morning with the new ball, but I think we reined it back pretty well.
Yeah, it was good afternoon session as Harmer bowls to Leach. I spoke to Josh Thomas, the young Somerset opening batsman, and he said that Essex bowled much better after lunch than they had done in the morning. Leach drives, and it's well fielded by Paul Walter.
He played very well. Josh Thomas played very well yesterday.
He did. He hit a couple of straight drives early on. Bracewell bowled a couple of half volleys, which he was able to get away and time nicely, and that really got him going, I think. This is cut by Jack Leach to backward point, and there's no run. Looks like Somerset are just going to bat and bat and bat. They made no real effort to pick up the 4th batting bonus point after Craig Overton was out. This is driven nicely by Jack Leach. End of the over. Tell us about Simon Harmer. What's his great strength as a spin bowler?
The size of his hands.
yeah, absolutely.
No, he's been a fantastic player for us, and he's won us so many games, whether it bat or ball, really. Or in the slips. He writes his own scripts almost, and we always laugh about it in the dressing room that whenever something needs to happen, he always does it, and he's been incredible. I mean, his bowling, I've spent so long at short leg to him. He changes his pace so well. His arm speed stays the same, and it's all with his wrists and fingers. His change of pace, and he's been incredible for us over the years, and won us so many games of cricket.
Yeah, and he's got an incredible record against Somerset as well. He's now taken 51. How many wickets has he got in this innings? I lost track. It's Critchley bowls and driven by Goldsworthy, but he doesn't get a run. Simon Harmer before this game had 50 Somerset wickets to his name at 25.4. This is driven and beats the dive of Paul Walter at short extra cover. They're going to come back for a second run. 393 for 7. Have the pitches here at Chelmsford suited Simon Harmer as much this season as in past seasons?
No, I don't believe so. I think as Critchley comes in.
Critchley in the bowls, and Goldsworthy makes room for himself by going outside the leg stump, cuts it away through the offside for another single.
They've not quite spun as what they used to spin. They used to break up quite a lot. Whether that's an introduction of a couple of these hybrid wickets, we've played on a couple of those, which don't seem to break up as much, in my opinion. So they've not quite had the bounce which Harmy works so well with.
Critchley in bowls to Leach, who will pick up a single into the offside ball by the square leg up by the point umpire Russell Warren standing at point to the left-hander. Well, the single is taken. 395 for 7. Pitches have been a bit of a problem this summer, though, haven't they? I mean, there's been a lot of pretty dead pitches, as this is turned into the onside elsewhere. I mean, I think this I think is a decent batting pitch, but
yeah, I mean, all around the country they've there's been a lot of draws, hasn't
Yeah.
there? I mean,
Critchley bowls slog sweep, which will go for 4 runs. I'm looking for a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There wasn't one, so Goldsworthy picks up 4 and goes on to 87, 399 for 7.
I mean, as we all know, the introduction of the Kookaburra ball for 4 rounds is.
You a fan of that as a batsman?
I'm not a fan of it. Now I'm retired, I'm not a fan of it. No, I'm not a fan of it. I don't think it produces the best cricket for our wickets. Too many runs, too many draws. It's not particularly exciting cricket, in my opinion. I think after the first 15 overs, everyone goes to one slip, one gully, and fielders in front of the wicket. So I think it turns into pretty turgid cricket.
Harmer to bowl another over. He's bowling to Leach. Ooh, and that one turns. There has been a little bit of turn for Simon Harmer, and that one turned from the sort of meat of the pitch, not out of the bowler's footmarks.
That was a beautiful delivery,
Yeah,
that one.
it was. That'll encourage Jack Leach. As this one again just comes off the open face of Jack Leach's bat out into the offside. Yeah, in the game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, Miguel Pretorius, South African, managed to get the Kookaburra to reverse.
Okay.
As this is played into the offside, but that's the only instance I think of it actually getting reverse. And you know, he was a special, keep one side of the ball really dry.
Yeah.
You know, and and make sure absolutely no moisture comes in contact with it and all this sort of stuff. And he's quite an expert. This is a slog sweep. It's up in the air. It's a top edge. Could be a catch. It isn't a catch, as Bracewell went sprinting out. It was a top edge from Jack Leach. Bracewell thought he was in business for a time, but the ball was always going to win that contest, and that's 400 on the board for Somerset in the 114th over. But apart from that, there was some very apart from that, and as Leach plays this into the offside, and there's no run. Somerset did win a game with the Kookaburra against Durham at Taunton, but it cost them 4 points for the pitch. You know.
And I mean, that's the problem if you want games.
If you've got to win a game of cricket, yeah. This is driven by Leach. You won't get a run as it goes out to Noah Thane.
If you want a result, you need a wicket that's going to produce a result. Especially with them Kookaburra balls, I'm not a big fan. No.
I've yet to meet anyone apart from Rob Key who's a big fan. and I mean, the bizarre thing is, you know, the justification is, it'll help England players prepare for using the Kookaburra in South Africa and Australia, but none of the England players who play county cricket these days.
None of them are playing.
No.
So.
But anyway.
We could rant all day, I'm sure.
Well, Essex are having to work hard for their wickets in this innings. I think Somerset are going to have to work pretty hard as well for their wickets. There isn't much in this pitch for the quicker bowlers. Critchley in and bowls to Goldsworthy. He cuts this away through the offside. Moves on to 88, 402.
He's played very well.
He has. He only came into the side a couple of weeks ago for the Yorkshire game. He's been playing T20 cricket for Somerset very effectively. He's bowling his left arm darts, but hasn't had his chance in the Championship as Leach lets this go through outside the off stump. Mainly because Tom Banton has occupied the number 5 spot, and Tom Banton been playing white ball cricket for England, but not available for this game as this is driven into the offside. And Lewis Goldsworthy's taken his chance with both hands. He got 65 against Yorkshire a fortnight ago, and he's batted really nicely here today. He's a very well organised cricketer. This is another sweep from Jack Leach, which will bring him a single. It's a misfield, so they won't come back for a second run. Goldsworthy had his back turned. Leach was all for coming back for the second run. 403 for 7. Jack Leach on 7. He hasn't had many opportunities with the bat this season, Jack Leach. Fancies himself as a batsman.
He does enjoy his batting, doesn't
Yeah,
he?
he does.
Yeah. He's hard to get out.
This is cut away of not a very good ball, that from Critchley, short and wide, and Goldsworthy will pick up another single out to Noah Thane on the boundary. But Lewis Gregory still to come in for Somerset. He's got a cracked bone in his wrist.
Yes, I hear he's got a broken hand. Yeah.
And that's outside the off stump, which apparently it doesn't inhibit his bowling, but it's painful when he's batting.
Okay.
So I suspect he won't, if he comes in at all. I mean, it's possible they'll declare, but if he comes in at all, I think it'll probably be at number 11. But yeah, he did it playing in the 100.
Oh right, so a little while ago he's played through it for a little while.
For the last, this is the third, both the last couple of county championship matches he's played with his little bit of strapping around his wrist.
It's what you want for your captain, isn't it?
Well, it is, you know, putting his body on the line, and of course he came in the final of the Blast at Edgbaston, and whacked it virtually from ball one. Harmer then to bowl another over to Goldsworthy, who turns this into the onside for a single and moves into the 90s. 405 for 7. This Goldsworthy. Just look up how he has made 2 centuries in his first class career. One was up at Southgate against Lancashire. Harmer's bowling to Leach, who drives nicely but won't get a run. It's Thane fields. Quite a packed offside field. Got short, very short, sort of silly extra cover, short extra cover, as Leach plays this into the offside. What's the
it's a very
Charlie Allison fielding at that? I mean, what's the thinking there?
I don't really know. He was right up in front of him a couple of balls ago, and he's dropped back.
Harmer bowls, and this is turned nicely away through the onside. That'll run away for 4 runs, I fancy. Is a very good sliding stop, in fact, out there. And they come back for 3 runs. 408 for 7.
I wasn't too sure what that field was, but I think Harmy just tinkering around and seeing if Leach would do anything a bit different.
He's bowling to Goldsworthy now, who turns this into the onside, won't get a run as it goes to backward square leg. Good crowd today. Again, it was a very good crowd yesterday as well, wasn't it?
I mean, we get supported very well here at Chelmsford.
Harmer in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Goldsworthy.
And throughout the whole year, they've been fantastic. I mean, they're always good here. Always a good crowd, and we got a bit of late September sun, which is always nice.
Yeah, I mean, there are similarities between Taunton and Chelmsford in the sense that both grounds are sort of in the middle. In the case of Chelmsford, in the middle of the city, in Taunton is the middle of the town. But both counties very well supported in first-class cricket, and because they're small grounds, even if you've got 1,500, 2,000 people here, it creates a real atmosphere and a sense of occasion.
Definitely, yeah.
Whereas if you go to Edgbaston for a county championship game, where even if there are 1,500 people in the ground, it just looks empty.
It can feel dead, yeah. And it feels a bit soulless there sometimes when you go, and it's so big. It can feel a bit like that there.
Absolutely. But I guess Essex will be looking to invest some of all this money that you're getting from the 100 in bringing improving the ground.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe they're looking at plans and projects to try and put a new pavilion and really, really make it a state-of-the-art facility, which would be fantastic. I mean, I know they've been trying to do it for a few years, but this will certainly help.
It's Charlie Bennett in from the Graham Gooch end, and that's steered down to third man for 4 runs, I fancy, because there isn't a third man. Jack Leach on to 14, 412 for 7. Yes, the dressing rooms get a bit of stick from visiting teams here, don't they?
Yes, they're not fantastic. I mean, the away teams now at Chelmsford stay in there's a marquee just to the side of the pavilion.
Yeah.
Which actually I think they quite enjoy, because it's very big in there. The hospitality marquee, I think they quite like it, but there definitely needs a bit of a fix up and a change probably. It's time.
It's Bennett with this very long loping run. In bowls to Leach, goes back and across and tries to cut and misses through to Fernandez. Tell us about Charlie Bennett. Just come into the side.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a fantastic year. I played this year and a little bit of last year in the second team with him, and he's really gone from strength to strength, to be honest. Big confidence bowler, I believe. He started the season reasonably well, actually, in the second team. He's a big, strong boy. Loves the gym. Real looks after his body.
Here he comes again to Leach, who goes for another big shot to a ball, leaving him outside the off stump. Well taken by Fernandez, diving down to his left.
But he's really improved, and he's picked up a little bit of pace through that, and
he looks as if he could bowl a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a big, strong unit.
He's got a big run up. It's a long run up.
I think it's just about the longest one I have seen on the circuit this year. As he's in and bowls to Leach and lets this one go outside the off stump.
But I think he's learning, and he's learning some skills which.
He's got all the raw materials, hasn't he?
Exactly right. He's got pace. He can hit the wicket hard. But Chris Silverwood's working hard with him with his skills. I think is a big one to. You see people like Jamie Porter and Sam Cooke that don't miss that top of off, and can go either way with it. I think Charlie's next development is learning them skills.
He's in bowls to Leach, and he's gone. This time he goes after a ball outside the off stump, and it does take the outside edge, and a straightforward catch to Simon Fernandez behind the stumps, and that's the end of Jack Leach for 14, and it's 412 for 8, and well, he deserved that wicket.
Yeah, really nice ball from round the wicket, just leaving the left-hander, which I think is one of his strengths. He's good to left-handers, just taking it away to the slip, so very good bowling.
Well, Gregory isn't coming in at number 11, he's coming in at number 10, because he's walking out to bat now, which means that Jake Ball will bring up the rear for Somerset. Charlie Bennett now with figures of 2 for 64 in 14 overs. Jamie Porter 3 for 66 in the wickets again. Doug Bracewell 2 for 87. Simon Harman just the 1 wicket, 1 for 54. And Noah Thane none for 78. And Matt Critchley none for 48. But Essex have been hit hard by injuries amongst the bowling group, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we knew at the start of the season that our squad wasn't very big. We knew that we didn't have millions of bowlers to choose from. But the loss of Sam Cooke going with England, and them managing his workloads throughout the summer hasn't helped. Because I think he's only played 6 games this year, which is not ideal for our main strike bowler. Jamie Porter's been fit throughout. I think he's played 12, I'm going to say.
But they're
Shane
such
Snater
a
also.
good unit, aren't they?
Yeah.
Sam Cook and Jamie Porter, and they
Yeah.
complement each other.
Yeah, they've been brilliant for the last few years, and yeah, just to miss Sam's been a big loss. And there's been a few changes in there, but they've managed to find ways. And you know, the emergence of people like Charlie Bennett now is good. Good to see him play and give him that exposure.
He's in now to bowl to Lewis Gregory, who is off the mark straight away as he turns that into the.
Well, he's a good number
Onside.
10.
Yeah, he captained Somerset really well. Does Lewis Gregory? He had a hard act to follow in Tom Abel, who was very, very popular captained them for 6 or 7 seasons. Did really well, but Lewis Gregory, a very different style of captain, less hands-on,
Yep.
less sort of all action. Tom Abel was here, there, and everywhere, whereas Lewis is a bit more sort of strategic. you
Yes,
know.
okay.
He sets the pattern and then lets it happen, but he's got a very cool head on his shoulders. Simon Harmer in his shades. Going to be bowling to Gregory with a forward short leg and a slip. Bright sunshine, lovely morning here at Chelmsford. And Gregory comes forward and just drives that up to mid-off, and there's no run. And you missed Shane Snater as well, haven't you?
Yeah, we've missed Shane for a bit.
Because he's a very useful all-round cricketer. As Harmer bowls to Gregory, no run.
Yeah, Shane's been brilliant for us. Do you know what he does? He contributes in every single game, whether it's bat or ball and in the field. He always contributes. It's very rare that he doesn't do anything in the game, and he's been brilliant for us.
Here's Harmer in and bowls, and a sweep by Gregory, a slog sweep, appeal for LBW, I guess.
But unfortunately, his body's just broken down really now because he's tried to carry the load of everyone else at the start of the year.
Here's Harmer into Gregory, shorter and just punched up to long on for another single. He was the one, Shane Snater, who ran the leg by in that game at Taunton when you were nearly bowled out by Craig Overton. You needed about 80 runs to win on the last morning.
That's right, and he slugged a few.
Yeah, he did. As this is played up to mid-off.
That was another very good game.
It was a tremendous game of cricket, even though it didn't actually last very long. Yeah, I was there with Don Topley commentating on the last morning, and it could have gone either way. Harmer in and bowls. This is swept by Goldsworthy for a single. 91. He moves on to 415 for 8. You must have played in that game.
Yep, I did play in that game. It was one of those games that everyone. Well, it was a tricky wicket, and everyone sort of who batted properly got out.
Yeah.
And it was the people that took the long handle and the positive option to get some runs before.
Craig Overton on that last morning was immense.
Yes, he was brilliant.
He just kept charging in and charging in and charging in. He's a terrific cricketer.
Oh,
Craig
fantastic
Overton.
cricketer. We've had some good battles over the years. Craig has been brilliant.
Yeah. Yes, I remember one in particular here a couple of years ago when the ball hit your boot.
That's right. Yeah. Whilst fielding.
Yeah, well. Yeah. Oh, Craig. He doesn't hide his emotions.
He wasn't best pleased that day, I must admit. But.
It's Bennett then to Lewis Goldsworthy, who's on 91, and that's down the leg side, and he won't add to his 91 runs. Good carry through to Fernandez. There's a little bit of bounce in this pitch, isn't there? For the,
I think the taller guys and the guys that are willing to run in and hit the wicket, there is a little bit of bounce. And I think you do get that a little bit with the hybrids. You can get a little bit.
This
of
is
carry.
a hybrid, is it?
This is a hybrid.
Oh,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So you do get a little bit more carry sometimes.
Yeah. They're usually pretty good batting pitches,
Yeah.
hybrids. This takes Goldsworthy on the pad, and they go through for a leg by for 16 for 8. Yeah, down at Taunton, play T20 games on hybrids sometimes, and the, the par score becomes sort of 220.
Yeah, you get some big scores.
Yeah. Well, Somerset hesitate to mind you, but Somerset have actually beaten Essex 3 times so far this season, twice in the T20. But haven't really forgiven Essex for 2019
Yes.
winning the county championship at Taunton, and then 2020. This is turned into the onside by Gregory for a single in that game at Lord's, when Alistair Cook got 170 and Essex won the Bob Willis on higher first innings score.
That's right. Yeah, it was.
That was a grim game. That wasn't.
That was it was very
was
flat,
cold,
and cold.
flat, and nobody
no
there.
one there. Yeah, it was very bizarre that year, wasn't it?
Was, yeah.
But 2019, I mean, as an Essex player and fan, it was one of the great weeks for us.
Absolutely. Bennett in and bowls, and there's a single here for Goldsworthy.
Everyone looking at their weather radar the whole week and
I know.
hoping for the rain on the Essex side, I must admit. I've never seen Sir Alistair so nervous. He was the most nervous I've ever seen anyone.
He didn't. He
The whole week.
batted really well in the second innings, though, didn't he? When Jack Leach and Roller van der Merwe twirling away. Here's Bennett in, bowls a long way outside the off stump, and Gregory has nothing to do with it. 4:18 for 8. Looking at Nick Gledhill, who will have to do his 12 o'clock broadcast shortly. Leave to the end of this over. I look to our producer for guidance. It's Charlie Bennett, very upright position as he runs in, and Gregory just turns this up to mid-on, showing no signs of any discomfort, Lewis Gregory. That is the end of the over. Very nice to meet you,
Well,
Nick.
thank you
all the
very
very
much.
best for the future. It's been a pleasure to watch you over the years.
Thank you very much. Thank you much for having me. Appreciate it.
Great pleasure. That's Nick Brown, the retiring Essex batsman, and his fellow Nick Gledhill will come in alongside. It's 418 for 8. Lewis Goldsworthy on 92, and his fellow Lewis Gregory on just 3, and Somerset batting on. Essex is going to have to bowl Somerset out. I can't see a declaration coming. Harmer is in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who turns this into the onside, where Paul Walter, tall Paul, fields. Clouds have drifted away. It's almost completely blue sky overhead. The breeze has died down a bit as well, so it's warm. As Goldsworthy back on his stumps. Harmer trying everything he knows, and that's quite a lot. One of the most skillful off-spinners, skillful spin bowlers in the world. Tosses this one right up. It's driven by Goldsworthy, and this time they will take the single. The throw comes in from Bennett, and Gregory safely home. 419 for 8. Goldsworthy on to 93.
Well, it's nice to have Nick Brown, wasn't it? And one of the real gentlemen of the game.
Yeah, nice chap. Nice chap and nice chat. As Harmer's in and bowls, and Gregory slightly uncertainly forward this time. Mixture of bat and pad goes out into the offside. Had there been a silly point, Might have been interested, but there isn't one. We've got forward short leg and a slip.
Harry Everett from the Somerset live stream will be joining us after lunch.
Armour in and bowls, swept, and that's gone for 6. That was a slog sweep from Lewis Gregory, reminiscent of the one that he played at Edgbaston for the winning hit against Hampshire in the final of the Blast.
He's a useful number 10, as he often coming ahead of after Jack Leach. Probably a first.
Yes, it would have. Leach would have been night watchman.
Yes, that would have been it. Yeah,
because he is Somerset's official night watchman. And this is another slog sweep, but this time he's going to be caught at backward square leg as he gets a top edge, and that is the end of Lewis Gregory. It's 425 for 9. He's gone for just 9 as he's looking for quick runs. And Jamie Porter, I think, with the catch. And as catches go, relatively straightforward.
Yeah, Essex will be looking to try and get this innings out of the way as soon as possible. I mean, they're certainly getting Gregory out relatively cheaply for a player of his ability, and they'll be pleased about that. I think Somerset getting to the stage now, just looking to take what they can and seeing what they can make of conditions. Let's just give you an update on what's going on in this key round of games in Division 1. So, yeah, Warwickshire 258, Notts, who need to get to 300 to guarantee winning the title, just need 2 points, 61 for 2. And just reading a report on that game at Trent, which is not the flat wicket that we thought that it might be. Now, Hampshire, who were 165 for 6, are now 227 for 6. And that's Washington Sundar and James Fuller. So they're heading towards a batting point in that particular game, and Durham 346 all out, so just missing out on the third batting point, and Yorkshire 13 for 1 at Headingley. So the idea is that a couple of these games might be boring draws at the moment is far from the truth. But with that Durham game, assuming if Durham get maximum bowling points and draw that game, Essex will need 1 more point because they've lost fewer games. A tiebreaker will be against Durham. They've lost fewer games, so that's something to keep an eye on. So just at the moment, Worcester obviously already relegated. Durham on 142, Hampshire 145, about to add to that. Yorkshire 149, Essex 152. Sussex are away and clear. They're building a very big lead. They're on 155, but they're effectively safe. And then at the top, as I say, Notts need 2 more points. That's the situation at the moment. Thanks to Trevor for your email about the relegation, thinking that if Essex don't score any more points, they might need Surrey or Yorkshire to win. But they'll be hoping of getting some batting points on this surface, you would have thought.
Yes.
Well done, Charlie Bennett. That was good to see. Getting an early breakthrough, just as you were asking about him, and he obliged. He's had some good moments. 1 or 2, I think, as you expect. We talked to Doug Bracewell yesterday, and I mentioned about when you've got a debutant bowler, obviously you want to try and give him some support and that sort of thing. But he spoke well of Charlie Bennett yesterday. He was up to the wicket and bowls in very bright sunshine, and that's leaving the right-handed Goldsworthy outside the off stump. Goldsworthy is creeping towards 100 here, but it's going to be a very valuable one. 93 from 185 balls. That one he could have easily got an edge to. Bennett's bowling pretty well here.
I don't like this field.
So we've got a slip. Yeah, and then nobody backward a square on the offside, saving 1.
I just don't get it. Somerset do this as well.
Yeah, obviously looking to say, would you like a single, there's Goldsworthy, but it's not as though Goldsworthy's been hitting the ball out of the park.
No.
As Bennett up to the wicket, bowls again. That's just played into a big gap on the onside. There is a single if they want it, but he decides against it. So that's 7th wicket stand for Hampshire has just been broken. So James Fuller is out for 21. So 227 for 7. They're 23 away from their first batting point, and they are going to be crucial. Hampshire have only lost 2 games. That 8-point deduction obviously is very significant there, so that will help them in any tiebreakers against virtually anybody else who might end up on the same number of points as they do. 4.25 for 9. Bennett bowls. That's a hit away into the offside. It's just going to elude two fielders who are chasing after it. It was in the air for a long time. Critchley picks up, they come back for the second run. But that was in the air for a while. Two fielders converging. I think it was Wesley and Critchley, and in the end it just fell between the two, and they got back for a couple, and Goldsworthy 95. 5 away from his 100, 4.27 for 9.
Yep, going for glory there. Lewis Goldsworthy looking to hit that down the ground for 6. Didn't quite get hold of it. Gets away with it.
So a wide slip, and then basically nobody saving one. We've got a few fielders like 3/4 or 4/5 of the way back to the boundary, not quite on the boundary. As here, Goldsworthy plays a nice stroke, which will not get him a run because he turns it down. It was available, but it goes up towards long off. And he stays on 95. Presumably he'll be looking for the single at the end of the over to try and keep the strike. There's 2 balls left. Not at the moment willing to trust ball against the debutant. Well, Charlie Bennett has shown his ability to put the ball in the right place.
Well, if he doesn't get 100, this will be quite a high score, not including a century. Innings score for Somerset.
So Robert asking how many points do Essex need to be safe. So we've just mentioned that, obviously it's going to depend on other results. But Bennett bowls, and that's driven away up into the offside, and there's no run. That Durham 346 all out is very significant because it means they've only got 2 batting points, 142. So the most they can get to without winning the game is 153, and they've lost more games than Essex, and Essex are currently on 152. So if Essex get a batting point, it's going to force Durham to win. And obviously the Hampshire equation, that'll become clearer once we get to the end of this Hampshire innings and see how many batting points. But remember that Hampshire 2 defeats is quite significant if as a tiebreaker. Here's Bennett again, bowls, and this is lofted away out towards deep mid wicket. It's going to go, I think, all the way for 4, and it does. And there it is, and what a fine achievement this is going to be for Lewis Goldsworthy. He's on 99. He's 1 or 4, wasn't it there? He's got the 4. It means that hopefully the 100 will come up in this over. But yeah, with the field set as it was, you want to get a boundary just out of professional pride, don't you, to pierce the field. It wasn't the greatest shot, but he got it away, and now it's just going to be a question really of hoping that a single can be pushed, and Elgar having a chat at the moment with
it's been played in a very
Ball.
Good spirit, this game, I must say. There's been lots of chatting between batsmen and fielders, but it puts a big onus of responsibility on Jake Ball.
I wonder if he didn't time that perfectly. Was he looking for the 3? I wonder.
No, he was looking for the 6. He was looking for the
yes, that would have got him over the line.
Practicing his 6 hitting.
Yeah, that would have solved the problem straight away. Thank you, Robert, for that. We'll keep in touch regarding the point situation as we go.
Plays that pickup shot, but it's Harmer to Ball, who will get a single. Well played, Jake Ball. It means that Lewis Goldsworthy will have the strike, and the field is going to stay in. That's sensible as well, with Goldsworthy needing just 1 run for his first century of the season, and the 3rd century of his first-class career.
Just to say, while we're looking that up, Yorkshire 15 for 1 in reply to 19 for 1 in reply to Durham's 346. So we'll keep an eye on that. If Durham start taking wickets, that makes that very interesting.
So Lewis Goldsworthy just needs 1 for his century. Harmer is in and bowls, and he'll get it here down to short fine leg, and that's 100 for Lewis Goldsworthy. Well batted from 191 deliveries with 14 fours, and good applause all around the ground from this generous Essex side. And well, the pride of Cornwall scores his 3rd century in first-class cricket, and a very fine innings it has been too.
Yeah, he's been patient. He's sort of played the anchor role for a lot of time he's been there, but he's done a very good job.
Harmer then to Ball, who plays and misses at a ball outside his off stump. Bit of a swish I think he feels he's got license to play his shots now, Jake Paul, now that he's seen Goldsworthy through to a century. Harmer in and bowls, and Paul this time comes forward, plays it back to the bowler.
I thought Somerset might be looking for another 100 today, Anthony, and they have got 94 of them so far, so I think probably just about what they were looking for.
Harmer in and bowls, tosses this one up, it's driven up to deepish mid-off where Bracewell fields. Well, Somerset only needed a draw from this game to cement their third place in Division 1, and quite hard to see how they could lose this game from here. Ball drives this again, it's fielded by Harmer. It's the end of that over. It's 433 for 9. It's 10 past 12, and lunch is due at 12:30. So we will carry on, because 9 wickets are down. We'll carry on until the 10th wicket falls. But it's possible, if it falls in the next over, that Essex might have an awkward 10 minutes or so.
Well, indeed, of course,
break.
if it. I'd quite like it to fall just after 20 past 12, because I have a nice 40-minute break before I do a report, but that's being selfish. 4:33 for 9. I'm sure Somerset supporters will be hoping the opposite happens, and we get a delayed lunch, but every extra run is very useful here. And again, the field is scattered. We haven't talked much about Division 2 because obviously none of the games have any relevance, sadly, but Leicester champions, Glamorgan second promoted. One thing I do want to mention is after this ball from Bennett, he comes in to bowl, and that's sliced away into the onside, and it's no single taken by Goldsworthy. 4:33 for 9, everybody back on the boundary. A new third wicket record for Derbyshire, and we're involving some Derbyshire legends in this. The old one was 316 not out. Adrian Rollins, brother of Robert, and one KJ Barnett, who shared in 1 or 2 Derbyshire partnership records. That has gone, and the new one is 358. And another Derbyshire legend is involved in that. Wayne Madsen, 198. Lewis Rees, the opener, is 200 not out. So that is a Derbyshire partnership record set against hapless Kent, I'm afraid, who are playing some of the youngsters. 5:30 for 3, Derbyshire in that one. And this is hit away, looking for that 6. It's going up towards deep square leg. It could be caught, and it is a juggled catch. Well taken in the end. I think it's Charlie Allison out there, but that was well taken because he was looking for the 6. At one point, it looked like he might get it by virtue of the ball being taken by the fielder, who then might stumble over the rope. But in the end, it was one of those little juggles, and taking it at the second attempt, and clearly in front of the rope. So Goldsworthy's got his 100, and job done from his point of view, and Essex are going to have a couple of overs to negotiate an even 100 before being caught by Charlie Allison on the boundary. And well done to Charlie Bennett there, because it means that he's ended up with a nice little haul actually in his debut championship performance, one that he can look back on after a slightly erratic start with, I think, a fair amount of pride, and he's come out of that very well. Looking at his final figures, which I think are 3 for 73 off 16.2, that's right. Porter 3 for 66 in 27, Bracewell 2 for 87 in 22, Harmer 2 for 65 in 25. As we mentioned, Bennett with 3, Thane 19 overs for 78, and Critchley 13 for 48. So an even bowling performance by Essex, and I think we could say much the same for Somerset with the bat, because no huge contribution, Anthony, but it's all added up to 433.
Yeah, and there was Goldsworthy's century, 100 from 193 deliveries with 14 fours. Really pleased for Lewis Goldsworthy. Only came into the side a fortnight ago for his first game of the season against Yorkshire. Got 65 against Yorkshire, batted pretty well against Hampshire last week, and very measured, well judged innings from Lewis Goldsworthy, and good to see him getting that century. But good contributions as well all the way down the autumn. Not forgetting Josh Thomas's 86 yesterday morning, Tom Lemmonby 47, James Rue 74, and Craig Overton 60, his highest score of the season, and it all adds up to a more than useful 433 all out.
So,
just looking at the ground staff out, there's a lot of dust coming up, which I think will encourage Jack Leach and Archie
it
Vaughan.
will. We're looking forward to seeing Leach in particular, but Archie Vaughan, certainly this is a match with two very solid spin attacks, with Matt Critchley having sort of developed even more in that role over the last couple of years. So we'll take a short pause. Back with you in probably about 6 or 7 minutes time. There will be round about 2 overs, I would imagine, before lunch, but so join us for that in just over 5 minutes time. Embryonic plan is to get Harry in after lunch, then we might have to get down feast who's been interviewed by Nick Harrison, and then see us probably
Oh dear.
I probably will, because I'll totally agree on Somerset from you with him, and then didn't seem too bad. Now you can get interesting to see. They said he was yesterday.
No, I found out halfway down. That's what I said. Who? Well, you paint the ball, paint the ball. First of all. Oh, right. Wash it. Wash it, sugar soap. Sugar soap first. Dilute it down. Dilute it down. I just. But afterwards, after then, wash it. I put a wash on it. When I was painting, I just put a white wash. That could peel off. Yeah, but acid soap, not yet. Well, after that tape. Yeah, but that was your fault. It was your fault. You put it on there with a nail. You never clean behind it properly when you paint it. I've got a big patch now. The mirror. I've got a patch out. Seriously. I just shoved it back and forth. We're going to do decorating again. When we do that, I'll rub it down with sand and wash it. I've got them all paper. Oh, you finally got it? Yeah, where'd you get it? I don't know. Well, I got on the Amazon. I found it on Amazon. Oh, right. So I put it in the box and I was out. I went down to their house to I've already done out because I thought I'd seen it in there. I went in there and I moved 3 rows. No! Yeah, that's the worst, isn't it? Struggling and then this girl came along to us and said, "You can tell you anyone out the back." Show me. So she went out. While she was outside looking amongst the other rolls on there, and I found the third one amongst the other rolls. So I had all 3 come walking out with one I'd given her. So I was, got down there and said, so I found the third one. People look at it from somewhere else, don't they? That's just put it down, didn't they? Yeah. So I thought, well, have a look, just in case. Put back in the wrong place. Sure enough, put it on the case. I've always got a case. Just in case. Oh, I went to the lottery. Just the normal lottery. Yeah. Which go to the lottery. I just picked the stuff out and I'm filling it in.
Well, I've got a few minutes to read in. On behalf of Essex Kids Cricket Club, please show your appreciation to Stuart Harrison and his ground team. Most of the work that they do over the season isn't seen by the public, but they've had to prepare pitches for at least 65 days worth of cricket this season,
and they've done a fantastic job in all weathers. So please show your appreciation to Stuart Harrison and his ground team.
I know someone, yeah, I knew someone who worked there.
You might have to wear the same sort of stuff. Is there a third option there? Well, you have two down below, mate.
You know, light blue one. Yeah. They got for 36 with 20% off.
I'll stick with your hair for this game.
I wonder what they're going to do with the Nick Brown house in the song.
Burn.
They might have knocked them out.
Yeah, exactly.
They used to.
That's what I'm saying to me. The last game, last season, they had a stall over back there and knocking
Welcome
everything
your
out.
on-field umpires, Nigel Locke and Russell Warren.
Shirts in the shop, that's it.
Welcome back, BBC Essex and BBC Radio Somerset, and online via the BBC Sport website and app, and via your smart speaker. Lovely sunshine here at Chelmsford, and we have just had a little acknowledgement of the work of the ground staff led by Stuart Harrison. A tricky summer really for many ground staff because of the incessant dryness and little moisture to work with in terms of pitch preparation, but just an acknowledgement of the job that he's done. That was well received by the crowd, and yeah, he's done a very fine job. So we have a couple of overs we think before lunch. It's 12:23. I don't think the batters are going to do a Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley on us here. They're going to come out in due course, and it looks like it's going to be Craig Overton to bowl the first over. Dean Elgar is with Paul Walter. Just keeping an eye on events at Southampton, where Hampshire are 242 for 9, so in danger of not getting any batting points. They're currently on 145 points, and we'll keep an eye on that. But here's Anthony Gibson to describe the first over of the reply for Essex to Somerset's 433.
And it's Craig Overton who'll bowl the first over from this Sir Alistair Cook end, bowling to the left-handed Dean Elgar with 4 slips. Gregory, Kohler, Cadmore, Aldridge and Vaughan are the slips. We've got cover point, mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. And Jake Ball down at long leg. Here we go then, as Essex begin their reply to Somerset's 433. It's a good ball, right on the money, straight away from Craig Overton, defended by Dean Elgar. Elgar, who of course played for Somerset. He's played for them twice, in 2013 and 2017 as well. Played 9 games in all in first-class cricket for Somerset, averaging 40 with 200s This is turned away into the onside for 4 runs. Over pitch from Overton, and Lewis Gregory at mid-wicket diving in vain to try and make the stop, and Essex are underway 4 without loss.
We didn't know who Ralphie Albert was yesterday when he was on the Surrey team sheet.
Oh.
He's a 17-year-old slow left arm.
And he
it means
is-
we have 2 Alberts.
Do you know who else he
game.
is? Do you know?
No.
He is the grandson of Jimmy White, the snooker player.
Oh, right. Well, he's having a good day.
Is Overton in bowls, takes Elgar on the pad, and slips appeal. Overton doesn't, because he knew perfectly well that was going down the leg side by quite some margin.
Because he has 2 for 6 in 5 overs, suggesting that he'll bowl a bit earlier in the second Hampshire innings. Hampshire are 242 for 9, and Washington Sundar, who's renowned as a player, as well as being a pretty decent spin bowler, is renowned as being a very good player of spin, is 50 not out. Will he help them to those 8 runs to get that crucial batting point?
Here comes Overton again, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, pitches that one right up, and Elgar plays it up to Tom Lammonby, who's fielding in a short-sleeved sweater at mid-on. Goldsworthy and Leach, and Josh Thomas also in short-sleeved sweaters. It's a very pleasant sunny morning here at Chelmsford, and the breeze has died down since first thing this morning. Overton in bowls, and Elgar back and across, and then comes forward, just half forward, to a ball again pitched right up to him on the line of off stump. Craig Overton, who made his highest score of the season with the bat. He's having a decent season with the ball, 27 wickets at 26.85. As he's in, bowls to Elgar again, pitch right up. Elgar does play a nice extra cover drive, but resists the temptation to have a drive at that one, just plays it into the offside. It's the end of the first over, nothing too exciting about it, and at the end of it Essex are 4 without loss, and it's going to be Jake Ball to bowl the second over.
And Paul Walter on strike. Sussex 350 all out, leading by 227 at Worcester. They are pretty much safe. They just need a draw. We're certainly going to get that. And John Simpson, who was so prolific for them earlier in the season, his form just tailed off a little bit, but when it's really mattered, he's delivered again. 129 not out. James Cole's made 100, and Sussex will be in Division 1 next season. I think we can be pretty certain of that. 4 for no wicket here, 429 behind, 4 slips, and Walter on strike, and gets one which he has to just have a second thought about, and in the end he is happy just to play it up towards mid-off. Ball's first delivery, he just goes to prod the pitch as if that one didn't quite react as he was expecting. I think he might have been thinking of a stroke into a big gap into the covers, but he certainly checked that and just played it up to mid-off in defensive mode. 4 for no wicket. Bright sunshine, blue skies. The cloud did gather a little while during the morning, and it's gone away again. It was just wispy, high cloud around it in places, as that one's a useful delivery from Ball, which is left alone by Paul Walter.
Jake Ball playing only his 3rd game of the championship season. Featured for Somerset prominently in the One Day Cup and also in the T20 Blast, and he's been bowling better than ever for Somerset in the last few weeks.
4 slips waiting, that's outside the off stump, and Walter has nothing to do with it, just happy to leave it alone. Paul Walter, who took on the opener's role, having had a first shot at it in the COVID season, and has done a pretty solid job, averaging 45. He scored 726 runs. Only Pepper and Wesley have more, and he's done a very solid job, particularly in that part of the season when Elgar's not been available. As here, Walter just goes across his crease and plays to mid-on, and there's no run. 4 for no wicket. Dean Elgar his average for the season, boosted by that 150 in the last home game. Essex just basically looking for batting points here to set them up for at least a draw. That's slightly over pitch, but Walter is going on the drive, and it goes on the bounce back to Ball, who takes it nicely actually in his follow through. Still 4 without loss. A bit of a breeze looking across to the trees on the right, but it's an absolutely beautiful day for late September. Couldn't really wish for anything better. Here's Ball again. That's a little bit short, and that's hit away through the covers, and that's a good way to go to lunch. Just a little bit short of a length, and went onto the back foot, cracked it away into a big gap in the cover field. And Paul Walter joins Dean Elgar on 4, 8 without loss in reply to the Somerset 433. Not too much happening so far for the Somerset bowlers, Anthony.
No, but decent morning for Somerset, adding 94 to their overnight 339 for 6, with Lewis Goldsworthy going to his century. But this is a pretty good batting wicket, and I'd be surprised if Essex don't get pretty close to Somerset's first innings score and may even go past it. We will see.
Thanks very much, Anthony. So we'll be back after the lunch break. Join us again at just before 1:10.
breakaways, great. But horses and equestrians, they can't use them and they're still on the road. So for me, there's mass development and mass money being spent here, and we are excluding a user group.
The council says it recognises bridleways are a key part of the county's green infrastructure and will ensure it's reflected in the final strategy. Business owners have described delays and frustration as roadworks at Gallows Corner near Romford overrun. No traffic can pass through the busy junction where the A127 and A12 meet, while work to replace the flyover continues. Transport for London has apologised and says it's urgently working with partners to confirm a new completion date. Mick Young from a local transport company says the scheme's having a serious impact on roads.
In the mornings, you've got all the lorries coming through Harold Hill. They're getting lost, they're going through weight limits, they're going through residential areas. There was one stuck where cars were parked too close to a junction, he couldn't get round, and that's all inside a small residential area. It's just a nightmare.
The Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, has said it's up to Labour MPs whether or not he mounts a leadership challenge. Mr Burnham was speaking to the BBC after telling a newspaper that many MPs had urged him to run. He said what mattered more was a plan to take on Reform UK. He told BBC Radio Manchester about his response to those who encouraged him to challenge Sir Keir Starmer.
It's not up to me, it's not my decision. That's a matter for you, the party in Parliament. And also I said to them, and it's got to be about more than a personality contest. You know, the Tories are just constantly going through this at the latter end of the time that they were in government. It's got to be about a plan, a proper plan for the country and a proper plan to be reformed.
Ticketmaster has been told it must give customers more information in advance about prices following complaints about sales for the Oasis reunion tour. The competition regulator, the CMA, said the firm had agreed to tell concert goers 24 hours in advance that a system of tiered pricing is being used and to give updates to those waiting online queues. In BBC Essex Sport, in cricket, Essex have been set a big first innings total by Somerset on the second day of their final championship match of the season. Nick Glenhill is watching for us at Chelmsford.
Yes, in good batting conditions, Somerset extended their first innings by 94 runs this morning, 433 all out. Lewis Goldsworthy was last man out for an even 100, a patient innings with 14 fours, and that was a third wicket for Charlie Bennett in his first outing as a bowler in the championship. He finished with 3 for 73, 16.2 overs, 3 wickets for Jamie Porter, 2 each for Bracewell and for Harmer, and also for Somerset a second 50 of the season against Essex by Craig Overton, 60 from 70 balls. So Somerset a good score, 433, a boundary each for Elgar and Walter before lunch. Essex 8 for no wicket. it's that little lead at the back. So welcome back on the BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset, and also online via the BBC Sport website and app. Nick Gledhill, Anthony Gibson. We've had Nick Brown with us this morning. We have Harry Everett from the Somerset live stream. Not in operation for this game because, of course, it's the Essex live stream. And very nice to have him with us. And you've just recently come in on a flight, I understand, Harry. So it's nice good of you to turn up. So after a long flight. So where are we in this game? Somerset 433, Essex 8 without loss. The pitch hasn't offered much of a spinners this morning. It's a game where actually both sides would probably settle for a draw because Essex, well, is likely to be enough, certainly with a few batting points on top. It's still too early to know exactly what the equation is. I can give you some important information from Southampton, which is that Hampshire have not got a batting point, 248 all out. Washington Sundar was last man out for 56, but very notable that the last few wickets were taken by the spinners for Surrey. So 2 for Chahar and 2 for young Albert, the 17-year-old left armour, slow left armour. So indication to the way that pitch is performing. The lead is still useful for Hampshire, 101. And it means that they're on 145 points. Durham are bowling at the moment, and they're looking to get some bowling points. Yorkshire 28 for 1 in reply to Durham's 346. This is a nice way to greet Craig Overton off the first ball of the afternoon. A lovely drive through the offside by Dean Elgar. He's found some form after his knock a couple of weeks ago, and that was a beautiful shot, and it's taken him along to 8, and he'll be looking for another major contribution here. So just to recap on that then, Durham 346, just 2 batting points. Yorkshire 28 for 1 in reply. Yorkshire started 6 points ahead of Durham in the table. This is another good looking drive, and it's slightly straighter this time through the offside, and another 4 runs. So Dean Elgar with a tremendous start after lunch. He's hit 4-4 from the first couple of deliveries, and Hampshire 248 all out, 101 lead over Surrey. It means at the moment Durham on 142, Hampshire 145, Yorkshire 149, Essex won 152, Sussex away and clear on 156, and with a huge lead they're going to be fine. And that's how it looks at the bottom, and Notts need 2 points for the title. Here's Overton again, bowls a delivery which is a little bit more challenging for Elgar. It's slightly more back of a length, and he just plays it defensively back down the pitch, and Notts are going nicely towards that 300 that they need. 100 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's 258, and Hasib Hamid 54 not out. And Harry, it's turning into another pretty good batting wicket here, as they've tended to be.
Yeah,
it's going to be hard work for the Somerset bowlers this afternoon potentially.
Yeah, as you can see, those last 2 balls really showing that better length than Craig Overton the last ball.
Yes, Overton, what a good delivery. And all credit to Craig Overton. After 2 over pitch ones, he's bowled a much better back of a length one, and then one that's actually just bounced a bit and beaten the defensive shot of Elgar. So he's coming back into the over, Craig Overton, I think it's fair to say. It's 16 for no wicket Essex in reply to the Somerset 433.
Yeah, obviously a big advantage for Dean Elgar against his former teammates. Knows Craig Overton inside out.
Yes, here is the next delivery from Overton. Again, a much more accurate one. It's just sees Elgar coming forward, but it's not a drivable length this time. Plays it up into the covers, and there's no run. We've got 3 slips, and it looks like a gully, Vaughan, and then we've got cover point mid-off, mid-on, and I'd say probably a square leg. There's a big gap where mid-wicket would be, and a fine leg on the boundary.
Well, they know Dean Elgar's scoring areas as well.
In fact, four slips now, in fact, as Elgar plays square into the offside, and it's picked up at point, and there's no run. Yeah, we've got bright sunshine, mainly blue sky, but some very wispy high cloud, and it's a beautiful afternoon, particularly for the time of year here at Chelmsford. And after all the complaints about the fact that the weather in September has not been like the weather between April and August, it's almost reverted to type right at the end. 16 for no wicket. A shame for Somerset they haven't got a home game. But actually, you did quite well last week. Although apparently there was some feeling that there might have been play on the first day, but apparently it was a health and safety issue.
Yes, the covers. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame really. They have to cover the wicket. It's ECB guidelines for the ground staff. It was too dangerous for them to get them off with the wind. As Jake Ball's going to continue after lunch from the Hayes close end. Paul Walter opening the batting. I was surprised that Nick Brown wasn't given a sort of a hurrah final goodbye game.
Well, I suppose he only announced his retirement on the day before the game started, but sometimes this happens, sometimes it doesn't. I guess the feeling is Essex not totally secure.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that's quite a pessimistic way of looking. Yeah, mathematically, yes, but I always thought they were going to stay up. Ball again coming round to the big, tall, left-handed Paul Walter. I think because of last week's results, it was always going to be Hampshire or Durham more likely to go down.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, Essex is going to pick up a.
Still not impossible. Yorkshire or even Essex could be dragged in, but it's unlikely. I mean, Essex are going to have to not bat at all well, you would have thought here. The only danger for Essex is really if they do get shot out for less than 250. If they do make 250, it forces Durham to win.
Ball in again to Walter. Fuller this time. Defended. Slightly falling over Paul Walter. Not quite got his balance right.
And if they get 300, it forces Hampshire to win as an alternative. So it just gives you know, some other options.
Hampshire with Liam Dawson back there. That's so crucial. I think.
Yeah.
One of the finest players in the county championship the last decade. You know.
Yeah, and he's the wickets have been falling to spin there as we mentioned.
Exactly. Ball this time a little bit leg side, whipped well by Paul Walter. He's going to get 4. Paul Walter through backward square leg, in between Jack Leach at fine leg. He can't chase after it, and the square leg man's nowhere near it. Lovely shot.
Yeah, good batting performance from Somerset. It was quite an even one with 3 significant partnerships. And I guess you were probably in the air at the time, but young Josh Thomas in his first outing did very well with 86 from 127 balls. Just lost his way a little bit, as if he was seeing the 100 in the headlights and just lost his way slightly. But his first 50 was very impressive in particular.
Yeah, he said he got a bit nervous towards the end, which it's like sounding like a gal. He's overcompensated. He's got away with that Jake Ball. Short and wide outside off stump this time. Hit straight to point. Well fielded for a dot ball. Walter's annoyed there. Could have got 4 either side of the fielder.
And James Rue against the opposition, where he scored his first 100. We mentioned that when talking to Nick Brown earlier, because it was a game at Chelmsford where Essex got 500 and then Somerset got 600. And James Rue is one of 3 Centurions on a very flat wicket. Renshaw and Banton were the other 2.
Yeah, Somerset have missed Renshaw really. The sturdy, the tall left hand at the top, the left-right hand combination worked quite well. Sean Dixon, you know, was meant to be the red ball opening batter. Didn't quite work out for him in that format. Wanted to be brilliant in the T20s at number 5. But interesting now, Tom Culler-Cadmore did pretty well against the Kookaburra in the middle of the summer, and then got a pretty decent score at home in the last game. But then suddenly Josh Thomas comes in for Tom Abel, and it's Josh Thomas at the top with Archie Vaughan. So Somerset love mixing and matching their opening partnerships. You know, we could spend 10 minutes going through all the openers.
Well, as I say, we were looking at the list, and we found out actually that they weren't the youngest ever.
No,
it was actually Trescothick and Lafford.
I was going to say Lafford and Trescothick were young.
Right at the start of their combination, which of course was a very successful one. 20 for no wicket Essex, 413 behind. And it's going to be Overton with 3 slips, a point, a mid-off quite wide, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket and a square leg and a fine leg as he comes into bowl round the wicket, and that's driven up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yorkshire 39 for 1, reply to Durham's 346 at Headingley. And Adam Lyth, who's been one of the leading run scorers of the season, 22 not out there, so he could play a big role. Yorkshire basically needed a draw in that game. And unlikely to go down. The 8 points they got here to save them, that's going to be played defensively into the onside when they were thinking that they were likely to get 16, but Essex hung on for a draw. We thought that might damage Yorkshire at one point, but then they won the reverse fixture at York, which sort of settled the issue really.
Yeah, it's been cool the way they played at York. Quite a few games in the One Day Cup and the Championship this year.
Yeah,
more than previous years.
yes,
We know Scarborough's used quite a lot, but Headingley had the India Test match, I guess. And
I think they used Scarborough for their semi-final, didn't they, in the One Day Cup? So this is driven away sweetly. That's a good shot, but it eludes mid-on. It'll be 2 because a bit of a misfield, but no way it's going to get enough to get to the boundary, so Elgar will settle for 2.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory didn't get down particularly quickly there. Just the one left hand sort of
end of season fielding, but you can forgive him for that because he's performed very well again.
He's also trying to keep. He's looking after his right wrist, isn't it? He wants to keep his right wrist out of the way, so he went with just his left hand.
Because when I was at Taunton, as I say, it's been to Taunton once this season for the first 2 days of the reverse fixture. As Essex 22 for no wicket, as this is played defensively back down the pitch, and leaving at the end of day 2, I couldn't see how Essex wouldn't win, and I couldn't see any chance of a Somerset victory because Essex were building what looked an impregnable lead. There was a little bit of optimism around the ground with news that Matt Henry was going to announce his signing, but generally there was a bit of worry about. I think you had a very heavy defeat against Sussex, hadn't you, which had shocked a few people.
At Hove, I was there for that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
As here's Overton bowls, and that's driven away back down the grounds. Sussex made a great start to a season, 22 for no wicket, and a little bit of anxiety, but then he went on a great winning run.
That Sussex game, it was I think it was Sean Hunt at the end of day 1. It was a bit of a surprise. He blew a few wickets away at the end of the day, gone 6 o'clock. And Somerset done well before that. James Drew got some runs, but yeah, that was a slightly surprising defeat. And then Somerset went and beat Sussex quite comfortably at home in the return fixture.
At Sussex, I think there was a bit of worry after Essex beat them, but they have done enough. It's going to transpire. So that's played defensively back down the pitch with Coles and Simpson getting hundreds in their current game, and Worcestershire possibly still celebrating their success on Saturday, which I think generally, we mentioned yesterday, has been well received around the counties, given they made a fairly significant contribution, their academy, to the likely prospective, or champions-elect Nottinghamshire, which I think we can describe them as. Essex 22 without loss. Somerset made 433.
You mentioned James Coles. It's interesting, the Lions squad's being announced this afternoon, so it'll be interesting to see how many the county performers who've done pretty well. You know, the likes of James Coles. You think that a few names in this game here might get that ticket to Australia for the winter. Jake Ball will continue alongside Craig Overton in this afternoon session. Short and wide, but just 1 run. Paul Walter goes with a straight bat this time. Missed out on that horizontal back cut shot in the last over. Hit it straight to point. This time the straight bat, 1 run.
Pope in possession but not guaranteed number 3 spot. There's a feature on the BBC cricket website. How often have we seen headlines like that in the last few?
The Bethel Pope thing's been going on for months, hasn't it? I feel like, can we not just concentrate on the county championship? They keep bringing out all these headlines about the Ashes. We should finish this competition first.
Absolutely, but it is interesting. That's one that is going to be still probably unsettled up to the start of the Ashes in mid-November.
Well, it's a funny one because Bethel looked awful against Somerset Edgbaston in the championship. As Ball gets to bowl his first ball at Elgar of the afternoon session, the crab-like defensive shot for no run.
Did presumably the Somerset experience with the Kookaburra ball was similar to that for most counties, and it didn't help, of course, that it was particularly at one stage was being played in a fairly intense heat wave. The round of games where Surrey made 800 and didn't win, Worcester made 600 and didn't win.
But that made it even more odd that Jacob Bethel didn't get any runs. All the talent he's got.
It's that round of games,
in that round. Ball again is this time leg side. Dean Elgar has tried to flick it, tickle it, but James Rew dives and takes it. No bat from the South African.
Yeah, so I think in a way it's nice to have what you call high season championship fixtures, but it was slightly spoiled by the asterisks that would the games weren't likely to produce too much exciting cricket.
And then Somerset tried to make a more likely result pitch and then got penalised for it, which was a contentious point. As again Elgar this time leaving outside the off stump from Jake Ball. That's probably more the area Jake Ball wants to bowl. Maybe slightly tighter to make him have to play at it.
Having said that, the excellent win for Essex at Hove, best performance of the season, was in one of those rounds, but they made use of the early conditions, a bit of cloud cover and dampness around, and had Sussex several wickets down in the morning session, and they weren't able to recover from that.
Jake Ball with the same field to Dean Elgar here, unable to get Jake Ball away. Jake Ball chosen ahead of Ben Green and Josh Davey for this fixture. Mostly been a T20 bowler for Somerset, but gets his chance. Having recently signed this contract extension, might see him playing a bit more red ball cricket next year with no Casey Aldridge, Ben Green,
yes,
or Josh Davey next year.
I mean, this is the thing, I suppose, from Somerset's point of view, there are a few absentees.
Still the 3 slips in place for Jake Ball then. That's the sort of Dean Elgar shot, isn't it? He's going to leave it, then he sort of last minute plays with soft hands to Lewis Goldsworthy at point.
And I suppose when you lose a few players together, obviously youngsters coming through, but the one thing that Somerset wouldn't want early next season is any sort of injury crisis.
Well, indeed.
And that's
It'd be worrying,
the one danger, isn't it? And then you get people saying, oh, why was so-and-so let go? But
especially with Overton and Gregory and Ball all well over 30.
Yes, and of course, Sean Dixon, we're talking with Anthony yesterday, it was a remarkable way to sign off, wasn't it? I did admit to Anthony yesterday that when predicting the outcome of the 4 quarter-finals, I did think there would be a shock, and I didn't think it would be at the Oval. I thought it might be at Taunton, simply because Warwickshire are a quality side.
Yeah.
They've won an awful lot of games in that competition, not in the quarter-finals, mind you. Overton bowls, and that's played defensively up into the offside. But they might have sort of had a release of pressure of being away from their home ground, where they'd kept folding up against the South Coop sides, and going to Taunton where they weren't fancied at all. And I think they didn't have an overseas player, did they? But they really delivered, and it was a terrific game and fabulous innings by Dixon.
Yeah, oh, brilliant knock. Sean Dixon's knockout run scoring exploit is just incredible, really. He just loves the pressure situation. 23
without loss, Essex, and that's played defensively by Walter up into the onside and no run. But I think Somerset fans, and certainly the one to our right, were pleased Surrey didn't make finals day, but who knows, Hampshire might have beaten them. But yes, that was that probably sort of increased Somerset's chances of winning the competition, but it's meant that the title stayed in the West Country again. So
yeah, 3 years in a row.
Yeah, so maybe long to remain there. Maybe they ought to relocate the final. As Overton comes into bowl again, it's played defensively down to square leg. However, the sort of pitch you had at Edgbaston this year probably wouldn't have suited Gloucestershire, because whereas they did get one that they liked a year ago, it was a proper wicket, which
as
we
I say,
often have.
One of the better wickets of finals day I can remember. I think I've been at the last 7 finals days, and
right,
that was the highest scoring, best pitch. I know Lynn scored 100, of course, and nearly got 6 sixes and over. You could see that the batters could play shots you normally see in a T20 rather than it being such a tired surface.
Overton bowls, and this is played away, flick past square leg, good shot there from the left-handed Walter, and that's going to be away for 4 runs. That was very well timed. Just easing it away into the onside. He goes to 13. Elgar has 14, 27 for no wicket. Good start by Essex, not showing any great concerns at the moment. The pitch and the deficit down below 400.
Yeah, I love watching Paul
almost
Walker,
down below 400.
The big man, when he just times it, it races away. He doesn't need to put much on it. No.
406 exactly, and he soon will be below that 400 mark. As Overton bowls again, and that's a sumptuous looking cover drive. That's going to be chased back towards the extra cover boundary, but not cut off. So a good combination of shots from Paul Walter, who's looking back in prime form again. I mean, as we mentioned, he's got some very good stats for this season, averaging around about 45. He's possibly just fallen away slightly, sort of in and around the 100, but good signs early on here. And he's gone to 17 out of 31 for no wicket.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be worrying about getting a few batting bonus points to ensure Essex play Division 1 cricket next year. This pitch looks a belter, really. These two.
It's offered less to a seamers than it did yesterday, when it did offer a little bit. As this next delivery is played away again quite sweetly by Walter, not as well timed. It goes straight out towards mid wicket, and there is no run. But yeah, Paul Walter's had a very good season. So my Essex player of the season would probably be Tom Wesley, but there are 1 or 2 not far away from him. And in terms of what he's done over the season, taking on roles, opening the innings in the T20 and in the Championship, and being such a versatile player, he's played a crucial role, has Paul Walter, and he's a sweet timer of the ball, as we're seeing here. 31 for no wicket.
Yeah, we're seeing Ben Green come onto the field, replacing his extra colleague and teammate of many years in club, school and county cricket, Tom Lammonby. It's just gone off for a little while. Jake Ball is still bowling from the Hayes close end into Dean Elgar. This time it's leg side. He's flicked. That's probably going to go for 4. It's a quick outfield. There's no stopping that. Even though he's not nailed it, got enough on it to go just in front of square for 4 runs.
Yeah, there's a lot of boundaries here. And Somerset won't be over worried because they've got a good score on the board, but they might be sensing that they could be out here for a while.
Yeah, it's been the game of the left-handers so far. I think with Josh Thomas looking beautiful on his first class debut yesterday with the bat, cruising his way to 80 odd. Was dropped by Elgar at slip, but Elgar and Walter, the 2 left-handed openers for Essex, now making hay while the sun shines. This time he's fuller on leg stump is Jake Ball, and Josh Thomas does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Yeah, so Walter now averaging 46, high score of 118, 200s and 350s, and 743 runs for the season. And so Elgar is average pushing back up towards 40 after that 150.
Still good enough to open the batting for South Africa in Test cricket, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not the South African selector, but
they have a lot of stroke makers, don't they?
Yeah,
in the middle order. So basically, someone like him at the top with Bavuma coming in next, probably no bad thing.
Casey
I
Aldridge
suppose those days have gone.
Come out a 3rd slip to a close mid-wicket, and it's nearly hit straight to him, but because of that field change, there's only 1 to Dean Elgar. Josh Thomas has gone out to deep square leg, and that leg side full ball is whipped for 1, whether it could have been 4.
Yeah, however, we do have a participant in this game who is likely to be playing in the next South African Test, and that is Simon Harmer, because he's in the squad. It's in Pakistan, so you'd imagine
Indeed
turning wickets, and I think Maharaj might not be available for the first Test, so that's all the more reason why he might well be playing.
Jake Ball into 2 slips now for Paul Walter. On the money, defended straight back down the ground. Yeah, Maharaj and Harmer, that would be some spin combo for potential latter Test though, because yeah, you got the right arm off spin, the left arm finger spin. 2 of the top bowlers in world cricket.
Yeah, it's been strange how Harmer's never been able to quite nail down a sort of regular place in the South African side, but I think Maharaj has been a key reason for that.
Yeah, agreed. Ball in again this time. Walter tries to whip it through mid-wicket, can't get it between Casey Aldridge and Lewis Gregory. I guess Maharaj has done so well in ODIs recently. I think he's the top ODI bowler in the ICC rankings currently. Him and Harmer probably both similar 8-9 bats. You know, give a bit of a whack down the order, but Harmer's been a pretty useful servant for Essex over the years. Ball again round the wicket to Walter. Squares him up this time, soft hands, he's going to go for 4. Not in full control of that, but with the soft hands, ensure it didn't go to the slip cordon, and Ben Green has to run and pick it up from the boundary with his floppy hat, and the runs are flowing here, run rate up around 5 and over. And Somerset can't stem the tide, so they're going to go to spin early, and because it's 2 left-handers, it'll be Archie Vaughan to turn the ball away from the 2 left-handers, so Archie Vaughan bowling before Jack Leach, makes sense. If there were 2 right-handers at the crease, I'm sure it would be Jack Leach bowling first.
No, it's going to be interesting. I haven't seen too much of Archie Vaughan
first change
bowling, so it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on.
I'd like to guess, off the top of my head, this is probably the first time he's bowled first change away from home for Somerset. It's not an official stat, but Anthony might nod and agree. I think I can't think of another time away from home he's bowled first change. Him and Jack Leach have opened the ball at home a couple of times in September this year and last year, but
interesting looking at the list of those who've scored 1,000 runs in Division 1 this season, because that was recently joined by James Root in this particular game, 40 for no wicket. Dominic Sibley, who many say should be still under consideration, but
a more aggressive Dominic Sibley.
Well, the thing is, I mean, the top 2 are both prolific openers who are not going to be prolific, but actually the top 3 are, although I think Adam lies a little bit further away from discussion than Sibley and Hamid, but the top 3 are all prolific openers who haven't been given any sort of consideration in recent times by England. So Sibley 12.30, Hamid 11.89 and Lythe 11.31, and then we've got Simpson after that 100 today, 1081, and then James Root 10.34, James Coles 10.32 and Tom Abel 10.22. That's how the list looks. So a couple of Somerset representatives in there as Vaughan bowls, That's just cramps Elgar for room. He just plays it up into the covers, and there is no run. So underlines how good a season Rue and Abel have had.
Well, it's funny you say that. If you ask Tom Abel, he'll tell you he had a terrible first half of the season.
But he's done well since. Yeah. And of course, big innings a couple. Was it last week? Wasn't
So
it?
he had 150 up at Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
150 and 50 at Trent Bridge in July, and then the 100 at home. He got 130. That really good partnership with Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, huge partnership against Hampshire. 40 for no wicket. So a couple of defensive shots so far against Archie Vaughan, who's going round the wicket with his off spin, a slip and a short leg, and it's played up into the offside again by Elgar, and there's no run. He's on 19, 40 for no wicket. The deficit is now below 400, having got my maths wrong a little while ago. Back down to 393 now. Bright sunshine as Vaughan bowls. That's defensively played up into the offside by Elgar, and there is no run. So Surrey have set off with that deficit of 101, 7 for no wicket. Interesting to see who's bowling there. All the seamers are bowling at the moment, maybe not for long. 40 for no wicket. That's played off the back foot and into the covers on the bounce. I think of a single, it's not there. Yorkshire's second wicket pair going nicely. 63 for 1 against Durham, who made 346. And remember, Notts just need to get to 300. Doesn't matter what happens after that. They get to 300 and 110 overs. They're champions. 113 for 2. So they're nicely on course against Warwickshire. Here's Vaughan bowling, and that's played up into the onside. Again, head over the ball. Defensive shot from Elgar. Lots of respect for Vaughan. Maiden over. And yes, there was a little bit in it for the spinners, particularly actually for both Harmer and Critchley at various points. So that might be the route for Somerset. Both spinners might have a fairly long bowl, but it's 40 for no wicket.
Yeah, I was slightly surprised Luke Benkenstein didn't get a shout for this game. I thought, a bit of spin towards the end of the season. Now it's dry this week. I know it's been a wet patch, but play the youngsters in the last game with Charlie Bennett coming in. I thought it might have been a chance to give Benkenstein a game.
Well, that might have sort of meant playing with a seam bowler less. It would have been a little bit of a gamble in that respect. But interesting call. He certainly impressed in the 50 overs. Again.
Him and Bennett were probably the gamble, one or the other.
Bennett, I think, was always going to get after his 50 over performance.
I say he did well in the one
really because of the fact Essex have been so depleted in their seam bowling ranks. With Cook and Snater injured. This is the thing for Essex this season. If you look at the individual bowling stats, most of the bowlers are down on what they did last year, and that's simply because of a disruption. And obviously the Kookaburra ball as well, but the disruption for the Essex seam attack of the injuries. So people have been going in and out of the side, and it underlines what a sterling job Jemmy Porter has done. So
not had Beard, of course, as well. It's still going to be Jake Ball. There's a bit of action in between the overs, bit of defensive padding coming onto the field. Like Tom Lammonby. That was why he went off the field. Tom Lammonby's put his shin pads on, so he's ready to come in close, fielding off Archie Vaughan. Ben Green's back off.
One thing just worth mentioning again, we had a third wicket record for Derbyshire today, beating Rollins and Barnett, 358 between Wayne Madsen and Lewis Rees.
Ball in again to the tall Paul Walter. It's a lovely straight drive. Lewis Gregory can't quite get there. He did make a full-blooded effort, the sprint and dive with his what's normally a stronger right hand, but is currently his weaker right hand with the bandage around it. I don't think he's hurt himself. He's just disappointed he's not stopped that. Lovely shot from Paul Walter though, straight down the ground for 4.
And that new Derbyshire record beat one that was set by Robert Rollins' brother, Adrian. Robert Rollins, keeper here, of course, and one KJ Barnett, who tends to appear once or twice in the Derbyshire records. But
I was reading Dominic Cork's autobiography a few months ago, and that name was mentioned quite a few times.
Yeah.
What's the response here from former Notts and England man Jake Ball then? Leg side this time, Walter flicks it. It's going to be 2. Josh Thomas is out there patrolling the deep mid-wicket boundary. Comes around, has to throw it his left arm, of course, so an easy 2 for Walter and Elgar. Wayne Madsen's another man you should probably mention right at the top of the run scoring charts in both divisions.
Yeah, I mean, prolific as ever, isn't he? Derbyshire done well this season, not quite strong enough to trouble the top 2.
You wonder if it had been dry last week, could it have been better for Derbyshire? The wind and the rain affecting the game against Glamorgan, allowing Glamorgan to come second. Ball's full this time, straighter from Walter.
Well, it's going to be interesting. Cardiff coming back onto the circuit in the Championship. Just before I hand over, I just wanted to get your view on the obviously the decision to keep it as it is, 14 games next season. Did you have any sympathy for the split top division of 12?
No.
No, neither did I.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't like all this change.
I don't like that idea.
Leave it as it is.
That's the thing.
I don't like all this thought of change.
I think the thing about it is, you're only playing. I saw a very good interview with the Surrey chairman, and we were discussing yesterday that Surrey. People have a go at them at times, but they tend to be brand leaders, and they talk a lot of common sense on issues like this.
And people listen to them.
And I'll come on after this ball.
Ball is all the way through his delivery stride now to Walter.
The point is, you're only playing half the top sides, and you're playing them twice. So a lot of sides that you might not play, at all, so there may be no Somerset Notts, no Somerset Surrey at all, and the other problem was having this 3-game knockout stage. Who gets the 2 home games? And I say that I hadn't seen the detail of how they were going to propose that for next year.
Ball trying to finish off his over strongly, whipped leg side, hard drives from Walter, throwing his hands through the ball but can't quite pierce the field.
Because the thing is, Harry, that it's an early 100 next year, so there's going to be at least 5 championship rounds after the 100 finishes. It'll finish around about mid-August. The Test series against Pakistan will come in after that, and there's the 100 finishes in mid-August.
Good news in that there's more county championship for school kids to watch in the school holidays.
That then gives them the problem of if you're going to have these 3 extra games, how much lead-in time would you have had to say, well, you've got a home game there and you've got to prepare a pitch there, and what about the spectators as well? I mean, there was too much fine detail to sort out there, and I think they just need to take it away and have a look at it. I'll just do this quickly do this over from Vaughan, which won't take too long, and then bring Anthony back in.
Laura Holmes of Somerset Physio, just giving Tom Cullen-Cadmore a drink and some pills.
And then we'll bring in Anthony to have a chat with you for the next half hour or so.
There is the catcher then at short leg. Tom Lammerby's got his shin pads on now. He was whacked hard in that last game.
Here's Vaughan going round the wicket and bowls with a short leg and a slip, and that's just played defensively up into the offside by Elgard. Looking very secure on 19. Walter is there on 27.
If you missed Somerset Hampshire last week, that was how Tom Aber got injured. He was whacked short leg straight on the head, hence the concussion rolling around this game.
Here's Vaughan again with a slip and a short leg bowls, and it's a defensive shot just played defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. So any more news of import regarding the Division 1 we'll bring you as the afternoon goes on. As Vaughan again goes round the wicket, bowls, and a drive back which falls short of Vaughan, a little bit aerial for a while from Elgar, but nicely carried in by Vaughan in his follow through.
First sniff of a chance, I'd say, almost carried, almost just a little bit early from Elgar.
I think obviously Vaughan looking for more runs. We talked about that yesterday, but one of the several all-rounders that Somerset have been fielding this season, that's played away into the offside and there's no run. And something that we have talked about is that Somerset, like Notts and Surrey, blessed with Vaughan, we say probably a batting all-rounder, but certainly, one of the strengths for Somerset has been the bowling all-rounders, and meaning they can bat deep. As Vaughan bowls, and this is played away up towards mid-off. Not least Josh Davey, one of the heroes of the season for me. With his, really, I thought, applying himself very well in that role as opener. You often see him, getting some important runs, blunting the bowling at the start.
Yeah, you remember him opening for Middlesex back in there. Was it YBCB 40 days?
46 for no wicket, and here's Vaughan again. Bowls, that's just played defensively up into the onside. I'll leave you with Anthony, leave you with your thoughts on the situation, but a maiden over, very tidy one there from Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan's a funny one, because if he didn't bowl, he might have been potentially dropped this season. Not got many runs opening the batting. Sean Dixon didn't score runs, he was dropped. Andy Mead didn't score runs, he was dropped. But Archie Vaughan's got that second string to his bow, and because his bowling's so useful, Somerset have stuck with him. And he's young and got potential as well, so he's he's a pretty useful cricketer to have.
He's an investment for the future.
Exactly. Well, Jake Ball is going to continue with 2 slips to Tall Paul Walter. Round the wicket. That's an appeal for LBW, but I don't think he's going to get that. ambitious, a sort of stifled appeal. Craig Overton and Jake Ball went up, but little else from Curler Cadmore or Rue.
Looks a pretty flat pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just got the draw written all over it already. Yeah. It seems a bit daft to say at this stage, but hybrid pitch, isn't it? So
it is.
You wonder how much impact that has. I think this will be the best.
Simon Harmer got 2 or 3 to turn quite sharply this morning.
Yes, as Ball is leg side again. That's a beautiful shot from Paul Walter. That's probably the best of the afternoon, I'd say. In between mid wicket and mid on, the timing, the sound off the bat is perfect. Another 4 for Essex. And that's the 50 up, I think. The acknowledgeable crowd. 50 off 11.2 overs after just 40 minutes. These two not in any trouble, and as I said, I think this will be the best batting conditions. Bit of grey cloud meant to be around tomorrow. Essex enjoying the sunshine, baking the pitch out. Elgar's only got 19 of them. Walter's done most of the heavy lifting. Ball is in again. Fielding one-handed. Not. That reminds me of his final day catch.
Yeah. Took, yes.
Of all the players in the team, I did not expect Jake Ball and Tom Curler Cadmore to have the 2 memorable one-handed final day catches for Somerset.
Well, Curler Cadmore can catch.
He can, but you know how many times he's asked about that catch 2 years ago, and he says, "Oh, I just didn't move my feet properly. I should have got 2 hands to it."
Well, I think
a bit harsh on himself. Ball again around to Paul Walter. He just tucks this nicely. Tom Lammonby will run in front of Josh Thomas at mid wicket to keep it to 1.
Yes, it was a good catch he took on finals day as well, down in the down at long on.
Yes, yeah,
diving forward.
I think I said the other day on comms back at home, I think that's a compliment to Curler Cadmore, because Somerset is such a good fielding unit. He wasn't one of the better fielders when he joined, but he's improved his fielding more and more, and now he's trusted it, long off with Craig Overton at long on in T20s. Again, it's ball down the leg side slightly to Dean Elgar, who can flick it off his legs for 1 to Jack Leach.
He's a very good first slip, Tom Curler.
Yes, yeah. But he used to feel, I feel like in his first season of T20 for Somerset, he would be at, if he wasn't at slip, he'd be at short third. Whereas now he's quite often at long on, long off, doing more in the deep. He's a bit quicker.
He's not the quickest.
I think he's quite aware of that. Ball from the Hayes close end again. Nearly a single, but he can't quite beat Tom Lammonby, so it's going to be another dot.
Long, hot afternoon in the field for Somerset, I feel, coming up. I think Jack Leach is going to have plenty of work to do.
What was your thoughts of Lewis Gregory's innings? It's a bit weird him coming in at 10. We thought he might bat 11, then he bats at 10. Slog sweeps over a deep mid wicket for 6, and then goes again next ball and nearly stitches up his mate Lewis Goldsworthy on 90.
Well, the whole thing was a bit strange.
Yeah.
It's Harry Hayden on Twitter making the point that when Craig Overton was out, Somerset needed 21 for a bonus point in just over 4 overs.
Lewis Gregory territory, you'd say, wouldn't you?
Well, you would have thought so, and it would be obvious thing for Gregory to come in, instead of which they sent in Jack Leach.
He didn't really do a lot.
No. It's Archie Vaughan to bowl to Dean Elgar. This is turned into the onside, there won't be a run. It's Lewis Goldsworthy under the helmet at forward short leg.
Yeah, I mentioned a few times last week how he wasn't invited to the party. That everyone was in close except Lewis Goldsworthy last week at home to Hampshire.
Well, he's got his chance today after his century this morning. Born in a bowls, and that takes a little bit of pace off there. Archie Vaughan. I think he's improved as an off spinner.
Definitely, yeah, agreed.
He's got more control. He's got a little bit more variety.
I was thinking Nick called him a batting all-rounder. I think his bowling's improving more and more.
He's in and bowls. And this is cut away down to the third man boundary, and that will go for 4 for sure. As Josh Thomas gives chase in vain. Nicely played by Dean Elgar, just a sort of chop.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd have enough pace to go for 4, but he timed it well enough. The quick outfield, I guess, it rained a lot in the first couple of weeks of September, but it was so dry before that.
Reminiscent of the shoot and chop that Pete Denning used to play.
Yeah, I think it's the perfect verb, the chop for that shot.
It's Vaughan in and bowls to Elgar. lets that go through. Just a hint of turn there, a little bit of bounce as well into James Rew's gloves. Rew just kicking up his right heel in that characteristic fashion of his. This is driven back up the offside of the pitch, and Jack Leach fields. Jack Leach in his sleeveless sweaters, quite a chilly breeze blowing across the ground, which we can't feel the benefit of in our commentary box, which is very, very hot in the full glare of the sun, but we're not complaining. Vaughan in a bowls a quicker ball, and this is played out to Lammonby at deepish extra cover. So just the one scoring shot in that over. 4 down to third man from Dean Elgar, and at the end of it, Essex replying to Somerset's 433. 56 for no wicket.
I've had a text I think you'll quite like, Anthony. Sam Trigo, you'd remember, playing his 1 year for Somerset. 29 years ago that was. He's texted me a couple of times and sent me a picture of his contract for the 1997 season. The email from the chief exec and the contract details and the handwritten notes. £30 a day appearance monies if playing in the first team.
That's very generous.
Very generous. Lewis Gregory's going to bowl from the Hayes close end as we reminisce on the price he used to get. Guess how much he got for his 6 equal monthly instalments in the 1997 season?
I don't know.
Gregory is going to come round the wicket to Walter. Straight down the ground, but no run. Nice drive.
£1,000.
Yeah, not far off. It was 7,500 across the 6 equal monthly instalments. So. The times change. Yeah, that was a 1 year contract. The contract signed in November for the next summer.
What's the sort of basic minimum salary now?
Is it rookie?
35? Rookie is 30, 35, something like that?
I thought a rookie was more like 23 or 24.
Could be.
But is that under 21? I think it's different when you're over 21. Yeah. There's Gregory again from the Hayes close end is appealing. That's a better shout. Yeah, that's a much better shout for LW than the Jake Ball one. He's down on his knees is Lewis Gregory. Hands on head from Curler Camel and Overton at slip and second slip. Not quite sure it's outside the line of our stump.
I don't think we're going to get a replay either.
No,
that one, the one screen that's working in here is tuned to the score.
We haven't got anyone up here we can ask for a replay, haven't we? No. Where's the tech team based at Chelmsford? we need a Ben Warren with his button pressing.
Box,
yeah.
There's a loose connection at the back of the.
Yeah, I tried pressing buttons, but nothing's happening. Gregory comes in again round the wicket for Walter. That's hit the pad, but it's not an LW shout down the leg side. No run.
It's interesting, isn't it, that Gregory can bowl with his cracked right wrist.
Fascinating, really.
But it hurts him to bat, and it obviously hurts him to field as well.
I guess the fielding I can understand, the worry of it. I guess the batting must be the vibrations, is my only thinking. He probably had a lot of drugs or injections for finals day, and maybe for the county championship it's harder to manage because you don't know when you're going to bat. So I can understand that. That's Gregory's straighter this time and dotted back.
I thought they might rest him for this game actually.
Yeah.
Because he's played the last 2, and Somerset don't have a huge amount to play for.
It could have been
this game. They're pretty much nailed on for 3rd place in the.
Well, my thought was if Ogborn or Langridge were fit, they might have played. But because they're not fit, no offence to Ben Green, but because he's leaving, there's not much to gain from him playing. No disrespect to him. But, same with Aldridge and Davey, you could argue. Gregory again coming round the wicket to Walter. This time it's off the middle of the bat. Behind square, Jack Leach is out at long leg. Picks it up well, going round to his right to keep it to 1 run.
You couldn't very well drop Casey Aldridge off.
Well, exactly, yeah. So Aldridge you've got to play. Josh Davies not really been much in the picture in September. So it was sort of Green, Ball, and the 2 left armers both being injured. I guess made it a slightly easier decision.
Well, it was good to see Josh Thomas being given his chance.
Yeah, did you expect him to open?
No, but he did when I asked him last evening.
Gregory around the wicket again, this time to Dean Elgar, squares him up, big appeal this time. Again he's on his knees. Again we're seeing the Rue star jump and the slipcord and hands on heads, but nothing doing. Yeah, Josh Thomas batted top 3 for the twos all season, done well.
That's right. That's
Perhaps top 4.
I said, were you surprised at being asked to open? He said, no, not really. He said, I've been batting top 3 for the twos for most of the season.
What surprised me though is Kola Cadmore has actually done really well as an opener in the county championship.
He has.
Against what people expected. You know, it's not the role you expect of him really. His running down the wicket against Yorkshire was brilliant at home.
It was.
I know the Kookaburra rounds in July is a different ball game literally, but I was surprised to see him moved.
And yes.
And then he would get criticised for the way he got out. But
well, it was a pretty aimless shot.
yeah, but he did play so well against a brand new ball.
Absolutely. I just think opening the innings, he's got a very clear role.
Yeah.
Whereas coming in at number 5, after Somerset have got plenty of runs on the board, I don't know. Vaughan in bowls to Walter, who drives that up to the man we are talking about, Tom Kola Cadmore.
My thought then was Vaughan quite enjoyed batting at 7 in that one game he got down the order. Could Kola Cadmore open with Josh Thomas and have Archie Vaughan down at 5?
Vaughan to Walter, drives this away. 4 runs. Straight down the ground.
Yeah, just skidded a bit of sand. There's quite a lot of sand on the outfield here actually.
It looks like it's suffering from acne in the outfield.
Yes. Or like, do you remember the April 2 years ago when the Colin Atkinson had a bit of a sand pit in front of it?
Yeah, well,
bit like that. The drainage issues.
The lake at one end of the ground at Taunton and a beach at the other.
That was it.
As Vaughan is into Walter, will pick up a single as Jack Leach has dispensed with his short sleeve sweater. Fields at deepish mid-on, another run on the board, 62 for no wicket, and runs coming very easily for Essex on this placid pitch.
Could that be a sign that Jack Leach might be on from the t'other end? He is warming up as well, but
Vaughan tosses this one right up, and it's driven away, and that's going to go for 4 runs as well. Kola Cadmore can give that one up. It was over pitch from Archie Vaughan, and nicely dealt with by Dean Elgar, who's a very utilitarian batsman, is Dean Elgar. There are no frills to Dean Elgar's batting.
no, I think very crab-like, one of the most crab-like openers I can think of, but so effective. Somerset would have loved to have signed him a few years ago.
He shovels it away through the onside very effectively. Vaughan in and bowls a better ball, and Elgar's back on his stumps playing that defensively out into the offside. He has got quite a nice extra cover drive.
Yeah, because I was surprised to see him open in the T20 Blast, but he did play that shot quite nicely. Got a few runs at Taunton, of course, in that format.
Vaughan to Elgar. Won't get a run there. End of the over, 66 for no wicket. Essex with Elgar on 28 and Walter 38 from just 41 deliveries. Tall Paul, who played in the Big Bash, didn't he, during the winter? Did quite well.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching quite a lot of the Big Bash actually. It works well in our winter, waking up in the morning watching a bit of Big Bash cricket. Likes of Jamie Overton playing out there, Sam Haynes.
To watch the Abu Dhabi T10 as well.
Not as much. I know that's one of your favourites.
Oh, absolutely.
That's November time, isn't it? Kola Cadmore gets involved with that. Gregory's going to continue then for his second over round the wicket to Tall Paul Walter. Whips it with power, leg side. There were 2 deep on the leg side, Josh Thomas and Jack Leach, but they can't stop it. Great placement and great power in between the 2 for 4. Yeah, Tall Paul, bit of a cult hero out in Australia. I think it was a Brisbane Heat he was playing for.
Yeah.
The blue team up in Queensland. Sam Hayden played. That's where Lewis Gregory played. Tom Banton played. Tom Abel, I think, had a very brief stint.
I wonder if Tom Banton will get a gig in the Big Bash.
I guess it depends on the MI. He often ends up playing that, doesn't he? The IL T20 thing. There's Gregory's round the wicket again to Paul Walter. Again flicking off his legs. Far too easy this. I think Somerset bowling 2 straight. It's 1 run out to Josh Thomas. 2 leg sides from the Somerset seamers so far.
Well, saying that, Gregory had 2 good LBW shouts in his previous.
Yeah, do you think that's what he's going for again?
Yeah,
I guess
I
just
think
trying
so.
too hard for that maybe. They were 2 better shouts than Jake Ball had. There's a bit more passion and meaning to the appeals for the Gregory ones.
Any news on Somerset signing any quick bowlers for next season?
No, we could do the sort of factory producing them really. Gregory wearily trudging in from the Hayes close end, defended crab-like out to cover for no run. He's got that end of season feel to his run. He never sprints in, but he's now kicking the dust again. He's got a bit of a habit of bowling no balls. He hasn't yet, but
No, he hasn't.
he's always kicking the line. And
He bowls a no ball approximately every 30 legal deliveries.
yeah, Mickey Pretorius built up a little bit of a habit as well, didn't he, of almost copying his skipper. Although one on finals day was harshly given, they actually realised it was a mistake. So Redfern probably shouldn't have intervened with that particular decision. As Gregory is round the wicket again to Dean Elgar. Down the leg side, and James Rew cannot get that one. He's going to run away for 4. He's given us 4 byes, which James Rew is rather disappointed with, but surprise. Hands on head from Craig Overton. Lewis Gregory still stood there in disbelief.
I don't think there was a nick on that though, clipping the pad. Clipping the pad, I think. Dean Elgar's just sort of indicated he's just pointed down to the edge of his right pad.
Sorry, we didn't be able to show you any replays currently. We've had a technician trying to come in and fix the screen, but I think that's a separate issue to the replays on the stream.
Hopefully there are replays on the stream. Just not on our stream.
Gregory over the wicket this time, and a slightly different angle. Tucks up Elgar a little bit. He looks a little bit more rushed, a bit quicker perhaps from Gregory. The angle got into his sort of hip height.
Well, he's looked the most likely, Lewis Gregory,
Yeah.
to make the breakthrough that Somerset need.
Is there too much an obsession with right arm off spinners bowling to left-handers? Shouldn't Somerset just go to Jack Leach?
Yeah, I think they should.
Yeah, that's the
Because
best bowler.
he can pitch it in the bowler's rough outside the
Exactly,
left-handers off stump and get it dipping back into the left-hander.
Gregory over the wicket again. This time he's a bit leg side, but the middle of the Dean Elgar bat doesn't get any runs. Intercepted at mid wicket for a dot ball. Yeah, Charlie Bennett's quite a big seamer, bowling from the Hayes close end, providing a little bit of rough for Leach to target. Worry to bowl from Archie Vaughan's current end. Or could it be Tom? Is that Tom Lammonby going to have a bowl? Okay, I wonder if this is for a bit more rough to be provided, or while the ball's still new and shiny. We know Tom Lammonby swings the ball.
That's the voice of the globe-trotting Harry Everett. Yesterday where were you yesterday? Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Yesterday Philadelphia, today Chelmsford.
And I was more excited for Chelmsford than I was baseball in Philadelphia, dare I say so. Though baseball cost me a fortune. Yeah, never been to the States in my life, but I had to go to a cousin's wedding.
Never been here before, have you?
No, there you go. Ticking off a couple in a week.
Yeah.
No, delightful it is here. It's similar weather actually.
It is. There's a good atmosphere here. The
Good crowd, yeah.
Essex County Cricket 4-day game is very well supported here, even if the ground itself is a little bit ramshackle. Particularly the pavilion and the players' changing rooms and so on.
I find the shape interesting. It's not a rectangle and it's not a circle. It's not really an oval. I don't know what shape you want to call it. It's like a dodecahedron or something on the different angles of the stands.
Tom Lammonby then to bowl his left-arm seam up from this Gooch end, from this Alistair Cook end, I hasten to say. Sir Alistair Cook.
I wonder how often he comes down and sits in his end. He's living up near Leighton Buzzard on his farm.
Mm.
Quite busy doing a bit of commentary stuff as well.
He's been doing quite a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Said yesterday. Comes from a North Devon farming family, of course.
Yes, well, because his grandma lived in Holberton. His grandma gave me a signed pair of his gloves and his book. Sadly died now, but lived in Holberton for a few years.
This is outside the off stump from Lammonby.
Yeah, a couple of links. Then I lived in Milton Keynes for a while, and I played for Dunstable and then for Great Brickell, and his farm was around the corner. And a friend who served him at him and his family. I can't remember what it's called. One of those sort of Creeley type places near Leighton Buzzard.
Oh, yeah.
Alistair Cook's wandering around with his family.
Lammonby. Floppy hair flopping in the breeze. He's in bowls full length delivery, which he's very fortunate isn't clipped away for 4
Yeah.
runs by Paul Walter.
Look at his reaction. Paul Walter's head up in the sky. Disbelief that he's missed out on that. How's he not got any bat on that? There's a fine leg in place, but they've probably beaten him in square leg and could have been 4 with any bat.
So what were you doing in Philadelphia?
Yeah, so my cousin from Swansea was marrying an American girl he met at university. And they do 3-day weddings out there. Like a 3-day test match.
It's Lammonby in bowls, and that takes Walter on the pad, and they'll pick up a leg by, I fancy, unless there was a little bit of bat involved.
Yeah,
Looking at Russell Warren.
I'd give it a leg by, but I'm not an umpire.
A little bit of inside edge there. So it's a run to Paul Walter.
Yeah, I'd normally try and avoid weddings in the cricket season, but I figured it was September, so I wasn't missing a league game, and I managed to commentate till the close of the draw of Somerset, Hampshire, till 6 o'clock Thursday night, fly Friday morning, and then back here for day 2 of this one.
Yeah.
So I managed to squeeze it in fairly well. Expensive, mind, the state.
Jet lagged?
Yeah, I haven't slept all night. I haven't slept for a few days. Tell me if I was affected by commentary, but...
No, not at all. I mean, we could do with some slightly more lively cricket, though, I think.
The cricket's jet lagged, maybe,
Yeah.
more than me.
It's a little bit soporific at the moment as Lammonby's into Elgar, who turns this into the onside, but straight to Casey Aldridge. We haven't seen Casey Aldridge with the ball in hand
No.
so far.
He didn't bowl much in the last game either. I'm surprised Ben Green didn't get more of a go, but it was all about spin, wasn't it? Leach and Bourne, the Hampshire game. I just sometimes think I quite like having a bit of pace, like a Casey Aldridge bowling quick one end, and then the change up to Jack Leach at the other end. I thought it was a bit too samey for the likes of Gubbins and Brown playing Leach and Bourne.
Lammonby in bowls a full length. It's driven out to Archie Vaughan at extra cover. End of that over 76 for no wicket is the score, with Elgar on 28 from 55 deliveries and Paul Walter 44 from 47.
I did quite like wandering around the ground at lunchtime. I thought it was quite a nice touch. Simon Harmer was just cuddling his baby at lunchtime. Well, that's quite cool. You don't normally see that at Taunton.
It's got it's. I think the atmosphere around the ground is not dissimilar to Taunton.
Yeah,
in the sense it's quite a small ground, and there are probably, I don't know, a couple of thousand people here.
And in the centre,
you know,
do you call it a city? Is it a city, Chelmsford? The
it
sign
certainly
says,
is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only recently anointed as a
Right,
city.
because I did see the city centre signs and I was surprised because I thought it was coming to a town, but yeah, nice. By the river and the park. So Gregory will continue over the wicket. Started around. A few appeals for LW. Now he's going over to tall Paul Walter. That's well down the leg side. That's a ridiculously ambitious appeal. It's hit the pad. The umpire gestures straight away. They're getting desperate at Somerset with that kind of appealing.
Gregory just flexing his right hand there as he walks back. I think
a bit of pain, isn't he?
That hurt him.
Is it? You're right though. Is it worth it? I guess his argument is it's the last game of the season. He's been picked up in the SA20 for January. There's been a few Somerset movements. It was Abel, Van der Merwe and Craig Overton, all at the Sunrisers Eastern Cape, but been a bit of a change around. I think Gregory and Smead are playing together. Mika Pretorius yet to be signed up. Gregory over this time. It's a big whoosh, a swing and a miss from Paul Walter.
What about Essex? Jordan Cox is presumably going to play in the SA20.
Yeah, well, the thing is the January seems to be a mental time for franchise cricket, doesn't it? It's so hard to keep up with the ML20, whatever you call it, the IL20, the Big Bash, and the SA20 all seem to overlap in that post-Christmas period. And I think quite often it's a case of where do you get the most money, or can overseas be consistent rather than having to keep changing and have someone for a week and then you never know with injuries, of course. Gregory again over to Paul Walter, leaving that outside off stump. I do enjoy keeping up with.
Paul Walter will presumably be playing quite a lot of franchise cricket during the winter.
Yeah, he's. I guess he's a bit of a Sam
Matt
Curran.
Critchley, does he get and Michael Pepper? Do they get in?
I've not seen much of those two round
Michael
about.
Pepper's a very effective white ball cricketer.
Well, Ross Whiteley got a Big Bash gig, which I thought was one of the more surprise overseas signings. I dare say Pepper and Critchley might be more, well, more likely to be signed, in my opinion, than Ross Whiteley, but depends on what they want to do sometimes as well, but you're not going to turn it down, you'd have thought, if you're asked. Gregory over to Paul Walter. I was reading yesterday about Ollie Robinson going out to play grade cricket in Australia, which I think is quite sensible, because if there's a couple of injuries and if there's an illness the night before the test, you can't fly someone from the UK in a day. I know they're pretty quick these day and age, but if you're there and you're doing well, then you never know.
Perhaps Jack Leach could go out and play some great
Yeah.
to be on hand, just in case anything happens to Shoaib Bashir.
George Bartlett played at Fremantle for a bit. Finn Hill and Tom Lamberby have had time in WA grade
Tom Abel's
cricket.
played out there as well.
Yeah. I think Mark
Western
supports used to
Australia.
play. There's a few links with Somerset and WA. Gregory is left again by Paul Walter outside the off stump.
Before Vic Marks, Brian Rose.
Yeah.
Played for Scarborough.
Right, okay. So many English names out there.
Yeah.
America's the same. Yeah, I played for Mouchet Tigers a couple of years ago. My old Sanford captain, you might remember, played for Devon quite a few times, Richard Phone.
Yeah.
He, a good friend of mine, captain at Sanford, gave me my Premier League debut for Sanford. He lives out in Perth now, so he got me a couple of games, and I actually outscored him in both games, which I quite enjoyed. Gregory is over to Paul Walter. Oh, that's a lucky shot. The inside edge just evades the stumps. It's going to go for 4. That is the first fortunate boundary, I'd say, for Paul Walter. That could have gone anywhere.
Well, yet again, Lewis Gregory has looked the most likely of the Somerset bowlers to make the breakthrough. That one could easily have gone back onto the stumps. I suppose it's because Paul Walter is so tall that it went over the top of the stumps as he rehearses the shot.
I had a Somerset member ask me at lunch, Anthony. I thought this might be a question you'd enjoy. Is Gregory the best Somerset captain since Justin Langer, in your opinion?
Well, yeah. I mean, Marcus sort of captained a bit by numbers, didn't he? You know, the strategy was set in advance and he followed it.
Yeah, this chap
wasn't
said
great at improvising.
No, this chap said Gregory definitely ahead of Abel and Trescothick was his opinion.
Abel.
Rogers is another shout. He was pretty good for
Chris
a short
Rogers.
time.
Well, yeah, as Lammonby is in and bowls to Elgar. I've never forgiven Chris Rogers for the declaration against Middlesex.
Yeah, I knew that was coming up. I had a feeling you might mention that.
Just when Somerset had made the game safe against Middlesex, and he declared setting them like 309, I think it was, in I don't know, 50 overs, 60 overs maybe, and they got them. John Simpson.
If you could you take that game out of it and judge Christian Rogers apart from that game?
Yeah, he was a good captain. Lammonby in and bowls, and this is helped on its way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Not a good ball from Tom Lammonby. Easy runs for Dean Elgar. I thought Tom Abel was a good captain. Again, not tactically, probably not as astute as Lewis Gregory.
Wasn't as experienced, I suppose, as part of that. He was so young when
he was a very different style. You know, he was hyperactive, rushing around,
passionate, heart on the sleeve. Yeah. Whereas Gregory's the opposite, laid back, and
but Gregory is very much the man in control.
Yeah.
You know, if you look at that team out there, it's not hard to spot who's the captain. He has that presence about him. Lammonby in a bowls, and it's a better ball, and just turns, but it's a no ball. So he put a little bit of extra effort into that, did Lammonby. So yeah, I think Lewis Gregory is a very, very good captain. So he's such a cool customer, cool under pressure.
Yeah, well, you see that in the T20s, of course.
Yeah.
The only time you hear the Sky camera commentators complimenting Somerset is when they say Lewis Gregory is one of the best captains.
That's a bit unfair on the Sky commentators. Lammonby in a bowls full length. It's driven up to Leach at mid-off, and there's no run. So I'd find it difficult. It'd be interesting to talk to the players as to, whether they prefer the Tom Abel style of captaincy or the Lewis Gregory one.
I guess it's different individuals, isn't it? I guess some will.
Tom Abel came so close to winning the county championship, as of course did the Australian. That's played back of the square, fielded by Jake Ball. Was that Jake Ball or is it Ben Green? Or it might even be Casey Aldridge.
No Ben Green on the field at the moment. Kayla Camore and Overton in the slip still.
It's Lammonby to Elgar, as this is played to Archie Vaughan at.
Oh, is that Ben Green?
Cover.
Yeah, Ben Green's coming up mid-wicket actually, isn't he? Yeah, is that Jake Ball gone off, do you reckon? No, Ball's down at fine leg.
Yes, that is Ben Green at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he loves a floppy hat.
Yeah.
And rarely wears a jumper.
Yes, I can see Ben Green captaining Leicestershire before very long.
Yes, and doing particularly well against Somerset. There's no like football clause where you don't play against your former club or anything like that. Don't celebrate.
Lammonby in box to Elgar, watchfully forward, playing that.
I reckon Ben Green and Josh Davey to open the bowling and the batting potentially. They've both done both for Somerset over the years.
Yep, Josh Davey got a 3-year contract up there, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I mean you can't blame him.
Well, apparently he's got family reasons and and career reasons as well for wanting to move.
His wife had a job in Suffolk, so that made sense. This Gregory's going to bowl another over. I dare say
he's a Suffolk boy, isn't he?
Yeah,
I know they say
Suffolk Scottish,
because he's born in Aberdeen.
The most Suffolk-sounding Scotsman. As well.
And his father worked in the oil industry in Aberdeen.
Yeah. My favourite Josh Davies stat was that he was a top wicket taker in the 2015 World Cup until the last group game when I think then Bolt and Stark played a few more games in the knockouts and overtook him. So Gregory over the wicket to tall Paul Walter. That back foot punch is magnificent. The timing's beautiful. The dive from Archie Vaughan is in vain. Extra cover. He can't stop that. It's not a cut. The back foot punch before and he gets to his 50. Well batted Paul Walter. 50 off 54 balls. A stroke of 96. That's his 11th boundary. Just over an hour him and Dean Elgar have been at the crease for. That's one of his best shots. The back foot punch on top of the bounce.
Yeah, he's been apart from that inside edge that flew over the top of the stumps. He's been in complete control. On a flat pitch against some, let's call it end-of-term bowling.
Yes, I think I agree. Not threatening. The kind of thing Somerset fans worry about without a Meredith or a Henry. There's no X factor in the attack to make the most of a benign surface. Round the wicket now is Lewis Gregory. A lovely straight drive, but it should be a dot ball to Jake Ball. Jake Ball always looks a bit funny when he goes down with a long barrier. I'm not particularly confident in his long barrier, but he manages to stop it.
Yeah, he's a bit like Jack Leach. He's not naturally athletic in the way that many of the Somerset fielders are, but he gives it everything he's got. Gets everything behind him.
Yeah, pretty solid, and he's not a bad number 11. You know, there's not really many tail enders these days, but he can hold an end up. Gregory round the wicket again to Paul Walter. Forward defensive shot on the move slightly this time. Walter fell over to the offside, but still defends it straight. He's going to ask for some new gloves at the end of the over.
Interesting, Gregory put his right hand down to field that ball and then just remembered himself in time and lifted it out of the way.
It's a natural reaction. Yeah, he's having a big chat with Ben Green. You do think, you know, could have just given Ben Green a go, had a rest, let Craig Overton captain.
Yeah.
Craig Overton was moving the field a bit actually last week when Leach and Vaughan were bowling. A strong leader in the side. Gregory round the wicket to Walter again. This time it's defended on more of a push drive to mid-on.
Well, Craig Overton's got quite a good record captaining Somerset.
He has, yeah. But then there was that weird game. It was at Southampton, wasn't it, when he was playing as vice captain, but James Rue captain.
James Rue captain.
I mean, James Rue is definitely a captain of the future in this format, as he's shown in the One Day Cup.
Just to give him some experience.
Just seemed a bit odd in a random championship game rather than
a
friendly. You know, he did the One Day Cup, of course, particularly well, captaining his brother. Hopefully, we'll soon have an England Lions squad announcement, which we hope to see James Rue in. Short ball this time. Paul Walter rolls his wrists. Jack Leach is out at deep backwards square leg, and Josh Thomas is at deep mid wicket. Keep it to 1 run. Right, he's now looking at his footmarks again. Paul Walter's observing. There's no beef between these two sides really. Pretty friendly feel to this match. Walter's happy to have a chat with Gregory as he ensures he stays behind the line and bowl from his full 22 yards. It's the last ball of the 20th over here, just after 2:15, in glorious blue skies, stunning September sun shine in the southeast of England. Still 2 slips for Lewis Gregory into Dean Elgart, round the wicket. Oh, that's a good lead. That's a better ball, not making play, but it's a better channel or corridor that might entice a tickle. Well, as the batters have a little wander off for a drink, I'm going to make way to bring Nick back in.
Thank you, Harry Everett. Harry will be back around about half an hour's time on this very pleasant afternoon. It's very hot in our commentary box with the sun shining directly in through the window. But a nice problem to have, especially in the penultimate week of September, the last full week in September. Not missing any cricket. The batsmen are having a well-earned drink. And Essex going along very smoothly at 91 for no wicket.
Yes, there really has been nothing much in it for the bowlers today, has there? Seen a little bit yesterday, but much less today. And I always have thought that there might be a realistic chance of a result. I think that's probably receded. Yes, yeah. Receded a little bit. It is a lovely day though, and the crowd in front of us chatting away, all on their feet at the moment. There's something major's about to happen, but they'll be sitting down. They're about to sit down again.
Surrey 37 for 2 against Hampshire, still 64 runs adrift.
Yes, Brad Wheeler's taken the 2 wickets, so no spin there yet.
Not's going well against Warwickshire, 167 for 2. As this is played away through the offside for 4 runs by Paul Walter. Tom Allenby short and wide.
I can tell you now that in Division 2, Derbyshire at 669 for 6 against Kent have made their highest ever score anywhere other than, do you know the last word of a sentence?
Taunton.
Yes, well done. You're probably at both games. 2005 and 2007, they made 700 and 800. Must have been a flat wicket in those days.
It was, yeah.
Yes. The only 2 highest scores they've made were those 2 games at Taunton in the noughties.
Here's Lammerby and bowls this short and wide and cracked away through the offside. It's going to be cut off by Josh Thomas. Down to our right, we'll trot through for a comfortable 2. But Tom Lammerby is not a bad option with his left arm seam up, but he's not been at his best in this spell. I think even he would admit he's in his 3rd over, conceded 13 runs so far, bowling to Walter. And that's a much better ball played defensively by Walter.
I mean, Walter, so at one point, was my player of the season. I think Wesley's just overtaken him, and he's now threatening to get back in the lead. He hasn't had the best form in recent times. He did make, I think, 80 odd on a very flat wicket here with a Kookaburra ball against Warwickshire. That was in the end of July. Quiet time in the 100, but he looks at absolutely prime form here.
Lammerby bowls to Walter, who wristily plays that back up the pitch, but it's going to be fielded by Somerset's captain Lewis Gregory with his right wrist strapped up. It's the one where he's got a cracked bone. But hasn't stopped him playing the last 3 county championship games of the season, or indeed playing in the semi-final and final of the Blast up at Edgbaston. But it's obviously causing him discomfort, if not pain. Lammerby in bowls, and this is whipped into the onside, but Lewis Gregory, wearing his fielding pads at mid-wicket, manages to make the stop, and there's no run.
Yes, looking very flat out there at the moment. And Somerset, of course, that mindset that obviously they know if they don't lose the game, they're going to finish in 3rd place. So Question of just trying to raise the spirits to see if they can get a breakthrough here.
Lammonby to Walter, who drives this off the back foot powerfully away between extra cover and mid-off for 4 handsome runs. And that is the century partnership between these two of 21 overs in 79 minutes. So good going against some, well, end of season bowling, let's call it that.
Yeah, it's just a question of how Somerset can motivate themselves, but I suppose they don't. If Essex went extremely well, they don't want to leave themselves too long to bat in the 3rd innings, but it's a long way before we get to that point, but they certainly made a fantastic response to this 433, and to be very, very pleased with it.
How many overs have we had? 21. 46 overs remaining in the day's play, so Essex aren't going to be ahead by the close of play.
No.
But, could be up around 300, something like that.
Yeah, certainly been very impressive indeed. Gregory ran the wicket bowls, and Elgar gets one that's well pitched up and just plays it defensively up into the offside. We mentioned therefore that Surrey at 38 for 2 are 63 behind, Notts at 174 for 2. Now, well, they've gone to 175. They're 125 runs away from the title. They get to 300, it's all over. And interestingly, Yorkshire 113 for 1, threatening to put pressure on Durham, 346 all out. Interesting to see how that one progresses. 101 for no wicket here. 332 behind as Gregory bowls. Driven away nicely. Good shot by Elgar. He looks in good touch today. It's going to be not perfectly timed. It's going to be a couple of runs. And yeah, the crowd in the sunshine here, enjoying the Essex batters prospering. And it has been a feature. I mean, it's a good start here, but one of the reasons that the Essex season has turned around, Anthony, has been this weight of first innings runs that they've discovered again. It certainly eluded them a lot in the first part of the season. And big innings against Warwickshire, pretty big score against Durham, big winning score against Sussex at Hove, and also did well against Surrey twice, but drew both games. Gregory round the wicket bowls, and Elgar just with that crouching forward shot that he often plays it defensively into the offside, and there's no run.
I think though the choice of a hybrid wicket for this game suggests that Essex were quite happy to settle for a draw with a few bonus points, which it looks very much as if that's what the outcome is going to be.
Hello to Sam on our emails. I'll come to your email in a short while, Sam, about the county structure, and you're talking about the PCA being disgruntled about the lack of change to the schedule that we mentioned earlier. As this one is a good delivery, which Elgar with fine judgment leaves alone as it's just moving away outside the off stump, but a good ball that from Lewis Gregory. But 103 for no wicket. It obviously doesn't look like Warwickshire are going to beat Notts, so it's very much, it's one of those situations for Somerset that you know where you're going to finish, and it's therefore quite hard to, really sort of, it's that 5% different, isn't it? It's just sort of trying to be at full intensity as Gregory bowls, and this is played defensively up into the offside, and no run. Third, a reasonable return for Somerset, or feeling that very close to at least 2 other wins at Taunton.
It's a hard question to answer. I mean, looking at the strength of the squad at the start of the season, I think I'd have settled for 3rd.
Yeah.
But we came within a wicket of beating Worcestershire and 2 wickets of beating Hampshire, and if those 2 games had gone the other way, it could be a different story.
As Gregory bowls again, and that's going down the leg side, and Elgar gets inside the line of it. Another over completed, 22 have gone. Essex 103 for no wicket, so 330 behind after Somerset got 433 with an even 100 for Lewis Goldsworthy.
So with the benefit of foresight, it's a good outcome. With the benefit of hindsight,
Yeah.
not so good, but still been a good season. Somerset have won 4 county championship matches.
I think Essex, particularly after the Yorkshire away game, which is possibly a low point where they basically run out of bowlers, probably sort of settle for where they are now. I mean, the Taunton game really was, the turning point which sort of took away any sort of serious thoughts that they might be challenging up near the top of the table. And they lost at Worcester, I think, just after the Taunton game, if memory serves me right. 1 or 2 loosish bowling performances around about that time.
It was a season of opportunity for Somerset, because I don't fancy the First Division has been as strong this season as in some seasons.
Yeah, interesting.
Hampshire aren't quite the force that they were without James Vince and Mohammed Abbas.
Yes.
Surrey have been missing a lot of players for various reasons. Warwickshire aren't very good. Worcestershire haven't been very good. Sussex, up and coming team. And Essex, with your bowling problems, again, not quite the force that they have been in some seasons.
Well, the old 8 points for a draw has helped Warwickshire. We both didn't particularly fancy Warwickshire when we last discussed it, but they've drawn enough games.
Here we got Jack Leach coming into the attack, slightly belatedly, if you ask me, as this one is the arm ball. On into Paul Walter's pads. Bowled from wide of the crease. Leach closer to the stumps this time, and slightly different angle. Looking to drift that away from the left-hander through the air with the help of this breeze blowing across the ground from east to west, and then get it to nip back in off the pitch. That's the battle plan. Leach in and bowls and gives that one a little bit more air than sometimes. Doesn't often get it up above the batsman's eye line, Jack Leach. It's accuracy and persistence are his main weapons. He's there and bowls. This is shorter and will bring Walter a single as he runs it up to Casey Aldridge at long on. 104 for no wicket. A couple of Essex supporters having a chat just next to our effects microphone. This could be high summer, not the last week in September, looking out. With the sun glinting off Jack Leach's bald head. That's played into the onside to Tom Lallenby. Slip and a short leg. 3 saving 1 on either side. Leach to Elgar, pitches this one up, and that's driven away, and that should be pulled in by Lewis Gregory, just a few yards short of the boundary. Does so, I think he, or has he? Yes, he did indeed, and they came back for 2 runs in the end, so it's 106 for no wicket at the end of the
Yes, after that defeat at Taunton, Essex just about survived against Yorkshire, 9 wickets down here, and then they lost at Worcester by 225 runs. And it's fair to say they were wobbling a little bit at that point. Had a good draw at the Oval, and then when they came back after the first tranche of the T20, had the worst of a draw. Didn't bat particularly well in the first innings against Hampshire at Chelmsford, and then that defeat at York. So there were a couple of occasions. The three defeats they've had this season came in relatively quick succession, and there was a little bit of concern around, particularly after the Worcester and Yorkshire games, about what the season might have in store. But critically, then the runs started to flow, and to say that performance at Hove was an absolute turning point in the right direction. As we start the new over, Overton is bowling, and there's going to be 4 runs straight away here as Walter will get that one down towards fine leg with a deft little glance, goes along to 68 with that. 68 from 69 balls. It's 110 for no wicket.
Yes, he's been in complete command as Paul Walter.
Really has been a tremendous performance from him. Sam talking about reducing the workload of the players. One such way would be to rotate players such that they play 12 or 13 games in the season, with each player being offered a rest in the April-May period. Well, they try to give the teams a rest. They try to have everybody having an off week in that early tranche of championship games. This is played by Walter up towards mid-wicket, and you don't really ideally want anyone playing more than 4 or 5 rounds in a row. And then you say that each player offered a rest in the April to May period, and then potentially in August-September championship block, which no longer appears to be no longer in 20, or appears to be a longer block in 2026. Yes, because the 100 is earlier, and therefore there'll be at least 5 championship games after the 100. As this is Walter going to a slightly shorter ball, pulling it away, getting it down towards deep square leg, and he'll collect a single. So 111 for no wicket.
Somerset are very keen on rotating their quick bowlers, particularly early season. Doesn't always go down particularly well with the spectators, particularly when Casey Aldridge, after he took 5 against Surrey at the Oval, was rotated out for the next game, and some say he's never been the same bowler since.
Yes, and Overton with 2 slips waiting, bowls, and Elgar just steers it away into the offside, and there's no run. And you mentioned actually, Sam, that it's widely recognised that seamers need more rest than other types of players, which is what Anthony was alluded to. Yes, certainly that August-September championship block is going to be longer next year. I think it's around about the 16th of August, the final of the 100, so at least 5 championship rounds, possibly 6, and there'll certainly be, that will allow every side to at least have a game off as Overton bowls, and Elgar just crouching forward and playing defensively. You say, given that Essex have signed 2 seamers through the winter, and Somerset seem to have a production line of seamers coming out of the southwest, this is something which is very possible for 2026 and beyond for both clubs. In addition, this will aid the development of young talent, which is very important for the counties, and will help strengthen the Metro Bank. And also, if their rests are so important, then maybe they should play less franchise cricket in the winter. Well, that's the point that's been made, isn't it? It's a weaving during August, dare I say, as this is squeezed away out towards backward point, and there's no run. I mean, it's not just the winter. It's we just had a 5-test series against India, with every game going to a 5th test. You're not likely to be in the spring of step, particularly if you're a seam bowler, particularly if one of your teammates went down in the fifth test. 111 for no wicket Essex, Elgar 36, and Walter a splendid 69, and Leach to bowl his 2nd over.
Yeah, apart from the real stars, it doesn't tend to be the seam bowlers who play a lot of franchise cricket. It's the batsmen and the all-rounders. With Somerset, it's Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton as all-rounders, and batsmen, you've got Tom Abel and Tom Banton and Tom Kohler-Captain.
Yeah. It's the big strength that Somerset have over Essex, particularly on the bowling side. Essex have a batting all-rounder in Critchley, and Harmer, Harmer could bat at number 7 if a number 8 is as good, I would say, and that's probably where the issue is.
It's Leach to Walter, tosses this one up, driven down the ground for 6, I fancy, just down below us. Ben Green in his sun hat trots down to the boundary to retrieve it. Probably didn't carry the boundary by very much, but just enough. First 6 of the innings.
Well, it is some display this from Paul Walter of clean hitting. I say he's not been, in terms of his returns, in the best of form generally in the last couple of months, but this is much more like him at his best, and it's his clean striking that is the feature.
The ball is being presented by Jack Leach to Russell Warren, but it passes muster. Leach tries again. This is whacked through the offside for 4 more. Jack Leach overcompensating. Previous delivery pitched up and driven hard, high and handsome for 6. That one dropped short and hammered off the back foot between extra cover and mid-off for 4 runs, and Paul Walter is running riot at the moment. 79 from 73 deliveries. It's 121 without loss, and we're only in the 24th over, so Essex going along at nearly 5 runs and over on this beautiful sunny September afternoon. Somerset at the moment having no answer to the adroitness of Dean Elgar and the power of Paul Walter. Lewis Goldsworthy's coming out of short leg, tossing his helmet to Craig Overton, who positions it behind James Rue, the wicket-keeper. So no forward short leg. As Leach bowls to Walter, who turns this into the onside, but there won't be a run as Lammonby fields at mid-wicket.
Yeah, good fight back by Surrey today. 50 for 2 at Southampton, 51 behind, and Dominic Sibley, crucially, there is 23 not out.
Leach to Walter, and that's a slower delivery, which is turned square, and Archie Vaughan emerges from the deep mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. It's another single. 122 for no wicket. These two making untroubled progress. Leach to Elgar. Oh, and this one certainly bounces, and I'm not sure it turned very much. But Dean Elgar just needs to be a little bit wary about leaving balls outside his off stump if they're pitched in the bowler's foot marks. Leach bowls again, and that's turned into the onside, and there's no run. It's the end of another over. 122 without loss, with Walter on 80 and Dean Elgar on 36.
Nottinghamshire have lost a couple of wickets relatively recently. 182 for 4, but Hasib Hamid is 99 not out. So the captain performing as such on this crucial occasion for them, and 182 for 4. They just need another 118 to be secured as champions. Inside 110 overs, but they're scoring at around about 3.5 an over, so that shouldn't be any problem for them. Here's Overton going around the wicket with 2 slips and 5 saving 1. That's played away just wide of a shortish mid-wicket by Walter, and it's going to be away for a couple of runs. So Walter continuing to score at a really fine rate here, and he's had, well, been very much able to do as he's pleased. It's been a tremendous knock from him. 82 from 76 balls. And it's going to be Overton to go round the wicket to bowl, and this is played from the crease up into the offside, and there is no run. So 124 for no wicket. Earlier Somerset 433. And Yorkshire continuing to do well in that game at Headingley. After all, will do for them, and they're nicely placed. 126 for 1, 220 behind Durham. And Overton bowls again from the Graham Gooch end, and just for once Walter mistimes the drives. He sends it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Light breeze which has got up, which is fluttering the Somerset and Essex flags away to our right, and actually with the strong sunshine it's probably quite pleasant for the spectators even at this late stage of the season. As Overton goes round the wicket, bowls, and Walter just traps that down into his crease, quite happy just to play that defensively. You say he's got a good average over the season, which he built up fairly early on. So even with a couple of lowish scores, still averaging in the, of recent times, still averaging nicely in the mid-40s. And the way he's going, you wouldn't bet against him getting 100 here. Certainly be against a run of play if he got out, because he's not looked like making too many mistakes. There's Overton bowls, and Kenny just comes forward and plays defensively up into the offside. 200s and 4 50s for Walter this season. They've certainly built up that average, which is currently standing at 50, but it's not outscore. So it's been a very good return to him, and of course he did a good job as well, opening the batting in the blast, showing his versatility. Sam's email finishes up, which we'll come on to after this ball from Overton, and that's played just off the back foot for the one run, forced away into the onside, just square of the wicket, out towards deep square. And one more run takes it up to 125 for no wicket. And Sam finishes by saying, with regard to similarities between Taunton and Chelmsford, they both have superb atmospheres, and my favourite place to watch cricket is from the top of the Marquis of Scothick, with the superb view of the Quantocks in the background. And he says, I'm an Essex supporter. Well, you don't have the views of the Quantocks here, for sure, Sam, but yeah, that's a tremendous view that we see very often when we're covering the cricket from there.
We certainly do. It's the finest view from any commentary box in the country. And
125 for no wicket.
it's rather more suburban here at Chelmsford, just on the outskirts of the city centre. City centre, the shops, only about 200 yards away from the entrance to the county ground, as this is driven up to Long On by Paul Walter for a single. I'll make way for Harry Everett at the end of
I'm thinking, are the shops as close at Taunton? Certainly there are some cafes, aren't they? You don't have to walk very far to get to those.
Not much in it, I wouldn't have said.
No, that's right.
But both grounds are very much in the centre of their respective city in the case of Chelmsford and town in the case of Taunton, which is nice. Leach in, Bowles and Elgar plays this up to Casey Aldridge, who hasn't been given a go with the ball yet. Playing his last match for Somerset for the time being. There's every chance he may return to Somerset after his spell up at Durham. Leach in and Bowles. This is played back to him by Dean Elgar. Not that he won't be a roaring success at Durham, he might very well be, but when I asked him about it, he said that at some stage he'd love to come back to Somerset. This is outside the off stump and too far outside the off stump for Elgar to have to play a shot at it. We've got the short leg back in for Elgar. Lewis Goldsworthy under the helmet there. Elgar gets right behind. Good ball from Jack Leach. Sun glinting off that bald pate of his. It's just sending Casey Aldridge back to Long On. He's into Elgar, and the ball is played up to Casey Aldridge at Long On, which means that Dean Elgar will keep the strike. It's the end of that over. It's 127 without loss, and after some words from Nick Gledhill, Harry Everett will take up the commentary.
Yes, and we've got 8 overs to go before tea, so tea will be with Leach bowling, probably only a few minutes delayed, if that. It's not going to be a particularly late tea today. And yes, it's been a very, very good performance from these two. So Paul Walter really looking close to his best here, and Dean Elgar clearly benefiting from that long time at the crease he had in the game 2 weeks ago, as Elgar has to reach for that slightly, not particularly off the middle of the bat. First ball of the new Overton over, sends it up towards mid-on, and there is no run, but if he gets the 100, it'll be his third of the season. 118, the highest so far for Paul Walter, and say the way he's going, it would be a surprise that he makes a mistake on this wicket.
Is this the most imperious he's looked all season?
This,
then?
yeah, to me, yeah. It is. He's not been in the best of touch probably since the T20, just generally speaking. As this is clipped away off his pads by Elgar for a single.
A lot of runs in that area.
Leach. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? So 128 for no wicket. So you haven't been able to produce a wicket for Somerset since entry to the commentary, which is probably quite rare this season when you're working at Taunton. But it's. I'm just saying to Anthony, that element of that extra 5% probably missing for Somerset, because you know they know that they can almost certainly third place is secure. This is a pull shot by Walter out towards deep square leg for single. Just want to make sure we don't lose this game. And they've got 400 plus on the board.
Yeah, you wonder how much third to second matters, because I think it was last year Somerset lost to Hampshire in a late season game, even a 2-horse race all season, and suddenly ended up coming third, which didn't really seem to reflect the whole season. But you know, suddenly losing last game, dropped down a spot.
129 for no wicket, and Elgar reaching for that, but again not quite timing it, sent it out into the covers, and there is no run. So yeah, Somerset with their batting points got along to 178, and Warwickshire actually now we should add one to their bowling points, because they've taken those 4 knots wickets, so they've gone up to 170. They're probably the least consequential side in the division in this round of games, but we'll keep everything updated as Overton bowls. That's all shaping back into the left-handed Elgar, but he leaves it alone. Harry Everett from the Somerset live stream with us, and so we've got about 25 minutes to go before the tea interval, but yeah, no further updates. Surrey still 2 down, just 44 behind now, putting pressure back onto Hampshire. 57 for 2, and Yorkshire going well at 135 for 1, 211 behind Durham. As Elgar goes for the drive but doesn't quite time it, sends it up to mid-on, and then actually starts, and as soon as he's played the shot, starts to walk towards the pavilion for some running repairs or refreshments or whatever it's going to be.
He was almost off before he finished playing the shot. The second
had given himself out. 129 for no wicket, Elgar 38, and Walter 85. But Walter certainly, this is one of his
I see what it is.
best performances of the season, certainly the ones that I've seen.
He's changing the inside of his helmet, so he's sweated through the helmet pads. Not often you see that. It's not that hot. It's very hot in the commentary box with the sun blazing in, but out there there's a bit of breeze.
It's probably about 18 degrees, isn't it?
And Dean Helga's played in a lot hotter conditions in South Africa and batted for a lot longer, but he decided he sweat through the pads. And I don't know how you gesture that to the 12thers, the man on 12thers duty. How does he know what he wants? You know, the glove signal is pretty obvious.
Well, Derbyshire have left those 2 high scores at Taunton in the record books as their top 2 innings, 698 for 6 declared. So actually one of those was just over 700, wasn't it? So the other one was just over 800. So that's their highest score other than those 2 at Taunton, and completes a very miserable season for the spectators at Canterbury. I would have thought 698 for 6 declared, including a record 3rd wicket stand, breaking the existing record. That was Lewis Rees and Wayne Madsen almost inevitably. So closing in on tea on this second afternoon in lovely sunshine.
Sadly, I'm not sure we are going to be closing in on tea anytime soon. We've got a random delay here. Both umpires have left the field after 28 overs. Can the ball really be that out of shape? I just think that's a bit ridiculous. They're going to go and get it changed. It's hit the advertising hoardings quite hard. Walter hit that big 6.
Yes,
I guess. I was sat in between Constance.
To do with some umpires, certainly.
But both of them have gone. You thought one might
one
stay.
would normally stay, but might as well have tea if they can't play. But hopefully that'll be sorted out fairly soon.
Shouldn't there just be a box of balls ready to go? Normally the 12thers will bring the balls out, the umpires will pick one and off they go. But
talking of high scores, Middlesex 634 for 9 declared. That'll be high in their list of high scores at Lords. And Lewis Deploy beating his own previous best of 238 not out for Derbyshire. 263 not out. And yeah, that's pretty prolific. 634 for 9 declared for Middlesex against Gloucestershire. So certainly some high scores being registered in the final round of games in Division 2.
I've just seen a tweet from Gary Barwell, the Edgbaston head groundsman. He's renovating the practice ground and the run-ups already. It's that stage of the season now. If you're one of the 9 counties playing away, your ground staff can be cracking on with end of season renovations, and it's a bit of a sad state really to see the pitches being ripped up.
Absolutely. Ready to go again then? 129 for no wicket.
Yeah, Jack Leach is going to Continue with his left arm over to big Paul Walter. Defended with a solid technique there. Doesn't play many defensive shots against spin. Doesn't sweep much, but loves using his feet, loves booming through the offside. If Jack Leach is going to bowl straight at him, he's probably going to have the most success. Don't give him any width. Might vary his pace a bit. He comes in again. This time it's driven straight to Lewis Gregory, he's almost 2/3 of the way to quite a short boundary down below us in the commentary box.
Yeah, Jack Leach, we mentioned earlier, unlucky not to be in the Ashes squad. I see Rob Key's been saying, I think rather cruelly, that Chris Wokes' international career is over.
Leach in again to Walter, defended into the offside for no run.
Maybe cruelty's a bit too strong, but I don't particularly see why you have. Maybe he's been misquoted, but
yeah, that
it does seem an odd statement to say. But Jack Leach, doubtless, next subcontinent tours are still a couple of years away. He'll still be in the equation.
Leach in again to Walter off the back foot, sort of squirty outside edge out to deep cover point for 1. Yeah, I mean, if Bashir got injured tomorrow, you still would like to think it's between Leach and Dawson.
Well, the thing about Will Jacks is it's incredibly negative to be thinking about a batter who can bowl at number 8 in a Test match. So
ridiculous, I think.
Both Anthony and me thought that a part of the thinking might be that he's just covering. They might be thinking of playing 5 seamers in the first 2 tests, including Stokes.
Leach into Elgar this time. An easy one to long on. Jack Leach maybe could have got across. He's a bit slow reacting. He's a bit frustrated. He didn't dive on that one. Gives away.
You've still got Joe Root.
I rate Joe Root's off spin. I don't think England rate it highly enough.
No, it's fair enough.
You know, as a 6th option or 7th option, he's a lot better than Bethel with the ball, I would say.
Yes, and that's a critical point.
This is another big shot from Walter down the ground. That is a lovely check straight drive for a 1 bounce 4. Lewis Gregory's nowhere near that. That's a glorious shot for 4. Paul Walter in his imperious best here. He's getting towards 100. He's now into the 90s.
Yeah, what they shouldn't be doing is playing Bethel ahead of Pope because of Bethel's bowling.
I hope
they don't do that.
No, agreed.
It would be rather
he bowled some absolute litter. I was there for all 4 days of the Somerset Warwickshire Kookaburra ball game, and James Rood just took him to pieces with good cricket shots, not just sweeping, reverse sweeping, running down the wicket. Just made him look like he was a second team bowler, tossing up pies really.
Yeah, I still think with Jacob Bethel, I mean, it was Bethel himself who said that perhaps that he ought to have played more championship cricket. Stokes himself, after the 5th test, said that he'd like Bethel to be playing in the championship in September.
Here's a change I wanted to see. Case Shoulders going to have a bowl.
Right.
He wasn't used much in the last game. Often used as an enforcer, which I think he's better than just come on and bang it in when nothing else is happening. But with him going to Durham, I guess Somerset will prioritise the players who are going to be here next April.
So it means Aldridge gets a bowl. And he's going to come in from the Graham Gooch end. So how many overs have we got left now? We've got 6 to go before 2.
I don't think Elgar would have faced Aldridge much, because Aldridge would have been pretty young in the Somerset Academy pathway stuff when Elgar was playing for Somerset.
That's a good point. You'll have experience of quite a few of the other bowlers. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point and 2 slips. As that's driven nicely by Elgar without being timed. He's just lost his timing a little bit. It's picked up at mid-off, but there is a run. There's a gap at extra cover, so it's 136 for no wicket.
I commentated on the England Lions game against Sri Lanka. Well, it's kind of their test side. Angelo Matthews playing, Chandimal, that Jai Sharia, the left-arm spinner, all playing, and Case Shoulders took him down, scored a few runs, took a couple of wickets. That was last summer. James Drew and Case Shoulders were playing in that one. Was Jordan Cox playing as well, perhaps? Lyndon James played, Ben McKinney.
Was that in the A team?
Yeah, the Lions. There's a warm-up for
played
the
him a second one, I think. This year?
No, last summer.
So I can't remember.
Yeah. Case Shoulders did have a tour as well in the winter.
Just the one slip in for Aldridge, who bowls a shorter ball, and Paul Walter goes onto the back foot and just helps it down for a single to fine leg, takes it along to 90.
Josh Davey, the sub, in the fielding there.
And
we've seen Ben Green and Josh Davey both on the field as subs across this afternoon. It's not quite got to the fast score situation we saw at Trent Bridge early in the year and last year, when the likes of Shane Berger and Jamie Thorpe, the head of medicine I think is his title now, going on as sub-fielders. That's more of a day for shenanigans.
Here's a delivery which is quite a long way wide of the off stump and left alone by Elgar. So 40 to Elgar, but Walter is the one who's really taken the limelight here with 91 from 89 balls. It's been a really impressive display, albeit on a surface that is playing today very flat. It was a more interesting cricket surface yesterday. It's played very flat today. And 137 for no wicket. Hamid's got his 100. And they're here. Elgar has got 4 because he's hit it down the ground, past Aldridge, and nicely wide of the mid-on fielder. And having just lost his timing for a while, he's regained it there. A splendid stroke down the ground. 4 runs to go to 44, 141 for no wicket.
Yeah, that's the replay worth watching. One of the best shots from Dean Elgar there, straight down the ground. I know he's got this crabby style that doesn't always look particularly elegant, but you can't really play an ugly straight drive.
It is 8-4. Walter has 6 and 16 fours in his innings. So this next delivery played by Elgar up into the covers, rolls up to Vaughan at cover, and there's no run.
What's the story behind Dean Elgar's 64 then? I don't remember him having that number at Somerset. Do you know anything behind that?
I don't know anything particular about it.
Because some players have particular numbers, you know, Root 66, Vaughan 66. There's a few, you know, funny stories with numbers, or players like to keep the numbers when they move.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they just give them whatever's left.
Aldridge round the wicket, bowls, nice delivery, and an appeal for a caught behind, and it's not out. Elgar almost imitated that he might be walking for a while, the fact he went towards square leg again, but it was a lovely piece of bowling, and the closest Somerset have got to a wicket for some time.
Thigh pad, perhaps?
Yeah, well, nice to see a replay of that. Just the top, yeah. Top
Not
of the
particularly
pad.
tall, Dean Elgar.
That was a good piece of bowling, and it just cut across Elgar, just flicked the top of the pad, we think, rather than hitting any part of the bat. So 141 for no wicket, but not about over that. Leach to continue. Elgar 44 and Walter 91.
I don't think it is going to be Leach to continue, you know?
No?
No, I think it's going to be Archie Vaughan.
Rotating the spinners, yeah. Another spinner.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan's going to bowl.
Come in. Vaughan, like Leach, has bowled 4 overs. A bit more economical, actually, but it was earlier on.
Yeah, Walter's got his eye in and taken the few downtown off Jack Leach. I guess, and that thing about it being slightly easier for right arm off spinners, turning the ball away from the batters to, well, make them play a little bit more defensively. So everyone's going to have a pretty standard field. A deep cover and a deep square leg are the only fielders out on the boundary. So a scout each side. Casey Aldridge actually long on is going to go, he's going to go 3/4, whereas Lewis Gregory at mid-off is almost 2/3. Still the slip in Craig Overton. Right on round the wicket. Walter drives it down the ground for 1. I was enjoying Nick Friend and Cam Ponsonby's podcast, County Cricket Conversation, talking about the Chahar Indian spinner who's just signed for Surrey. You know, their 1 game signings they like to have in September. How he bowls, is it through and over? Which is pretty rare. Through and around is quite common, but to actually bowl through, right arm through and over. I wonder if he's done that for Surrey today. Anyhow, Vaughan is a traditional right arm round, slapped off the back foot to cover no run by Dean Elgar. It's one of those tricks you practice in the net to have a bit of a laugh with. Sort of running around the umpire and then jumping back the other way. Anyhow, traditional from Archie Vaughan here, trying to turn it away from left hand into Craig Overton's mitts, but no, that's straight on leg stump and defended down to Casey Aldridge for a dot. I'm surprised Casey Aldridge's got a jumper on, but the argument when a quick bowler's coming in is you want to keep warm, I guess. Overly warm and sweaty to keep the muscles loose, I guess. Round again, shorter this time from Vaughan, but Elgar can't beat Goldsworthy and Thomas in the covers. So 3 left-handed throwers in this Somerset side now, in Goldsworthy, Lammonby and Josh Thomas. People think Jack Leach is a left-handed thrower, but he's not. Right-handed thrower, left-arm bowler. On the money there from Archie Vaughan. Dot ball defended comfortably. Yeah, Sure why Josh Davey is now on the field, not Ben Green, but they've been rotating it around the 12th as action. Last ball of Archie Vaughan's 5th over then. Can he close out what's been a decent over? Just 1 run so far. This time he does manage to get it through, but the deep cover man is out there now. Cover had just been pushed back for last ball. Sensible captaincy from Lewis Gregory. Get out the over with 2 off the over, not 5. Don't let that last ball go for 4. It might have been a dot if he'd been up and been brave, but you don't mind the odd single. Vaughan's just practicing his follow through. Wants to get more dip, more drive through than that last ball. 143 for none after 31.
Yep, 4 overs to go to tee. And one would have thought, with the way the skyline is, and it's scheduled to stay pretty similar, that we should be okay getting through this evening.
Oh, easily, yeah. Could play 104 overs today, but
Yeah,
there's no overs to make
yeah.
up. Do we get cake at tea time?
No, afraid not.
Oh, no fan bakers around then.
Here's the start of the new Aldridge over, and Elgar just pushing that up into the onside, and there is no run.
We're lucky down at Somerset. Somerset Bagpuss on Twitter often makes us a cider apple cake. We sometimes go days without a cake, and then suddenly we have 3 in one day.
Oh, that's getting lucky, isn't it? Yeah.
You need a member to commit to a day and bring a cake up. Well, Somerset's 150th birthday this year, of course. There's a bit of birthday cake celebration on the anniversary.
As Aldridge bowls, and this is driven nicely up towards mid-on by Elgar, and there's no run. It's 143 for no wicket. And Essex moving into a comfortable position in reply to that Somerset 433, so deficit 290, and Essex just looking to rack up the batting points that they need. Yorkshire have lost a 2nd wicket, so we'll keep an eye on that in terms of more bowling points for Durham, as that's squeezed away into the offside, and there's no run. So 143 for 2, and it's Adam Lyth who's out for 69, so they trail by 203, and Yorkshire themselves, they only need a draw moving towards batting points themselves, but they have lost a 2nd wicket there.
You know you're going through your 1,000 run makers in the season. Did you mention Jake Libby earlier?
I can't remember. I think we mentioned all of them, but
he's only just made it. So
yeah, so that might not have done it. It's just gone up. That's gone up to cover, and there's no run. No, I didn't recollect saying him. So he's only just got there.
Well, my point was, I find it interesting. I can't remember a team finishing bottom of Division 1 with the top wicket taker and a batter over 1,000 runs.
No, that's pretty impressive,
pretty rare, isn't it? You know.
So that last one from Elgar is just a defensive shot, played into the offside. He stays on 45. Walter 92. Can Walter get to his 100 before the interval? This is a pull shot, and it goes down towards long leg by Elgar for another single. Score goes up to 144 for no wicket. And yeah, it's all looking quite comfortable, and unlike yesterday, which was a pretty good contest between bat and ball, it's very much gone the other way today, and well, very heavily towards the bowlers, to be honest, the batters, to be honest. Not much in it for the bowlers, certainly for the seamers, and not a great deal for the spinners at this stage either. This next delivery is a pull shot by Walter, gets him down to fine leg, takes him up to 93 at the end of a 2nd Aldridge over. 145 for no wicket, Elgar 46 and Walter 93. These two going along very comfortably, and Paul Walter not too far away now from what will be a 3rd 100 of the season to go with his 450s, and so he's got his average over 50 for the season now with this innings. 145 for no wicket.
Looks like, yeah, Archie Vaughan was not going to bowl a 1 over spell. There's no change of ends tactics there. He's going to try bowl a couple before tea. We're going to see Jack Leach back on the field. Kola Cadmore's going to go all the way out to deep cover, allow Josh Davey to... well, Josh Davey was going to go off, Now he's going to go to point. No, now he's going to run off the field the opposite side. Josh Davey doesn't know where he's going or what he's doing. The poor bloke is the furthest position possible from the changing rooms, and he's been subbed. So he's now going to have to walk all the way around the perimeter of the pitch to get off. Anyhow, Archie Vaughan will continue to Paul Walter defending into the offside for no run.
A story on the BBC cricket website. The PCA chief Daryl Mitchell has not ruled out the possibility of players taking strike action after proposals to reform the county championship were rejected. Well, he said disappointed and disheartened by the result.
Into the leg side this time, the defensive shot, no run.
Well, A, you've got to come up with a really credible proposal. B, it can't be during the last round of championship matches. And C, you're saving 2 days in the entire season.
Yeah.
Does that warrant strike action?
Yeah, I agree with you. Nice shot for one down the ground to long on. Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of time for Daryl Mitchell as an opening bat for Worcestershire. He's done some great work for PCA. Yeah. We don't know the ins and outs of all the discussions, but I always feel like I wasn't around in the 80s to judge it, but they played a lot more cricket back then and didn't moan.
Yeah, the old thing is you'd finish a test match on a Tuesday and you'd be turning out in the Gillette Cup quarter-finals, probably being watched by Anthony on the Wednesday.
Yeah. Archie Vaughan around again to Dean Elgar. You know, I've spent a lot of time the last 3 years having the pleasure of commentating alongside Vic Marks, and the amount of stories he'll tell me about playing at Derby for 3 days, then at Southampton for 3 days. I don't know,
and of course, going to a Sunday game a long way away from the championship match that resumes on the Monday.
And you'd have Joel Garner driving himself in a little car. You just crack on. Archie Vaughan round the wicket. Oh, it's nearly hit the helmet. I think it's going to be 4 byes. It stayed low. Dean Elgar's in shock. James Rew's on the floor. That's the first one that's really shot low. I'd say nearly hit the helmet, rolled away for 4. There's a big clap. The Essex faithful are pretty happy with 150. It doesn't actually mean anything. 150 is just a milestone. There's no batting bonus points for another 100 runs, but they like their round numbers.
Well, it used to be a batting point, didn't it?
Yeah. And then it went up to 200, and now it's 250.
Yeah, I still think it's 52 high. I think the old scoring system was better.
I'm trying to encourage.
Took me about a year and a half to get used to it.
Yeah. Vaughan again this time is defended on the front foot by Dean Elgar quite solidly. Another decent over from Archie Vaughan. Not threatening, but not loose enough to give away runs. Just the 1 run and off the bat and the 4 byes.
So 2 overs to go before tea. So Walter close to his 194, so he could well get there, but it's been a superb innings. Yeah, a bit disappointing. I mean, as I say, it is disappointing if we're talking about strike action in this relation. One of the things they've got to sort out, do they want 12, a top division of 12, or is the priority to have 13 games, given they seem to have ruled out 12? And they seem to be trying to merge the two and trying to come up with a proposal. It's not the worst proposal, but there's still an awful lot of questions that need to be asked. And I still think they need to fix the 100 where it is this year in order to do it, so you have a lead-in time to those 3 final games in September. You know, the 100 finishing in mid-August, I could not see how it would have worked. But I think, you know, there are 6 months now to actually sit down and actually talk through this. As here comes the first ball of a new Aldridge over, and a pull shot from Walter, and it sends it away out towards long. There's a fielder, I think, out of our sight there. So he gets just the 1 run and goes to 95.
Yeah, he slowed down a little bit, not as much as the strike. The Somerset fielders have been out scouting on the offside and the leg sides. There have been more singles for Walter, whereas earlier on the field were up and there were more boundaries.
151 for no wicket. Surrey's 3rd wicket pair still together, 79 for 2. They've had a very good day. They just trail Hampshire by 22, so that game is really evening up at Southampton, unlike the one last year where it looked like this one and Hampshire won by an innings and 200, but that's not going to happen this time. Here's Aldridge bowling again, it clipped away round the corner down towards fine leg for a run for Elgar. So 152 for no wicket.
Always content to play second fiddle, Dean Elgar. Every time I think of Dean Elgar in Somerset, you've got to remember that Roloff van der Merwe partnership against Surrey when they were 5 down really early.
Right.
Van der Merwe and Dean Elgar had that incredible partnership. Dean Elgar stayed there with him. Everyone remembers the heroic 100 from Van der Merwe, but sometimes forget Dean Elgar's part at the other end. He loves the comeback innings, well, often down the order. Van der Merwe did open a few games, the T20 blast Van der Merwe, but yeah, Dean Elgar was a South African ally in that one.
So here's Aldridge again, up to the wicket, another short ball, looking, as I said, to bang the ball in, see if what he can get out of the pitch. The answer's not a lot at the moment. Just Walter again, just going to the back foot and literally just helps it round the corner, typical left-hander shot. 153 for no wicket. He's starting to play a higher percentage of singles now.
Yeah, Anthony and I will have mentioned this quite a lot of times the last couple of years. Maybe one thing we get frustrated by Lewis Gregory's captaincy is bowling Case Shoulders to short stuff. You don't mind it occasionally, but maybe is it a bit desperate and there's not a lot in the pitch for him to bang in.
2 slips still in as Elgar on the drive gets it wide of mid-off, sufficiently wide to get himself his 48th run. So Dean Elgar ending the season well, relieved to get that big 100 against Durham, and looking to potentially add another one in this match here. And he's looking, as I say, pretty well set. He's in that sort of mode where it looks like he could stay at the crease for quite some time through the rest of today. As Aldridge bowls again. Oh, it's a slower ball, which in the end Walter gets away. It beats the keeper, goes down towards fine leg. Just have a look at the umpire's signal there as to whether there was some.
Yeah, he hit it. Yeah, very clever shot. Yeah, clearly hit that well.
Yeah, just he had to adjust later on, and he had to sort of swivel and play the ball almost immediately behind him.
It's almost a second shot.
Yeah, that's right. And it couldn't be gathered in, so they get through for a single. So he adds to his haul of singles that he's been getting.
Continues the binary over.
Times, yeah.
Can we have 6 singles and an over?
155 for no wicket. There's a delivery which is outside the off stump and left alone by Elgar with very fine judgment. That was a good delivery to end the over, and it wasn't too far away from a success. So Dean Elgar, if he gets his 50, it'll be his 3rd of the season, and just to repeat Walter, it'll be his 3rd 100 if he can get these additional 3, both quite close to the landmarks now. 155 for no wicket. It might be the tea interval intervenes. We shall see. There's 1 over to go.
Yeah, that ball from Case Shoulders to close out that last over is where he can bowl and where he can be threatening. So good delivery when he follows through strongly, hits that good area. I'd rather see him bowl more of that than just the short stuff. Maybe a surprise short ball, but anyhow, different attack now. Archie Vaughan has long on and long off, 5 off the rope to Paul Walter. Paul Walter content to just nudge it down to long on for 1 run. So both 2 away from the landmark now. Dean Elgar with 64 on his back, has 48 to his name. He's going to have cover point brought up into the ring. Just a deep mid wicket. Killer Campbell having a bit of a chuckle with the crowd out there. Always happy to have a laugh. Round the wicket is Vaughan down the ground, and 2 hands 1 bounce from Archie Vaughan in his follow through. The ironic cheer from Josh Thomas again about the bump ball fielding. Still got Craig Overton at slip. Did drop one off his boot last week. Very rare that he drops a catch. That was a very hard chance, admittedly. That's a good single from Elgar. Case Shoulders got round well. Decides not to throw it for the run out. Dean Elgar through safely enough. For Walter, deep cover will go back. Aldridge is, well, he's been bowling, then he's charged around to his left to field that. He's now moving pretty slowly down to his long on position. He took a brilliant boundary flick back catch against Hampshire last week. Very good pair of hands as Case Shoulders. People who watch the shorter format might remember his Adam Rossington catch in the Somerset Essex T20 final 2 years ago now. Incredible catch at short extra cover. Vaughan round the wicket then to Paul Walter. Oh, that's a big appeal for LBW, but I reckon it's going down the leg side from that angle. Stifled in the end. It's gone to whip that leg side. Gesturing to Elgar that's turned a little bit, but missed that clip off his legs. Through extra cover for Paul Walter. Can he get back for 2? Can Paul Walter get to his 100? Yes, he can. Josh Thomas can't take it cleanly. Well batted Paul Walter. He's been imperious this afternoon. Lovely booming drives. His 3rd 100. And he has batted beautifully. And exactly 100 strike rate as well, with 16 fours and 1 6. Superb batting from Paul Walter.
Yeah, third 100 of the season. Got there in a pretty good time as well. And getting there with a very fine shot. And in fact, it's 100 off 100 balls, just looking at that.
Yeah,
so
exactly
that is about as good as you can expect from an opener in first-class cricket. It's his 5th first-class 100 overall and his 3rd of this season.
Yeah, very well played. Around the wicket again is Archie Vaughan, on the money this time. Almost a Yorker, defended back. and they're going to walk off. He got there just in time before the tea interval, didn't want to be in the nervous 90s before tea. Paul Walter will get the applause of the crowd in the afternoon sunshine at Chelmsford. He's played quite beautifully. The inside edge, other than that,
absolutely.
I can't remember any chances.
Last time we checked his boundary count, it was 6 and 16 fours, and it still is. But he's had more singles recently, but an even 100 off 100 balls, and Dean Elgar 1 run away himself. So a very good session for Essex, eating into this Somerset 433 and crucially moving closer to the batting points and the potential draw that will secure their status, which is looking pretty likely now. 159 for no wicket. Walter takes the applause of the crowd, and this in reply to Somerset's 433, and we'll be back with you for the resumption of tea in 20 minutes. And welcome back in bright sunshine here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset, and online via the BBC Sport website and app, where we've got a game that has gone very much in favour of the bat today. It's not quite as interesting a contest as perhaps it was yesterday, but if you're Paul Walter or Dean Elgar, you don't mind, because you put on 159, and there is power to add for Essex in this situation where they're just looking for batting points and then potentially the draw as a minimum requirement to secure safety in Division 1. I don't think the crowd mind too much too, because Essex are batting in this situation. So 159 for no wicket. Somerset adding 94 today, 433 all out, an even 100 for Lewis Goldsworthy, and Craig Overton being a nuisance with the bat once again. But I think Craig Overton would probably rather he was still batting than having to bowl on this surface. And welcome back to Anthony Gibson.
Yes, and for the neutral, it's not been uninteresting cricket either, because Paul Walter in particular has batted quite beautifully with even time century. Dean Elgar's just gone on his usual pragmatic way, shoveling the ball through mid-wicket and driving it through extra cover, chopping it down to third man. But we've seen some booming drives from tall Paul, and it's been very hard work for the Somerset bowlers. Nothing in it really for the seam bowlers, just the occasional ball from either Archie Vaughan or Jack Leach offering a little bit of turn, but it's a hybrid pitch and it's got better as the game has worn on.
So we're hoping with a bit of luck to have the Essex Chief Executive with us in a few minutes time, but she'll leave Anthony with the first over,
which is going to be bowled by Casey Aldridge, I think, away in the distance at the Graham Gooch end, with the sight screens behind him. Two slips, Coda Cadmore at first slip and Craig Overton at second. Aldridge in and bowls on leg stump, turned into the onside by Elgar. There won't be a run. How many runs do we have in the afternoon session? We're Essex at 8 for no wicket, weren't they, at lunch? So 150 runs.
Yes.
In the afternoon session.
And
in how many overs? 30. So it was 2 overs, wasn't it? So
yeah, it was more or less about 30
overs.
Yes.
This is turned into the onside by Dean Elgar. Somerset's bowling hasn't been very incisive, I think it would be fair to say. Oh dear, that didn't last very long. It's come back again.
Yes, the elusive replay screen. There's one thing we need to get some maintenance done during the off season.
Get some of that 27 million quid from
yes,
ECB.
That's the first thing.
Aldridge bowls a bouncer, which Elgar has nothing whatever to do with. Just stands there with his bat raised, watching it sail over his right shoulder towards James Rue.
It just seems to have been a few flat wickets around this last run of games, particularly in Division 2. But certainly one or two producing decent contests. Notts at the moment 218 for 5.
Here's Aldridge in and bowls to Elgar. Gets a Yorker, which he digs out into the offside, fielded by Archie Vaughan, and there's no run.
Hasib Hamid out for 122, but I think they're going to get that 300, which will secure the title for them. And there's still a chance. I mean, Warwickshire are still in that game, but there's still a chance that Notts might lose and Surrey might win, and it might be decided on most wins. But the 300 is the crucial figure there.
Aldridge in and bowls to Elgar, who drives without timing up to mid-off. Surrey coming back into it down at the utility bowl as well, 86 for 2, only 15 runs behind Hampshire now, with Hampshire having to bat last.
It's been a remarkable turnaround for Surrey today. I do think, dare I say, that even though it's not his job anymore, what Alex Stewart might even have been on the phone to Southampton, saying, buck your ideas up.
Aldridge in bowls, and this is steered to backward point by Dean Elgar. And that's a maiden over for Casey Aldridge.
You could
4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13.
You could see the impact he had. I think he actually sort of took on a coaching role for the 50 over side, and they suffered a couple of huge defeats at Hampshire against Essex, and then actually ended the campaign quite well. So I suspect that was Alex Stewart's encouragement and direction that was behind that improvement. And I suppose some Surrey fans might say, if they don't win the title, that the absence from Alex Stewart's hands-on role that he has had, and that's changed this season, might have made a bit of a difference. But there are lots of other reasons. Obviously, so many players come and go from the Surrey lineup that you might have a bunch of superstars, but if they can't play together regularly as a team, it might still be a problem for you. So Vaughan is going to bowl from the Alistair Cook end, and that's driven nicely up just wide of mid-wicket, goes away for a single, and that will bring Elgar on strike. So Walter with that 101, and now Elgar gets a chance to add to that 100 he got a few weeks ago, and a couple of weeks ago it was, in not quite such nice weather, with another 50 here. And Vaughan will bowl to him, and he'll just try and nudge that one away with one of his favourite shots into the onside, but he doesn't manage to get the run, but he's looking forward that one. Backward point cover quite deep, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and backward square leg, looking to stop this single, and it's the extra cover that does the job there. So that one that's played out into the offside. And here's Vaughan again, bowls, and that's just played away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Pleased to say that the Essex Chief Executive, Dan Feast, is going to be able to join us for the next 15 minutes or so, which is good news. Coming in a good position for Essex as Vaughan bowls. That one's played away off the back foot and goes out into the covers, and again there is no run. So this will be his third 50 of the season as and when he gets it. We had a brilliant 100 by Paul Walter. He actually got through the 90s in mainly ones, didn't he? But there was 16 and 4 and a 6 before that. There's Vaughan bowls, and Elgar just comes forward and strokes up into the offside. Anthony back with us very shortly, but for now, welcome to Dan Feast, the Essex Chief Executive, who's going to be joining us just for a few minutes. Just a nice time to come in, Dan, at 160 for no wicket. Hopefully it'll be a regular thing when you do join us, but welcome to you.
Welcome. How are you?
Not too bad. Well, it's not going too badly, is it? Nice sunshine in late September. Essex 160 for no wicket and getting the runs that they need just to put any of these lingering fears behind them. I think that might have been there at the start of the game.
Yes, we couldn't ask for any more with the partnership they've put together, these two coming out, and they've carried on and followed on from the excellent batting that Somerset showed as well. So it's been a really, like I say, a good last week of cricket, and got another 2 decent days to go, hopefully.
Yeah, I actually had a feeling that the pitch seemed to offer a little bit more to the bowlers yesterday than it has done today. It's been a very batting-friendly surface today. That is for sure. Casey Aldridge continues and bowls, and that's driven by Paul Walter up to mid-off. So we're still waiting for Dean Elgar's 50, with Dean having a good end to the season after that splendid 100, of course, in the match against Durham. Paul Walter, who's so impressive, particularly in that first half of the season, took on important roles, opening the innings in the Championship and the T20, and one of his best innings, I think, here.
Oh, absolutely, and I think it just shows the resilience that Paul and the passion he has for the club and the way he's come through. He stepped forward at the start of the year and said, I'll take that role on, and I'll take that responsibility on of opening the batting, and he's shown that right through the summer. And
he gets another run here as he just clips that one away off his pads and gets his 102nd run. Yes, I mean, it's going to be quite a close contest for the Essex Player of the Season. I've had Paul Walter ahead and Tom Wesley catching him, and now Paul Walter's threatening to just come through on the rails.
And the guys were saying up in the office here, I think we're the county with the most individual hundreds this year.
Yes,
so
which is splendid. Not often been the case, actually.
No, so it shows the work, and again, I think that highlights the work that goes unnoticed sometimes that Tom Huggins does and spends hours with them, and obviously Mark Bettini's been with these batters as well, just that they put in and have been able to constantly perform.
Second slip in, and here is Aldridge bowling, and that's just flown away off an edge. Would have been a chance perhaps for a gully, but as it is that third 50 of the season, a boundary for Dean Elgar down to the third man boundary, and he raises his bat, goes to 53. And it's very good to see him back in form. I interviewed him after that Durham knock. He was clearly, very pleased and quite relieved to actually get those runs. And it seems he seems to be one of those players that once he gets a big score, it's almost a shame the season's ending.
Yeah, no, he's come back from his break, going back home and seeing his family, and he's come back. And I think that's it's amazing when the whole package is settled around, and you've got someone with his ability and his experience. It's just great to watch, isn't it? And it's been a great show again today.
165 for no wicket, and here's Elgar on the drive to mid-off and no run. Just a brief thought on the season. I think there was a bit of anxiety at various points, particularly perhaps after the away defeats at Worcester and York, but I think it's been a very good comeback by the team in the second half of the season, particularly led by the batsmen. We've seen some very big scores, haven't we, in various games. I thought the performance at Hove was the standout performance of the season in the Championship, but what were your thoughts?
I think when we started off the year, we knew this was going to be a challenging year with the size of the squad we had, and it's going to take the players to stand up and show that resilience come through.
As Aldridge bowls, and that's just played down into the offside by Elgar, and there's no run. It's still 165 for no wicket.
But we knew the one thing we had, which has always been there within the Essex mentality and the things, is that heart and that courage and that will to fight right through and find a way to get those performances. And you're right, the batters, but I think you then got to recognise the work that the younger players have done coming through, and then you can't take away that the overs, the likes of Jamie Porter and Shane Snater, and
it's been actually tougher for Jamie this year. Obviously he's had a bit of a break himself, but with Sam Cook obviously having quite limited availability and Shane Snater having injury problems, there's been an awful onus on him, which he's responded to superbly well, as this one tucks Elgar up a bit and is sent back down the pitch. Aldridge thought he might have been in business there, but not to be. 165 for no wicket.
And I think also when we set out, when you've got a small squad, you need each one of those players in that squad to recognise when it's their moment to stand up and show their work. And I think that's been the beauty, that throughout any of the games this year, you can highlight different players within that group of squad who have performed or stood up or been counted or shown their resilience to help us get into a fighting position within that match and that game.
It must have been difficult at times with the injuries, particularly to the bowlers, and obviously some of the overseas players only staying for a short period of time. I mean, Sam Cook, obviously quite a disruptive season for Sam. He probably wasn't at his best partly because of the disruption, being called up for England, perhaps not being at his best in that particular game, having an injury, having a few injury concerns. Difficult season for him.
Yeah, but I think that's now becoming part of where we are with the summer of cricket, is that you have to react to what's in front of you each time and prepare and support.
As Vaughan bowls, and that's driven away nicely up towards long off, and they're going to jog through for a single, 166 for no wicket, and Walter goes to 103.
But even like this week, he's here all the time.
Yeah.
They recognise that's an important part of supporting their teammates and the team to get through, and supporting the likes of, he's here chatting to Charlie Bennett to make sure he's prepared and come out and gets the best show he can as well. So it's been really impressive how as a small group this year we come through, and now we can build on that foundations to go forward from.
And Vaughan bowls, and this is flicked away up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And talking of the two Charlies, if you like, Charlie Bennett, 3 wickets here. I thought he bowled particularly nicely yesterday afternoon, and he got his rewards by getting that last wicket this morning.
And I think all you can ask for these younger players when they come through is you want to see them progressing and learning with each session and each spell and each game, and that's what you've certainly seen with Charlie.
Oh, this is lofted away. There's a big hit here from Elgar. He's latched onto that one all right, and he's taking it away for 6 down the ground, just away to our left. Probably just into the left of a Tom Pearce stand, and that's a very, very good stroke. Used his feet, took on the spinner. It's a shot he's played many times, but just a breaking the shackles shot, and a very effective one. He goes to 59, 172 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think it just showed again his control he has, and his experience in all of that shot was shown there really. But going back to your point, I think that's been the impressive thing with Charlie through the Metro Bank, and then coming into this tournament now. into his spell is he's just constantly showing he's learning and reflecting and developing each time, which is really exciting around any young player. And we've seen that with the likes of Noah and Charlie as well.
Yeah, it shows the benefit of players being able to break through in the 50-over competition and then get their chance in the championship, as that's played defensively up into the offside. And of course, the other Charlie Allison, has been a standout revelation. And I must admit, at one point, the game at the Oval against Surrey, the championship match, I thought Nick Brown might have opened and maybe Charlie might have rested before the T20, but it was a great call by the club and it paid off, and he got 100, a career-defining 100 there, as this one is played along the ground up towards mid-off, and they're going to be a quick single for Elgar, goes to 60, 173 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think that we all know, say, we've just got to build those foundations. I think, well, again, it shows what often it's hard to judge in a player, but we've seen lots of from all the whole squad is that resilience and process. And he had a tough time, and he put his hand up to open the batting at the start of the year, and then adjusted beautifully and has come back massively.
Oh, there's another big hit here, and again he's latched onto that, and this time it's Paul Walter. So poor old Archie Vaughan has been hit down the ground for 2 sixes in the over, each batsman. First of all, it was Elgar, and then he got a single, and then it was Paul Walter to finish the job. And this is an imperious batting display by this opening pair. 179 for no wicket in reply to 433. Walter 109 and Elgar 60. Tremendous stuff. Yeah, so I think the championship, as we say, has improved as a season, just generally speaking, improved as the season's gone on, hasn't it? And looking at the white ball season collectively, from a very bad start to the T20 to a very good end to the 50-over competition, again shows some progress, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just shows what we asked is for that group to stick together, and which they did do. From, like you say, some tough games again, they were competitive some, come through, and they stuck together, and they started to really understand what their skills were and their process, and it moved forward into that 50-over. And again, all we can ask for this group, when we had those younger players coming through around those senior players, is how can we see that transition happening and taking place, which I think hopefully for the members in future is bode well for us.
Just a couple more things, Dan, while you're with us. We have a seam bowling over, which will give us a little bit more time, bit of a delay. Nick Brown, we were pleased to have Nick up with us earlier on, announcing his retirement this week. I mean, a player who was probably quite close to England recognition at one point, such as his weight of runs. He's been a great servant to the club.
Me and Nick have sort of taken the same timeline being here as well, so it's quite emotional seeing him coming to making his announcement of his retirement, because as I joined the club was when he was just about breaking into the second team. We helped him get his apprenticeship programme to help him give him the...
And Aldridge bowls, and Elgar just takes that away for a single with a late adjustment away into the offside, and it goes up to 180 for no wicket.
And then see him just skip weight of runs, kept forcing himself and keep putting himself on the information that broke him into the first team, and then we saw how he went, and that ability, those partnerships he did with Alistair Cook and through that period was amazing to be part of and watch. And like you say, he just totally gets Essex from the professional side through to club cricket, right down to the work. Again, you saw him today, he was presenting medals to the schools. He's just passionate about everything to do with cricket and everything to do with Essex linked to that.
And looking ahead to next season, obviously it remains to be seen whether England call-ups have an effect. Slower ball, which Walter in the end is happy to leave alone as it goes through to Rue, 180 for no wicket. Obviously Sam Cooke will still be fighting for a test place. Jordan Cox has had obviously an interesting time with England, in and out. He's obviously at times had to respond to injuries, and it's been difficult for him, but the development of players like Allison quite important in terms of and indeed bringing through younger bowlers as well, just in case these players aren't available.
Yeah, and again, the recruits we've made as well, with the two players coming in. You saw Mitch was here today.
Absolutely, as that's driven up towards cover, and there's no run. Sorry, there's going to be a single because there is a misfield by Vaughan there. So it's one to Walter, and it's 181 for no wicket.
Yeah, so bringing that and getting that little bit of extra depth. And you're right, looking ahead to next year, it could be a really exciting time. We're going to go for a winter that's got an Ashes, 2 World Cups taking place, leading into a home World Cup here next year, England playing India here next year. So it's really exciting. The profile and the interest in the game is really exciting at the moment, and we're starting to see these young players bring forward and take the game to another new level coming through.
So it's 181 for no wicket. Huge opening stand between these two, and reply to Somerset's 433 at a bouncer. There's still a couple of slips in optimistically for Somerset, but Elgar has nothing to do with that. Finally, Dan, it's a relief that we're going to get a break from this constant chatter about the reforming the county structure, because it's gone on and on and on, and finally we've heard it's going to be the same next year. That's actually what both Somerset and Essex wanted, isn't it? Because you're both firmly in the 14-game camp.
Yes, we've right along. Me and Jamie have chatted quite a number of times, and we had the same conversation with the Blast as well. We wanted to keep the same same number of games in that. So we're constantly talking. I think where we've got to be prepared is that the conversation around the whole cricket scheduling is going to continue to be built up and go through. We saw that mentioned after the Test series this summer.
As Elgar gets a single up towards mid-on.
So I think it will still be around, but it's great that we now know exactly what we can start to produce and prepare for in 25, which is an exciting year in 26. I mean, because it's our 150th year as well, which I know obviously Somerset are enjoying celebrating this year, and like us, hopefully we get some success next year as well. And part of it, but it's going to be a really, on the back of 100 years of cricket at Chelmsford this year, to have 150 years next year is a really exciting time to be part of the club.
And here is Aldridge again going round the wicket, bowls to Walter, and Walter just plays up into the offside, and there's no one. As ever, the real fine detail about the proposals you sometimes don't hear, but is the idea next year that the blast will go in its entirety, including the knockout stages, in one whole block, or will there be championship games around the knockout?
I think not around the knockout. So basically, the knockout and the finals day will be played before the 100 starts.
Yeah, which is an early 100 next year, isn't it? It's,
July, August.
July. Yeah. And then obviously we'll wait and see if more proposals come up. I think obviously the 12-game top division split into two is still, a lot of people a bit uncertain about that. You're only playing some of the best sides twice. There's still quite a long way to go on this, isn't there?
Yeah, and I suppose there's probably a bigger piece now on the whole global scheduling for cricket.
Yeah.
And it allows the players to play and come through. But it goes back to our point of making sure we have a squad that's able to cope with that.
Well, thank you very much, Dan, for coming in. I want to let you go because we're going to have some loud noise in our headphones with the 4 o'clock news coming up. So I'm just grateful that you've been able to pop in.
No, anytime. It's brilliant. Thank you for all your support and coverage over the summer, as always. So
thanks ever so much.
Brilliant.
Dot ball there as Elgar just flicked it round towards square leg. We've got Nick Howsam from the cricketer to join Anthony in a few minutes' time. We've got our 4 o'clock news coming up before that. Nick, you're welcome to come in now if you'd like, as that's played away up towards mid-wicket for a single. And this remarkable stand continues. I was looking up the top partnership for Essex against Somerset. I think it's around about 250. But we'll be checking that again fairly soon if this carries on as it is. 183 for no wicket. In reply
233.
And is that Dodson Avery?
It is.
Yeah.
Carter Dodson, Alfred Avery at Westcliff-on-Sea in 1952.
Vaughan bowls and are driven away up towards long off, and for a single. Well, Dick Davis, who's here today, might have seen that.
I did that completely from memory.
Yeah, well done. Very well done. So we've got some good news for our BBC Essex list. It's very nice to have Dan pop in. I didn't want him to be having news bulletins in his headphones. I'm sure he's got better things to do. But Vaughan goes round the wicket and bowls, and that's just played without timing by Elgar this time up into the offside, and there's no run. Surrey 109 for 3, lead Hampshire by 8. Ben Folkes is 41 not out. Interesting. 184 for no wicket. And Vaughan bowls again, flatter one and driven away without particularly being timed this time, up into the offside, and there's no run. So yeah, no joy on the horizon for Somerset at the moment, Anthony, on this one, but perhaps they've got that 433 in the bank at least, which is important. Vaughan bowls, and this is steered away for at least one between backward point and cover, and Elgar collects another single, goes to 64.
Yeah, Somerset reduced to just plugging away and hope for a batsman error, and there's less and less in this pitch for either spin or seam, and Archie Vaughan cutting a slightly disconsolate figure as he wanders away to his fielding position, but at least he wasn't hit for 2 sixes in that last over.
So I'm going to just do the 4 o'clock news and then bring Nick Howsam, the digital editor from the Cricketer, in for the next hour. I look forward to having his comments. And 185 for no wicket, with Elgar 64 and Walter 111. And it seems quite a long time ago that Somerset made 433. And Aldridge plugs on as that's driven away up into the covers, and again there's no run. Well, it's looking a very flat pitch here, but the good news for the Essex fans is that the team appears to be heading towards safety in Division 1, because they could not have responded better to Somerset's 433. 185 for no wicket. Paul Walter with excellent 100 at a runner ball, his third of the season. He struck 2 sixes and 16 fours, and Dean Elgar has gone to 64, 6 and 9 fours, his third 50 of the season. Both batters actually hitting a 6 in one Vaughan over since tee. So that 433 from Somerset looks a long time ago now. Essex closing in fast and heading for batting points and for safety. 185 for no wicket.
Nick Gledhill there and commentary on the second day of their final county.
So where are we? Aldridge. We'll just go through the rest of this over. In fact, to see this ball, and in fact, might hand over to you, Anthony, and bring Nick in after this ball. As he's had a little wait for a little while as that's driven. Oh, it's a nice stroke to go out on. Beautiful timing from Elgar, away wide of mid wicket through the extra cover gap, and he collects 4. And here's Anthony, and about to be joined by Nick House.
Yeah, classic Dean Elgar, that cover drive through extra cover. It's probably the most attractive shot that he plays. He's a very pragmatic, business-like cricketer, is Dean Elgar. No frills, just gets on with it. Got a tremendous career record, averaging 42.4 in first-class cricket. This takes him, I think, on the pad. No, there was bat involved, and he's gone for 4 down to fine leg. Fielder at long leg was quite square down there, and Casey Aldridge just kicks angrily at the dust at the far end. Hello, Nick.
Good afternoon.
It's a batter's game at the moment.
Certainly what the score says. Certainly what our eyes tell us.
Would you agree that the pitch has flattened out a bit?
Somewhat.
Is Aldridge hit and bowls a bouncer? Not the worst bouncer either, but Elgar ducks comfortably enough underneath it.
But the worry there, an effort ball which just about got above hit points in the end. Died on the keeper a little.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge in his 7th over, none for 29, playing his last game for Somerset before he goes off to Durham, where he'll be hoping to become a regular member of the Durham County Championship side. He's in bowls, and that's a quicker delivery from Casey Aldridge, just bent his back a little bit more there, but comfortably kept out by Dean Elgar. It's the end of the over. It's 193 for no wicket as our picture disappears. Elgar on 72 and Walter on 111.
Of course, slightly unclear whether he has signed for a Division 1 club or a Division 2 club.
Well, it's looking more like a Division 2 club at the moment, isn't it?
Quite. In a slightly perilous position are Durham in that game, which looks like a sort of 1 from 2 situation already on this second day of the last round, with Yorkshire 198 for 2.
And of course there will be relegation for better or for worse.
Indeed, I think that clarity is very important.
Well, it's only clarity for 1 year, isn't it? We're going to go through all of this again next year.
Indeed. Yeah, nothing but opaque.
Is Archie Vaughan in and bowls, and that's played up to mid-on. Are you one of those who celebrated the retention of the status quo?
I don't think celebrate would be the right word. I think...
Here's Vaughan into Walter. Defensive shot, no run.
I don't think change would have been a terrible thing.
I agree.
And I do think that the county championship in its current form, with not all counties playing each other over a whole summer,
does it?
Is unsatisfactory enough as it is.
Here's Vaughan to Walter, who's on the back foot, hammering this away through the offside, but only as far as Josh Thomas, who fields on the boundary. Walter goes on to 112, 194 for no wicket.
And we have had a 2-divisional system now for, well, a generation essentially. Would it have been the worst thing to have had a look at a different way? I know we've had 10 and 8 and 8 and 10, etc.
Vaughan in and bowls, and that's played into the offside. Yeah, if we were going to stick with 14 county championship matches, it would make a lot more sense if the first division was 8 and the second division 10. Then everybody in the first division would play each other home and away. which they don't as things stand, as Vaughan bowls outside the off stump and Elgar lets that go through.
But all the counties, they agreed that the current structure is not suitable. And yet in 2026 we're going to do the same again.
It's Vaughan in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside.
If you and me go for dinner tonight and it's unsatisfactory, and we agree that it's unsatisfactory, we don't go back there tomorrow.
I couldn't agree more. But I mean, you can understand the ECB wanting to devolve the decision to the counties, because if the ECB had made the decision, all they would have got is flack from everywhere. So they said to the counties, go on, you go off and sort it out amongst yourselves. You've all agreed this isn't satisfactory, so find a better alternative. But there's got to be a 2/3 majority to agree a change, and that really was the problem, in that, you know, getting 12 counties out of the 18 to agree on a particular format was always going to be very difficult. And in the end, it proved impossible, as Aldridge is into Walter, who clips that uppishly up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Absolutely, and if, as you say, had they made a decision on their own, they would have got flack for it, regardless of how much sort of support they had. And you can imagine, even if it had been passed, the 6, let's say it's 6, that were against it, I suspect they wouldn't have gone quietly.
No. And their members certainly wouldn't have done. This is driven by Walter, but won't get it past Jake Paul at mid-off. Yes, it's hard, but it's hard to see, you know, what's going to be different next season when we go through all of this again.
Absolutely, and after England are potentially beaten in a one-sided men's Ashes series,
I think that's a big assumption.
Generally, we it's one of my better predictions.
Here comes Aldridge in bowls, and Walter goes for a big pull shot, comes off the bottom of the bat, hard into the pitch, and there's no run.
But if England are beaten, we generally know what happens after. We generally have a review whereby we take apart or we question the legitimacy,
agonised heart searching
of the county championship.
Yeah.
And we've just done that, just without the Ashes bit.
Yeah. But well, here comes Aldridge. Shadows lengthening. Beautiful late afternoon here, though, and that goes past the off stump. That was a really good ball from Aldridge. A Yorker nearly got through Paul Walter's defences, just outside the off stump. But no joy for Casey Aldridge.
How rarely do you see that kind of delivery, actually, when a batter's really set 112, and a batter's really set? I'd really like that thinking. That's a really, really clever bit of bowling. Take the pitch out of the equation, essentially. I think there's a really clever bit of bowling there to try and mix things up.
Aldridge tries again. This is a good length ball and almost comes off the bottom edge down into the stumps. Instead it comes down into Paul Walter's left pad and just dribbles out into the offside. What's the position of the cricketer on the format of the county championship? I ought to know, as I'm a subscriber, I hasten to say, to the cricketer.
I don't think there's one uniting view, not that there's like sort of adversarial disagreement about it. I think
as Aldridge bowls to Walter, pick up a single out to deep mid wicket, move on to 113, 195 for no wicket.
I think the coverage though of ours has been balanced. We've certainly spent a lot of time talking about the welfare of players. I think which is really, really important. I'm not sure that message has necessarily got through to members and CEOs and chairs, etc. But it's certainly the players' view is certainly we've tried to uphold that as much as we possibly can, and try and see the. I think we've been really balanced with our coverage, and I don't think we've necessarily taken one specific view. I think I would like personally to have seen an alteration of some sort, particularly having, again, at the start of all of this, all the counties agreed that the system was not the one to go for. So to have got to a position where we're going to go for it again, have another go, let's see if it's different next year, seems, well, frankly ludicrous, having spent many, many months consulting and voting and consulting again and then voting.
Archie Vaughan is going to bowl his 12th over, number 39. He's bowling to Paul Walter, who drives this back up the pitch. It's well fielded by Vaughan off his own bowling.
And of course we know how these two counties felt. They were very much in the same boat.
Yeah, no reduction in number of county championship matches, as that's defended by Walter. And also Somerset and Essex were very much against any reduction in the number of blast games as well, as home blast games for Essex here and Somerset down at Taunton, very important Monday spinners. Vaughan in and bowls. Walter's, I wouldn't say gone into his shell since he reached 100, but we haven't seen the big shots apart from that 6 down the ground 10-15 minutes ago. As Vaughan is in and bowls, and this is driven, but Lewis Gregory, the Somerset skipper, is waiting for it down at long off.
And you can understand why. You know, the two counties who are very fortunate in that they're going to sell out all of their home games. Not all of the 18 can necessarily boast that.
Vaughan in and bowls, and this is played into the offside. There's no run. Which county do you yourself support?
I think that would be a mistake to reveal in such a public forum. It's the
Here's Vaughan in and bowls. And are cricketer journalists allowed to have personal favourites?
I think some have personal favourites, and again, I wouldn't wish to share them in this kind of position, and they are free to do so as and when they like. You know, we I support the game that I'm watching, and tomorrow I'll be supporting whatever game I'm watching, and today I'm supporting this one. That's the. But I do think they've got the blast better for next year. It's you know, what competition. There's no T20 competition that plays its first block in one bit and its next block in the other. It just doesn't happen. I think the you know, things like recruitment of overseas players is going to be a lot more simple, I guess.
Can you see the blast and the 100 coexisting into the medium term? Or do you think there's got to be some sort of a coming together?
I think that the one thing that does concern me a little bit are the owners of the 100 teams who are partners at counties going to ask their players to be rested from the blast so they can play on the 100. Yes, there is going to be a grace period, but
is Jake Ball coming back into the attack, bowling to Elgar? Won't be a run there.
That would concern me as a sort of opening gambit. But I think
I mean, we've got one short form competition too many, haven't we? You know, there isn't the reason we got all these problems with the county championship and everything else is because they're trying to cram a quart into a pint pot with four competitions in the course of the summer. Yes, Ball is in and bowls, and Elgar goes for a cut shot, doesn't time it, comes off the bottom of the bat out into the offside. And it cannot, you know, one would have thought it wouldn't be beyond the wit of man to design a short form competition, which is the only one in the season which combines the commercial success of the 100 and other aspects of the success of the 100 with that county basis.
Of course.
So this is driven by Elgar into the offside. What worries me slightly is that I sense that in some areas of the cricketing world there's a sort of anti-county bias. You know, county cricket is regarded as old hat and yesterday's cricket, and the future is in city-based franchises, playing not only the 100 but the other forms as well. As Paul rather bowls, and there's no run there.
I guess the one issue, I mean, there's some interesting points you make there. I think the one issue is that the market has spoken. More than 500,000 people go watch the 100 every year.
Right.
There is clear interest there. So that's probably the last thing you say there about city-based franchise is probably right, because people have been attracted for whatever reason. People have been drawn to that competition.
Ball in and bowls, and this is worked into the gully, and a very, very good stop by Craig Overton, flinging himself down to his left at sort of fourth slip position. If he hadn't made that stop, it would have run away down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. That's commitment for you in the last game of the season.
Indeed. There's only 2 days. Only 2 days to go.
Well, he's nothing if not committed, big Craig Overton.
And he very nearly got up.
He's a wonderful fielder, one of the best in the country. Ball in and bowls, and Elgar won't get a run here, so that's played up to mid-off. End of that over. It does worry me, though, that the county game is the sort of it's the traditional game, but more and more counties are losing relevance. Leave alone from cricket, but they're losing relevance in terms of local government with unitary authorities that bear no relation to historic county boundaries. I guess there are an awful lot of people who don't actually know which county they live in, especially if you're in Middlesex or anywhere, around Greater London. The county identity matters a lot in the West Country and in the North, but I think much less so in the Midlands. And how long we'll see counties being the bedrock of domestic English cricket, I think, remains to be seen. This is driven nicely by Walter, but it'll just be a single. 198 for no wicket.
From a sort of cricketing perspective, one thing that I hope, for now, I don't think is under threat too much, but might be in the latter future, is just the production of players. Let's not forget that counties are the ones, it's their pathways, it's their first teams that are producing England players ultimately.
Vaughan in ball short, and this is pulled, but won't be a run as Casey Aldridge fields at deepish straight mid on. Yes, it's one of the things that Richard Gould talks about, is rewarding counties for producing good players, as this is run into the offside, and there won't be a run because as things stand, county like Gloucestershire, for example, can put a lot of resource into developing a good young cricketer. As this is turned again up to deepish mid on, there won't be a run. And he plays a couple of seasons for Gloucestershire in the second division, and then goes off to wherever, Lancashire. No, he wouldn't go to Lancashire, not at the moment.
Well,
Vaughan in and bowls, and that is very well stopped, half stopped. That's Tom Lammonby there.
Well, they are losing a number of players in the off-season. Of course, Ajit Sindel is going to Lancashire.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of.
Going to Lancashire, but they are losing a number of players. But yes, it is. It needs remembering. I think football are having this little bit of debate as well, and cricket needs to have a.
This is just gently pushed down the ground to bring up the Essex 200. 200 for no wicket in 47 overs exactly. Paul Walter contributing 116, and Dean Elgar the rest. Well, not quite the rest. Dean Elgar 74.
It's now just a case of when Essex get this. I don't want to call it elusive batting point, but first batting point to.
How many points do Essex need to?
Because of Durham's problems and not getting their full allocation, means that just the one will be
enough,
permitting other deductions that may or may not. But you would imagine that overrate shouldn't be a problem if they need to make them up.
Here's Jake Ball into Paul Walter, who plays that late up to mid-off. Casey Aldridge fields.
One suspects, Anthony, if this ends up being another, if Somerset can navigate a victory out of this and Surrey lose at Hampshire, this perhaps won't be as troubling a runner-up place in Division 1 as perhaps some of the previous ones have been.
Well, Oh, and that goes past the outside edge, and I thought for a moment he got a nick. So did Jake Ball, but he didn't. Yes, it's. I mean, at the start of the season, I didn't expect Somerset to be contending for the county championship. They didn't look to have a strong enough squad. At that stage, you know, the fast bowlers are getting on a bit, and the younger ones are just beginning to come through. And there's a bit of a gap. As ball is in bowls, and that's whipped away through the onside for 4 runs. And a very nice shot from Paul Walter, and Jake Ball is a bit fed up with that, but he shouldn't blame himself too much. It was a good length ball on middle stump, which he whipped away through straight mid-wicket.
Yeah,
good batting rather than bad bowling.
With a nice flourish, and by flourish I mean he lifted his leg in the air. It was through the vacant period, sort of mid-wicket area.
Yes, so I think, you know, given the resources at their disposal, I think Somerset have done pretty well.
What is your feeling about the weight of departures, maybe not necessarily the individuals?
Ball in and bowls, and play and a miss from Paul Walter. Well, Ben Green, I think, is a loss, but that's his. Most of them are their decisions. You know, it isn't that Somerset don't want them to carry on. But Ben Green especially has done well at Leicestershire, and they like him at Leicestershire, and it makes a lot of sense from his point of view to go off and play regular first team cricket in the Championship for Leicestershire, as this is driven away square of the wicket out to the deep cover boundary just for a single. Lamsby Fields. Josh Davies reaching the end of his career and 3-year contract at Leicestershire. Good luck to him. Casey Aldridge. Lots of talent, can't command a regular first team place in red ball cricket for Somerset, so he too is going. And you know, we've lost the likes of Sonny Baker as well, who wanted to play first team cricket and was offered that opportunity down at the Utilita Bowl. Jake Ball bowls, and this is driven nicely by Elgar, but there won't be a run. It's not so much the ones that we're losing as the ones left behind that cause the problem. I mean, you know, you've got Lewis Gregory out there who, you know, he's got a broken bone a cracked bone in his right wrist at the moment. And he's had all sorts of injury problems. He's got a chronic back problem. Craig Overton isn't getting any younger. Jake Ball isn't getting any younger either. And the 2 youngsters, JT Langridge and Alfie Ogborn, are still very much works in progress. So Somerset, I don't think they're materially weakened by the loss of the players, but they do need to reinforce that squad with, you know, a couple of quick bowlers and maybe a left-handed opening bat, something like that. Although the batting has really come on this season. If you're looking for a reason, well, the 2 reasons for Somerset's success this season, one obviously is Jack Leach and the way he's bowled 50 wickets, and the other is the batting, as this is driven down the ground just for a single by Walter, who moves on to 121. But with the squad as it is at the moment, I think they're going to have trouble bowling sides out twice next season in red ball cricket. I think they'll score. They can score plenty of runs, but it's bowlers who win your matches. Vaughan bowls, and that's played defensively by Elgar.
When we're talking about sort of protecting the county competitions, and this isn't a Somerset thing necessarily, you know, admiration of Ben Green, who could quite easily have carved out a very decent white ball career at Somerset and stayed there.
Vaughan bowls, and Elgar down the pitch, just turning it into the onside.
But he wants to be this all-format cricketer,
He does,
which is great.
and he's good enough to do it as well. But you know, Somerset have got no shortage of seam bowling all-rounders. And he's with the best will in the world, he's not going to get into the team ahead of Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory. And he's been tried as an opener, and that didn't work out back in the COVID year. Vaughan bowls. This is turned into the onside. Runs aren't flowing since tea in the way that they were beforehand. 206 for no wicket. But Somerset keeping it reasonably tight. 3 saving 1 on the onside, 4 on the offside. Just Overton at slip. As this is another defensive shot from Dean Elgar. So I think, I said earlier on, I think, you know, with the benefit of foresight to finish third or even conceivably second, we'd have settled for that at the start of the season, I think. With the benefit of hindsight, you know, failing to take that last wicket against Worcestershire in the first game of the season, and failing to take the last 2 Hampshire wickets just last week. You know, if those 3 wickets had been taken, Somerset would be right there. So there's an element of sort of regret, a sense that those were missed opportunities. But no, I think, and of course, winning the Blast.
Yes, right.
Terrific performance. As ball is in and bowls, and this is driven fiercely down the ground by Paul Walter. Well, he had, I wouldn't say gone into his shell, but he's been more restrained post-tee than he was pre-tee. But there was nothing restrained about that shot. Hammered it down the ground for 4 runs.
And of course, any effort ball there might be to Paul Walter, because of his height, because of the way he can get into a shot, means that it's coming on quite nicely for him.
Yeah. Ball in and bowls, and he goes for a big hit again, and doesn't really get hold of this. It's fielded at deepish mid-on by, I think that's Lewis Gregory, and Craig Overton is coming out of slip now. In response to that, I think Somerset feel that Paul Walter is going to go even more on the attack than he has been thus far. Ball in and bowls, but he just drops this into the offside and goes through for a single. As there's rather a wild throw from Archie Vaughan, backed up in the deep by Josh Thomas. Another run is taken. 211 for no wicket. That record opening partnership for Essex against Somerset of 233 is looming on the horizon.
And a reflection of the undeniable conditions that we have here.
Yes. But ball is in and bowls. This is driven and very well stopped by Tom Lammonby at extra cover. Not stopped cleanly, but keeps them down to just a single. Somerset, one of the best fielding sides in the country. It was I think, particular asset in their Vitality Blast campaign. They caught just about everything.
You cannot win that competition, and I tell that categorically, without being a good fielding team, I don't think.
Ball in and bowls, and this is pulled away for 4 runs through straight mid-wicket. It's getting hard to see where the ball's going as we look across the ground into, it's not the setting sun yet, but the sinking sun away to the southwest. But 4 more to Walter. Nick Gledhill is poised, 216 for no wicket. As ball is in and bowls, and Walter is indeed unleashing some shots now. Didn't time that. It's driven into the offside. I'll make way for Nick Gledhill, and that's after some words from Nick Howson.
Yes, Paul Walter, there are times where he looks like the ground isn't really big enough for what he's about to unleash, and maybe the ball sort of dribbles out to mid-wicket or whatever, but he looks absolutely imperious here, and these conditions with the sun out, the cricket not completely compelling. I guess it's moments like these where you remember that in a couple of days' time we'll be looking back on this season.
Absolutely, it's always a difficult time, isn't it, when the season ends. There's an Ashes winter to look forward to, which does make a difference, doesn't it? It really does.
Indeed.
And Remains to be seen whether the commentators will be commentating from England or whether we'll be getting the feed of one of the Australian broadcasters, but that's not quite clear yet. But 2.16 for no wicket as Vaughan bowls, and that's lofted away up towards mid-wicket and going to go for at least 2, being chased back towards the boundary, and it'll be 2 more for Dean Elgar, 2.18 for no wicket. Yes, I saw the story about that. I still wasn't quite sure where the commentary was going to come from. Of course, in Australia they have 2 broadcasters, don't they? A public service broadcaster and Fox, who do the coverage at the same time. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But Laura Robson, we have to look forward to, who's did a very good job actually with the tennis, and she'll be sort of doing some colour pieces from the cricket. There's Vaughan bowls, and that's just played off the back foot away out towards backward square leg, and of course BBC coverage as well. So it's a lot to look forward to in the autumn. It's driven away, lofted away down the ground over the head of mid-on. That's going to be at least 4 for Elgar, and in fact wait for the umpire signal as to whether that's gone all the way. I think it is just 4. He's getting after Vaughan again. 2.18 for no wicket. This remarkable partnership continues. Yes, I think the BBC have got the rights. TMS tends to have the rights for the Ashes, so that's always a big event, and tends to start on a Wednesday evening. So you get the Champions League, and then an hour later the Test series starts. So it's always a big night. This is delivery which Vaughan pulls out of his action at 222 for no wicket. You can hardly blame him, really, can you? 4.33 for Somerset, 2.22 for no wicket. Essex closing in on a record between these two sides that have stood since the 1950s. Yes, here is Vaughan bowls, and it's driven away past mid-wicket. Another good-looking shot, and it's going to be a couple more runs. I think they're just jogging through Elgar here. I tell you what, they can't possibly beat Nick Brown's first wicket all-time record with Alistair Cook. The game that Nick Brown announced his retirement, 373 is the mark. They can't do that, surely. 224 for no wicket. We had Nick Brown with us earlier, and I think I might have said that record might stand for a while. I don't think I did, but it would be awkward if I had done. Vaughan bowls, and that's clipped away again. Just beats the mid-wicket fielder, and again they're going to look for the second run. A long chase around the boundary, and another 2 for Elgar, who's dealing in 2s at the moment. But it has been a remarkable stand. 226 for no wicket, and yeah, the Ashes to look forward to. Just get a couple of thoughts from you on that. After you've got spin bowling over at the moment. This is clipped away. Oh, it's going to be 4 down to the fine leg boundary. Vaughan having a really hard time here. Just went a little bit too far onto leg stump, and it's been taken very easily away by Elgar, who's in prime form after that 100 against Durham. And well, this looks ominous for the capital O for Somerset. And they'd be quite happy if the season ended today, actually, Somerset, I think, in this situation. 89 for Elgar, 131 for Walter, a remarkable 230 for no wicket. Yeah, the Will Jacks selection surprised me a little bit, Nick. I don't know if that was the feeling in the camp at the cricketer, because obviously Jack Leach is a more natural replacement in terms of being a specialist spinner. And I can't see how Jacks plays, because I would have thought, after what happened at the Oval when a bowler went down, you don't want that happening in Perth. And I could see them playing 5-seamers, including Stokes.
Absolutely. I think they've been spooked by the left arm issue in Australia. No one's ever taken 100 wickets as a left arm spinner in Australia. I think they've been spooked by that. Obviously, Liam Dawson's missed out as well. So I think that kind of sort of cements that theory. I think they're worried about the record of them there, so that kind of ruled them out from the outset. I was surprised to not then see Rehan Ahmed, given the sort of profile.
It would have been an obvious, get him involved, in the squad. Would have been an obvious move, wouldn't it? But here is the man who's missed out, and it's going to be Jack Leach to come in. This will get the overs through quickly, if nothing else, as this is driven away by Walter for another single up towards long off. It's 231 for no wicket. Walter got 100 off 100 balls. He's on 132 now, and he's closing in on his personal best. He's got his best for the season. 89 to Elgar. I think it's 141, but I'll just need to double check that. I'm pretty certain it is. But 231 for no wicket. As Leach bowls, that's a flatter one, and Elgar plays it away. They're scoring off virtually every ball, plays it up to long on for a single. How do you see the Bethel thing going? Because the problem is, Bethel really ought to have been playing for Warwickshire in this game at Trent Bridge. A big, high-profile match. It would have been, an obvious one for them to play in.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm a little bit of an Ollie Pope guy, I guess.
He's a good player when he gets going, isn't he? This is played away along the ground for another single by Walter, and that takes it up to 233, which is the record. So they're guaranteed at least a joint place in the record books. First wicket stand against Somerset, 233 for no wicket. Walter 133, and Elgar on strike with 90. As Leach bowls again, and Elgar flicks that one away nicely past mid-wicket. Another single up towards long on, and that is 234 for no wicket, and it beats 233 between Todd Dodds and Alf Avery at Westcliff in 1952. So that is quite a moment. This is driven again through the gap up to long off, back up to long on, singles off at least off every ball at the moment. 235 for no wicket. Dodd's a prolific player for Essex. Over 19,000 runs played through the 1950s. Made his debut just after the war. And Alf Avery was one of those players whose career was interrupted by the war. Made his debut in 1935. Over 14,000 first-class runs, and a prolific opening pair for Essex. As here's Elgar just going back and playing defensively. And Somerset see him starting to walk towards the pavilion, thinking he might have retired out, but no, he's just putting his gloves down and his helmet down. 235 for no wicket. There was someone who was retired out in one of the knockout, or one of the finals day, wasn't it? Wasn't there a bit of controversy with Lancashire retiring a player out? Balderson, yes.
Balderson, yeah.
Which I think mixed views on that. I think was the situation. Yeah, but maybe we'll talk about that more in the last half hour. But it's strange situation. So a landmark for these two. It's been a remarkable partnership, and it seemed a long time ago, that 433. Now, Notts have got one of those 2 points they need. 269 for 6. Bit of acceleration recently, actually. Carl Verrain, 45 not out. And so, by my reckoning, they will need one more point to get to a situation where the worst case scenario is they're level with Surrey and they have 2 more wins. So, one more point for Notts, and that's going to be settled this evening, one would have thought. Just a chance that Warwickshire might bowl them out. They're still in the game, competing well in that match. Warwickshire don't have an awful lot to play with. Surrey have had a little bit of a recovery because they were wobbling at one point. They lost a few wickets very quickly. 120 for 5 they were, now 143 for 5. Folkes made 43. And interestingly, 17-year-old Ralphie Alpert, who made such a good impression with the ball, is at the crease and scoring runs. So they're 42 ahead. Sorry, they'll want at least another 100, I would have thought there. And that's going to put the pressure on Hampshire if they can get it. As Overton comes on and bowls, and that's driven away up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So Yorkshire 219 for 4. Johnny Bairstow out first ball. Mayank Agarwal, I think is that pronounced right? I'm not sure about the first name, but Agarwal, 129 not out from 158 balls. He scored more than 50% of Yorkshire's runs. They're 219 for 4, 127 behind. Yorkshire only need a draw. It looks as though they are on course for that. Overton bowls, and this is played up into the offside and goes up into the covers, and Vaughan fields, and there's no run. So a record Essex first innings, first wicket against Somerset. And remember, we were talking to Nick Brown earlier on, who holds the all-time record, 373 I think it is, against Middlesex in the pink ball game in 2017 with Alistair Cook. Surely not in the week that he's announced his retirement, but we shall see. Here's Overton again, goes round the wicket, and this is played over the ball by mid-on, up to mid-on, and there's no run. Poor old Somerset, there's 2 more days left of this. And
poor old us.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of but it's one of those situations where 433 is enough to probably ensure you don't lose the game. But I suppose Essex will have visions of getting 650 and putting Somerset under pressure on the final day. I mean, that's what you would do in a normal match situation, isn't it? Here is a big drive, and it just bounces short of cover. Slightly loose shot that from Waters, through the bat at it, and it just bounced short of the cover fielder, who just took it, fell to the ground, and then has completed the fielding. He stays on 134, Elgar 91, 235 for no wicket. So it's an interesting end to the season, isn't it, in Division 1, with virtually every team, at least 6 or 7 of them having something to play for. Here's Overton bowling, and that's clipped away, nice stroke away along the ground for 2, being chased around the deep mid-wicket boundary, and 2 more for Paul Walter, 134 for him now, 235 for no wicket. And it's been some innings this from Walter, who say he probably in his best form early in the season. Didn't really tear up any trees in the 100. A few useful scores for Essex, but nothing too major. But he's closing in on his career best of 141. He's already got his best for this season. And here he just comes forward and plays up into the offside, and there's no run as it goes out to Warnes. You hopeful in terms of the Ashes at 237 for no wicket? Nick Howson, digital editor of the Cricketer. I mean, some people are saying there's enough grounds for optimism because of England's capacity to score big runs as 2010-11.
Oh, I would question that somewhat. I don't think there's necessarily the belligerence there in that top 3 that there was in 2010-11 with Trott and with Strauss and with Cook. My worry, obviously, is always with the bowling.
Not the substance there, perhaps, in terms of.
I think there's a lot of things to get excited about. Is there a lot of things to get excited about over a 5-test series? How often they're going to be able to put out their absolute first choice? Have they got the variety there? Have they got the pace? I think all those things concern me at this point.
Yeah, interesting selections as Leach bowls and driven away past mid-wicket. Is going to go out towards long on for another single, 238 for no wicket. Matthew Potts, I saw him a couple of weeks ago, wholehearted performance, useful batter as well, as he showed against Essex. And good to see him sort of getting back into contention late on and being rewarded. As here, Walter on the pickup shot, sends it away out towards deep mid wicket. That's a big hit. It's the biggest hit so far, I think, to that side of the ground. It's a long boundary, that, and it's gone for 6 just to the left of the executive boxes. Magnificent shot, 244 for no wicket, and Walter goes into the 140s and goes past his previous career best.
This is enormous.
Yeah, out there it's a long way, isn't
and a
it?
steward had to scamper over, not to get the ball, but thought they may well have to be enlisted to find it.
I was going to see if I can grab my book to see who got that 141 against. As Walter here just plays that one along the ground up towards long on and collects a single. What an innings this has been from Paul Walter against Yorkshire at Chelmsford in 2022. And that was his previous best. That's not the famous game, I don't think, where Yorkshire made 50 and won, if you remember that one. I think that was very early in the career of, as that's driven away by Elgar along the ground off Leach, and it's up for another single. Harry Brook, very early in his career, very, very early. Actually talked about that game in an interview, actually, that I saw with him. 246 for no wicket. And they opened with Bairstow in the second innings, and that turned the game. As Leach bowls again, and this is clipped away off the pads by Walter for another single out towards deep square leg. We didn't think it was this flat when we were talking this time yesterday, but my word, there's not a lot in it for the bowlers. 246 for no wicket, and well, I suppose Essex, you got to think, you look to be winning the game, but they could make a lot of runs here. They really could. We were talking about Derbyshire setting records earlier today, as this one comes away off an edge down towards backward point. We mentioned the fact that the two records that they left as their two highest scores were the ones at Taunton, rather annoyingly for Somerset. But yeah, so well done to Derbyshire having a flourish to the end of the season. But this is 247 for no wicket. Elgar 93 and Walter 144. So we look forward to the Ashes. So just a few sort of random questions. I heard you talking about the format of the season. I just think this two groups of 6 split into 12. It's trying to get more counties on board, but I just don't like it. You're only playing half the top sides twice, and when you sort of sit and examine it, is it really the best sort of format out there?
I don't know if it's necessary. It's definitely flawed.
Yeah,
I think we can agree with that.
As Overton bowls, and this is driven up to check drive to mid off for Walter, and there's no run.
But we agreed that this one was all flawed.
Yep.
In fact, more counties agreed that the current format was flawed than voted against the new format.
Interesting. Yeah.
9 voted against. But there was a complete consensus that the current one we've got doesn't work.
We were talking off air about one or two of the ideas that have been ditched, including the one I liked, Overton bowls, and that's driven away up towards mid on, and there's no run.
I do think a £1 million grand final, as there may well have been, would have been a fascinating prospect. I think that would have been a very interesting idea. Cricket doesn't have that. English cricket doesn't have that in the red ball game. It doesn't have that showcase moment.
So the sort of a final to decide who won the championship, as Overton comes into bowl, and that's gone away down to fine leg for 4. Not much luck for Somerset here. That's a bit of a full shot, but it's flown away off an inside edge and gone away for 4, and that brings up the Essex 250, and that's a big moment because Essex now 250, so they go to 153 points, and that, I reckon, means that we're in a situation now where even if Essex lose, Durham have to win, and Hampshire will come into the equation on that score once Essex get to 300. That's because Durham have lost more games than Essex, so I think we can pretty much say that Essex are safe now. But that, just as a little psychological moment, it's a bit of a target figure because, as I say, it means Durham have to win. That's even if Essex lose. Here's Overton again, goes round the wicket, bowls and driven up towards mid-on, and there's no run. The Durham game ends in a draw with the maximum bowling points. They go to 153. They've lost more games than Essex, and therefore they've lost 2 more games than Essex actually. So it would mean that would be the decisive factor. 251 for no wicket. Yeah, so we'll wait and see what they come up with. But I think, as Anthony was saying yesterday, I might have hinted to you, it's probably just delayed the discussion a bit further. But at least they've got a whole winter to look at it. And Overton goes round the wicket, and this is driven away past mid-wicket and up towards deep square leg for a single. I still probably take the Surrey view, but the best format is the best against the best, the top division of 8. 2, symmetrical, you play everybody twice, but I still think the 10-8 is better than that 12 split into 2, and particularly if you end up in Division 2, it's a bit of a forlorn schedule. You might be heading to the other side of the country twice for 2 championship matches against very distant opposition in the same season, so not too much fun for those who are stuck in Division 2, but we'll wait and see what happens. As Overton comes up to the wicket with a slip still in, comes into bowl, and it's glided away nicely down towards backward point, but it's no run this time. That's a rarity. Elgar on 93 stays on that mark. Elgar's actually got more and more fluent as he's gone along, and it's been a tremendous innings from him. If he can get to this 100, it'll be his 15th first class 100. It'll be his second of the season after the one he got a couple of weeks ago, but it's a fine end. 252 for no wicket, a new first wicket record for Essex against Somerset. Walter 149, a career best, and 93 to Dean Elgar.
And now with we're going to see Jack Leach again, are we? From that? Oh no, we're not going to see. We're going to see Lewis Gregory, I think.
Yeah,
from that end. I was going to say with Jack Leach bowling from that end, the game has been exclusively played between the V between long on and mid wicket. I think now we might have a more open game. But yeah, this is yes, I think we've got a whole winter to debate what the schedule is going to be. So I suspect we'll be finished by around September 2026.
A couple of questions on the 100. As we get the Indian franchise, does this mean you think that we're going to get Indian male players involved? Because that could have quite a seismic impact, because we've seen actually, as more Australians have come in to the men's game, the strength of the 100 has been such that one or two players who were playing in the 100, like Matt Critchley, were playing in the 50 over competition, and that's been the case, I think, around the country. As Gregory Bolton comes a lot way off the pad of water, or is it off the bat? Now let's see. It's gone down towards fine leg, and there is no signal, so there he is. He's gone through to 150. That's a maiden 150 for Paul Walter. Fantastic innings from him. It really has been quite staggering, this. 253 for no wicket. And, well, we ought to start talking about the deficit. It's only 180. But this has been a brilliant innings. So, yeah, if more Indian players come in, and it stays at 8 franchises, which is the other thing. I did read an article, and it may actually have been on the Cricketer website. A County insider said that he thought that we may not be far away from Championship cricket being viable during the period of the 100, which would be a game changer. As here, Elgar drives that one away out towards deep mid-wicket, wide open spaces, and collects a couple of runs, goes up to 95. It's 255 for no wicket, because if that happened, an awful lot could change. You could have like a B&H style one-day competition early in the season with top players. You could play Championship cricket during the 100. You'd actually potentially solve a lot of problems. Do you think that might be viable?
The idea being that if you have more overseas players, therefore
yes,
there is less of an onus.
There's less availability for other players. I mean, I think Keaton Jennings was opening in a 100 match. No, he's a very good player, but he's not your number one choice of an opener in 100, is he?
Absolutely.
So 255 for no wicket. But it was something that I did read with interest, as Elgar bowls and that goes up towards cover and there's no run. It's rather as to whether Indian players, we will see them in the 100, because I imagine that, and also whether it will go T20.
I think there are two different. I think one is possible without the other. I really do think that it's ambitious at this stage to say that Indian male players will be playing in the 100 in the foreseeable future.
Right.
Every time I ask this question, it gets more or less the same response. I think Richard Gould or Richard Thompson may well have opened the door ajar slightly the last time they were asked, but generally it's always been the same.
Very interesting. Gregory in his 6th over, 255 for no wicket, as that's played away. It goes past the forlorn dive, a backward point, and it's 4 more for Dean Elgar, and it takes him up to 99. So it'll be his 15th first-class 100 if he can get it, and his second in this month on this ground. My word. Wasn't expecting this. 259 for no wicket. Thought Essex would do fine, but wasn't quite expecting this. It's been absolutely remarkable. And, well, we were talking about some high scores against Somerset from Derbyshire back in the mid-noughties. There might be another one on the cards here. Nottinghamshire 302 for 6 is the score on the board at Trent Bridge. As this is played away up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So we should be getting confirmation that Notts have 208 points. Surrey cannot get beyond that, and even with a win, and my maths say that with the fact that Notts have won 2 more games, we have new county champions.
For the first time.
Just waiting for confirmation to come up on the various feeds. But that's the maths that we were told at the start of the day, and which looked right, as this is played up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So Elgar stays on 99. I was quite pleased he didn't get the 100 off that ball, given that bit of news. So 259 for no wicket, Walter 150, Elgar 99. And so it looks like a very big moment indeed for Peter Moores and for Nottinghamshire. Peter Moores, first coach to coach 3 different sides to the title, and it's the first Notts title since 2010. I think they got one in the mid-2000s as well, but a great moment for Nottinghamshire. And I saw some interesting analysis of Surrey this season, and the fact is they have only won 4 games. I think what was one interesting analysis that from the Surrey point of view, there were a few fears when they failed to bowl Hampshire out in an early season game at the Oval, as Overton bowls, and this is just played away off the back foot out towards backward point by Walter, and there is no run. So I'm sure they will come again, but I think it's not the worst thing for the game that we have a little bit of variety in terms of winning the title. On the BBC cricket page, which is always worth a look, you'll get some extra insight into what's going on in the other games. It says Notts seal first county championship title since 2010. Notts win the county championship, and they got it actually with a 6. So splendid stuff as that's played away along the ground out towards backward point for a single. This of course is all assuming there's no issues with overrates and all that sort of thing, but I don't think they'll be taking any risks, Notts now. It was a terrific performance by them at the Oval, wasn't it? I mean, and it just shows you Somerset of course have had these types of players. Surrey have, Notts have, Essex arguably don't. The bowling all-rounder is such a precious commodity. Your Lyndon James, your Patterson Whites, your Brett Hunts, they're such precious commodities, aren't they?
Absolutely, and they're reminders that there are some really good players out there that don't necessarily.
As that's driven and nicely driven as well. That's going to be the 100. That's a great way to get to it. A trademark Elgar shot away through the covers. He goes to 103. It's his 15th first-class 100. It is his second of the month and of the season here at Chelmsford. And absolutely brilliant stroke to get to it. A trademark Elgar shot, just using his feet. More surprisingly, actually it's his 15th test. That's wrong column there. It's his 54th first-class 100, and he's got 14 in tests. So I did think that was a bit low. But 54th first-class 100, he has 14 in tests, and of course probably won't add to that, as that's a bouncer which sails over his head. But it is the second of the season, and as I say, the second in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and an absolute classic drive to bring it up as well. Overton just a touch too full. You can see what he's trying to do, and Elgar just leans into it and just plunders that away. What, third centurion of the day? It's been quite the racking up of runs today. If you were to start a game here tomorrow and told them it was a fresh pitch, they may well believe you.
Yeah, it's remarkable. As Overton bowls, it's a bouncer, and it goes over the head of Dean Elgar. So a remarkable 264 for no wicket. Elgar 103 and Walter 151. Yes, I was reading it out. I thought that's not many, but indeed, in fact, that's his test tally. It's his 54th first-class 100, and his, as I say, his second in 3 weeks for Essex.
Yeah, an absolute class act, Dean Elgar, as Somerset would know.
264 for no wicket. Again, that's a bouncer which is left alone. Overton trying everything here, but must be a dispiriting period of time this for Somerset, who racked up 433. Might have been thinking this could be probably quite even on first innings, but it looks like Essex could well be well ahead. So Dean Elgar, 264 for no wicket. He has 103 and Walter has 151. Absolutely remarkable. And yeah, I mean, I wonder how long this is going to go on for. And I say it's amazing the fact that we were talking to Nick Brown earlier, and he holds that record with Alistair Cook for the all-time record, 373 pink ball game against Middlesex at Chelmsford in 2017. So, wow, that's quite something.
What odds do you think there is on Essex maybe getting to parity and then setting up a game being set up?
Well, this comes off a leading edge from Walter towards deep cover. I tell you what, Somerset would take that now, but 265 for no wicket. I mean, once they're absolutely, secured of safety, I mean, I suppose they've got to look, is there a chance of Durham or Hampshire winning? But I think the batting points might even take them away from Yorkshire if Durham do win. So, but well, it would be nice for the crowd that's going to be here on the last day. And there might have to be, I suspect Somerset will be directed how many runs they have to set, because it's one of those situations where Essex have the cards, to quote a famous phrase from a few weeks ago. 265 for no wicket, they have the cards in this situation. As his delivery, which is just played defensively up into the offside from Gregory. So I did Elgar out quite a few hundreds there, but apologies for that. But yeah, just all the excitement of Notts winning the title. Yeah, that we've got underestimated the number of first-class hundreds he had, but absolutely fantastic. And he's he's really come into his own in a disrupted season for Dean Elgar just in these last few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wallace, and it was such a sure thing almost when they brought him in to replace Sir Alistair Cook, and it's worked out as we would have thought.
So here he just plays a defensive shot up towards mid-off, and there is no run. But so Dean Elgar very much back at his best right at the end of the season, and with the various disruption, he obviously had an absence as well at the start of the year. Essex players might be thinking what might have been, but 350s and of course one of those has now been converted into his second 100. That's the right. So it means that he joins those on multiple hundreds this season. This is played away up towards mid-wicket. Essex have 6 players who have 300s. Cox, Walter, Pepper, Wesley, Critchley and Allison. So it's been a fine record of this season for Essex in terms of getting big runs, and it's not always been the case in many recent seasons for Essex. Obviously helped by flat wickets here, but it's still quite an achievement to rack up that number of hundreds. I think it's probably an even 20 now in terms of adding all those together, which is quite impressive.
Yeah, but obviously it's the 20 wickets win your matches.
Absolutely, and they haven't won enough of those this season. As this from Gregory is played away by Elgar for another single, goes up to 104. So Dean Elgar, getting that second 100 of the season, the second 100 in as many weeks, and completing his 54th first-class century, just to make sure we've got that right. But it's been a fine performance, and these two have matched each other stride for stride. Walter obviously was the aggressor early on, but Elgar's timing has really come into fruition in recent times. As again, another ball on the pads of Walter, and he's able to help it away. That one from Gregory down towards long leg for a single. Well, Nick, it's been a great pleasure having you with us. I understand you're going to Canterbury, which is not going to be full of joy after Derbyshire almost made 700, but I hope you enjoy your time there.
I haven't seen enough runs here, so I thought I'd go see some more.
Yes. But nice to see you, and hopefully we'll catch up next season as well. So,
absolutely.
Thanks very much, Nick. Thanks for your insight, and I'm sure you're looking forward to a busy winter in your role. Thank you very much. So Anthony about to come back in, having taken some time off, hoping that might buy Somerset a wicket, which hasn't worked. He's now going to take the other option. Thank you very much, Nick. So well done to Nottinghamshire. Our colleague Dave Bracegirdle describing it as a magnificent moment in the club's history, and I mean, it's given the might of Surrey. It was going to take considerable effort to topple them, but they've outscored Surrey in terms of wins, and they've beaten them away from home in the only contest between the two sides. 267 for no wicket.
Yeah, many congratulations to Notts and indeed to Dave Bracegirdle.
I'll leave this one with you.
It's Craig Overton then to Paul Walter, who gets a bottom edge through to James Rue all along the ground, and James Rue is writhing on the ground, but he's okay. Just got the one slip. Casey Aldridge, I think that is, just in shadow there. Shadow being cast by the big poplar tree just to the left of the floodlight pylon next to the hospitality boxes as Overton bowls to Walter.
Well, young Ralphie Albert for Surrey can bat as well as bowl his slow left arm. He's having a very good game, his first class debut. He earlier on took 2 for 7 in 7 overs, and he is now batting with Dan Lawrence in an unbroken 6th wicket partnership, which has rescued Surrey from 120 for 5 to 173 for 5, so they're now 72 ahead.
Overton bowls, and it's turned into the onside, so he's but he hasn't quite got Hampshire snookered, but he's going on that way.
No, and Yorkshire 246 for 4 are 100 behind Durham. And it might be that if it looks as though you think the Hampshire-Surrey game is going to end first, and if Surrey win it, and obviously Durham can sort of batten down the hatches a bit, can't they? Because a draw will be enough for them.
Here we got Craig Overton bowling to Paul Walter. This is driven firmly down the ground. Overton did well to get out of the way of that. With a fierce straight drive from Paul Walter. He goes on to 157, his highest score in first-class cricket. And it's been a commanding innings from a commanding cricketer.
Yeah, it's been...
he must be just about the tallest on the circuit.
I think so, certainly one of them.
Josh Hull is up there as well.
We've had the tall players, of course, at Essex. Will Jefferson comes to mind.
Indeed, yeah, one of the tallest. Somerset, of course, had Joel Garner.
Yes, he was cool. He was tall, wasn't he?
This is bouncer, and Paul Walter tries to play a peculiar sort of swat at it. Misses it.
Well, 8 overs left in the day after this. Somerset are just going to have to hope that if they don't get a wicket tonight, they can strike early tomorrow and you know, keep any first innings deficit down to something reasonable. But it's a bit of a nightmare situation when the openers rack up 271.
Here's Overton, and it's played into, chopped down to short third man, where it's fielded by Jack Leach. End of that over from Craig Overton, who was 0 for 48. Was a maiden over? No, well, of course not. There was the straight drive for 4, just the one scoring shot, but a fairly emphatic scoring shot in the course of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick Howson, I think it was, wondered if some sort of a game might be fixed up between these two sides. I very much doubt it.
I didn't want to completely say no, but I can't see how you'd engineer a situation where there's the appetite for it, really.
I mean, I think Somerset would love Essex to declare.
No.
Otherwise, they're facing 6 hours in the field tomorrow.
Yes. It's going to be Gregory at 271 for no wicket, with Elgar 104 and Walter 157. As Gregory bowls, and it's driven crisply. It's a lovely shot by Elgar. He really has come into his own, really, in the post-tea period. That's a lovely stroke, just wide of, straight of mid-on for 4. And, well, these two continue, and they're almost paying tribute to Nick Brown and Alistair Cook with that 373 that we were talking about.
Getting worried about
earlier on. Well, it would be a bit of an irony. What an irony it would be in the very same game that Nick Brown announces his retirement. But 275 for no wicket. They need another 98 to equal that. This is an appeal for LBW. This is a good shout, but not out. He was going across his crease there, Elgar. It was middle and off. Yeah, interesting.
May just have got his pad outside off stump.
Yeah, it was certainly uncomfortable.
Here, I'll just throw something into the equation. With the score what it is, 275 for no wicket, do you think Essex are at risk of getting a penalty for a unsatisfactory, below average pitch?
Well, it's strange because yesterday I thought it was actually a pitch that actually gave something for the seamers as well, if you put it in the right place, particularly with a new ball, but there's maybe none of that today. As Gregory bowls, and this is clipped away down towards fine leg for a single by Elgar, 109. This is probably what it was like, albeit in rather hotter weather, at the Oval when Surrey racked up 800 against Durham. It's yeah, I mean, it's nice for the supporters because they're seeing something quite extraordinary, but it's not, you wouldn't describe it as an even contest between bat and ball at the moment against a pretty good attack. But all credit to the way these two have played. And as I say, there's been no obvious chance that I can think of.
No catches have been dropped.
There's a wide slip as Gregory bowls, and Walter just, again, that would clip off the pads away for a single out towards deep square leg. 277 for no wicket, a new first wicket record for Essex against Somerset. And it'll be going quite high up in the list of all-time first wicket stands for the county as well. So Nottinghamshire are the new county champions. Surrey can only equal them if they win against Hampshire, and Notts have won 2 more games. Here's Gregory again, bowls, and that's left alone by Elgar outside the off stump. We haven't seen too much of that recently. So tense struggle between Yorkshire and Durham. It could still be a draw, and Durham might be able to take that if Hampshire lose against Surrey. Surrey have had a pretty good day, much better than yesterday. They're 184 for 5, 83 ahead. And they seem to have found a new 17-year-old slow left arm spinner who can bat. Much talk about Surrey not having a spinner this season, as this is driven away by Elgar, but for once it goes straight to the mid-wicket fielder, and there is no run. Well, the good news for Somerset was only 7 overs left in the day, and 277 for no wicket, with Walter 158 career best and Elgar 109 is on the board.
Yes. How many overs have we got remaining in the day's play?
7.
7.
Well, Nick was saying that he's going from one run fest to another. Derbyshire, Canterbury, where he is tomorrow, Derbyshire 698 for 6, Kent 100 for no wicket. So I imagine he's going to see more of the same. Might as well stay
Well, that's
here.
another.
Might as well stay here.
That's another unsatisfactory pitch.
Yeah. And Canterbury's flat, it can be very flat. So, yeah.
Should be, you can understand it under the circumstances, but is Craig Overton in and bowls, and Paul Walter just plays that to extra cover where it's fielded by Archie Vaughan. It's very rarely that counties are penalised for pitches that are too batsman friendly. There is scope for it in the regulations.
Thanks, Steve, for pointing out. Well, I did spot it as I was reading it out, but initially reading the wrong column on Dean Elgar. Yeah, 14 Test centuries, and now it's his 54th first class.
Overton in and bowls. This is whipped away into the onside, and a brilliant catch by Lewis Goldsworthy, tumbling away to his right. Sees the end of Paul Walter for a magnificent innings of 158 from 167 deliveries, finally brought to an end by a superb catch from Lewis Goldsworthy. And just listen to the reception as Paul Walter makes his way back to the pavilion. 158, his highest score in first-class cricket.
Yeah, what a tremendous innings. And raises his bat and starts to make his way off, getting a bit of standing ovation here. Yeah, he's beaten that 141 against Yorkshire 3 seasons ago. I doubt that was as stylish as this innings has been. This has been a brilliant exhibition from someone who wasn't really absolutely in prime form coming into this game, and played absolutely superbly, but a good catch to dismiss him.
Certainly was. Lewis Goldsworthy flinging himself to his right to take the catch. Two-handed. It was a well-timed clip through mid-wicket off the meat of the bat, but just failing to keep it down.
So there's the new Essex first innings record against Somerset, 277. Thanks to Graham for just mentioning the earlier stand, the Dodson Avery, which has been overtaken, the one from 1952. And might be a while before that one's overtaken the one we've just seen. But do Essex send in the night watchman at 277 for 1? Let's see who's making his way out there. Well, it's you wouldn't have necessarily guessed it would be Simon Harmer, even as the number 3 or as the night watchman. Funnily enough, it's somewhere in the middle, I would say.
Is he Essex's regular night watchman?
Not, but I'm sort of. It tends to be like a Sam Cook when he's available. Now, obviously, Cook is not available, so yeah. I mean, Porter could do the job because he's a blocker, but 277 for 1. It's a bit of a betwixt and between, because you either send a night watchman just to hold an end up and protect the batter.
I wouldn't have thought
Yeah,
batsman needs
yeah,
protection.
that's the point. That's the point. Yeah. So it's like a betwixt and between situation, isn't it?
Well, Craig Overton's finally got a wicket. He's in now to Simon Harmer, bowls short, and that hits Simon Harmer and bounds away down for 4 leg byes, signalled by Russell Warren.
Well, that means from Overton, if you've come out here at number 3 because you think you might be able to get an easy 100, then you think again. And that was a nice aggressive delivery to greet Simon Harmer. So Tom Westley was listed at 3.
Simon Harmer's none the worse for the experience, just standing there. Not sure exactly where it hit him, but certainly looped over James Rew's head down to the boundary as Overton is in again, and this is a good length ball which is met with a solid defensive bat. Those runs took Essex on to 281 for 1. Craig Overton stalking back to his mark. Well, Somerset will be hoping that 1 wicket brings 2, brings 3. Finish the day's play on a high. Overton in and bowls another short ball, but too far outside the off stump. Ill-directed, and Harmer has nothing whatever to do with it. Got a slip and a leg slip. So Simon Harmer vulnerable to short pitch bowling?
Early on, he might be one of those players that once he gets in, the big question about him is he good enough to be a number 7? Because at times when he's batted, he's suggested that he certainly can be.
Overton in bowls tempted Yorker there, but again it's misdirected outside the off stump, and Harmer lets it go through to James Rew, but finally a success for Somerset, and it's a wicket maiden for Craig Overton.
Yes, indeed, and thoroughly well merited for perseverance. So got rid of Paul Walter, but Dean Elgar remains with that 54th first class 100, and looking as though he's got the momentum to add a few more. Maybe he was a bit surprised to see Simon Harmer coming out, but assuming all is well with Tom Westley. But I suppose
2 South Africans at the crease, haven't we?
Absolutely. But as I say, it's one of those situations where if you'd had a sort of a genuine bowler come out with 6 overs, you what on earth going on here at 277 for 1? So it's a halfway between the two, perhaps. It's an interesting one. But at least Somerset with a bit of relief, which is nice from their point of view. And Gregory with number 33 and 8 goes around the wicket and bowls, and Elgar plays it back, and Elgar sees the ball taken by Gregory. Might have been slightly involuntary, but stopped it.
Stopped it with his boot.
Yes, got his boot onto it. So we had quite a lot happening all at once just a short while ago, with Elgar 100 and Notts winning the championship. Yorkshire putting Durham under pressure, 271 for 4, just 75 behind, and that's Surrey's 6 wicket pair still together. So it does look between now as though it's Durham or Hampshire, which did look to be the case at the start of the round of games. This is clipped away by Elgar, jogs through for the single down towards fine leg, so he goes to 110, and it's 282 for 1.
Yelp there from Lewis Gregory, as he thought that almost through. Dean Elgar clipping that away, probably off the middle stump.
So final stats for Paul Walter, 158 from 167 balls. He got his 100 off as many balls, so kept up the pace, 21 fours and 3 sixes, and strike rate of 94.6. Memorable innings, albeit he might have handpicked the surface to bat on, but absolutely superb knock. So we have Simon Harmer with 2 slips waiting as he drives up into the offside, and there's no run. So
should have been a run there. Don't know why
yeah,
they didn't take it.
There was a bit of a gap, and certainly could have done, but we're halfway through the over. Nothing wrong with Elgar coming back on strike. So Elgar on 110 and 282 for 1. So here is Gregory bowling, and that's a delivery which is just cutting back into the right-handed Harmer. So new batter at the crease, a little bit of respite for the Somerset attack. Somerset made 433, seems like a very long time ago. Even 100 for Lewis Goldsworthy. And they do still lead by 151, but that was being chewed up at a very quick rate by this opening partnership. But at least Nick Brown stays in the record books. Doesn't lose his place in the very game in which he's announced his retirement, or just before the game started. A short mid-wicket in, and that's outside the off stump and left alone by Harmer. So yep, it's been a remarkable opening partnership, obviously the feature of the day.
Yeah, I don't think Somerset have bowled badly.
No.
They haven't bowled particularly incisively, but I think it's been a combination of good batting and a very flat pitch.
2 slips a short mid-wicket, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, and a sort of conventional wider mid-wicket as Harmer plays a forcing stroke here, which is a good one off the back foot, square through the offside, and collects 4 runs. So we'll be thinking, if I get through tonight and I'm still there in the morning, the pitch won't have changed much. Got a chance to get a pretty decent score myself, but maybe they were having a sweepstake for who wanted to bat next, and Harmer won it. I'm sure he didn't lose it, let's put it that way. Yeah. 286 for 1.
That's Dick Davis just in the seats in front of us.
Yeah, and popped into the box a bit earlier. So yeah, very much looking like Hampshire or Durham to go down with Worcestershire now. Yorkshire surely moving into a position where they're very unlikely to lose that game against Durham. And Essex, well, at 286 for 1, getting the batting points to absolutely ensure their safety, even if they were to lose the game. This haul of batting points will surely be enough.
And playing a miss from Dean Elgar. Punches his bat in annoyance at himself as chasing a full pitch delivery wide outside his off stump from Craig Overton. Hasn't played very many full shots, Dean Elgar, but that was certainly one of them.
Yeah, not a hot afternoon, but a warm one. He's been out there for a while now, since just before lunch.
Overton turns, comes charging in again. He's there, bowls, and Elgar's back on his stumps, turning it to Lewis Goldsworthy, who will be my interviewee of the day.
Getting in ahead of the bowlers.
Well, I did. The bowlers are going to be very tired,
yeah.
And I don't think they'll be particularly keen on talking to yours truly. And
whereas Goldsworthy, it was a good innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's done well since he came back into the side. It's only his 3rd game of the season, and just worked out he's averaging 62. This is outside the off stump, made 65 against Yorkshire. Only batted once against Hampshire, got 20 odd there, and then 100 here today. And he's just taken a very good catch.
So 4 overs left after this one, and that catch breaking that record partnership for Essex against Somerset for the first wicket, the wicket falling at 277, beating that old partnership set in the 1950s.
Overton in and bowls at Westcliff-on-Sea. Have you watched cricket at Westcliff-on-Sea?
Dick Davis down in front of us may well have done. I'm sure he has. It's not too far from him.
It's a long time since Essex played there. Isn't that just about the driest part of the United Kingdom?
Yes, that area can be like a microclimate. When it's raining everywhere else, it can sometimes be dry in that little corner.
Here's Craig Overton to Dean Elgar, and he plays that uppishly, and it's very well fielded by Lewis Gregory, flinging himself down to his right, not sparing that right wrist of his. I think these Somerset fielders will be glad to get off and get in the shower, get back to the hotel. Maybe have a, I don't know if cricketers do have a couple of beers in the evening in the middle of games like they used to. Probably not. And it's play and a miss again from Dean Elgar, who's maybe just lost concentration a little bit, and Craig Overton with his hands on his head twice in that over, going past the outside edge of Dean Elgar. And at the end of the over, 286 for 1, with Elgar on 110 and Simon Harmer just 4.
Yeah, his highest championship score, Elgar, 182 against Surrey at Chelmsford in 2024, so it wouldn't be impossible. He'd go past 150 he got a couple of weeks ago and get close to that. But,
I think Somerset are going to come roaring back tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and have a lead of 100 and we'll be building on it in mid-afternoon. Yeah, but who knows what might happen as we get into the closing stage. Still in glorious sunshine, by the way, on this afternoon, as Gregory continues to bowl, and that's run down towards short third. There's Jake Ball, 286 for 1, and I've almost got the feeling that everyone will be quite pleased to get off now. It's just under 4 overs left of the day, 147 behind. And yeah, we're just sort of thinking back on what an extraordinary partnership and an extraordinary innings from Paul Walter. So beating that previous best score that he had 3 years ago. Short mid-wicket in, that's just played defensively by Harmer, who's more or less sort of playing the night watcher's role at the moment, not being particularly aggressive. He's hit 1-4, and I think that's his only scoring shot, 286 for 1. But he's got a rare chance to play a major innings tomorrow if he gets in.
Big conflab going on between Craig Overton, Tom Kohler-Cadmore and James Rew. I suspect it may be about what they're going to do this evening rather than the state of the game.
As tireless Gregory comes in, bowls, and it's just steered away into the offside by Harmer, who is rather playing for stumps, you feel, at the moment. On a glorious late afternoon, just coming up to 5:30, we've got 3 overs left, but the light's not going to be a problem at all today because the sun has still got a way to go before it sets, and it's shining quite brightly through any slight little bit of wispy high cloud, which isn't causing any problems at all. It's predominantly blue sky across the skyline, and it has been a beautiful day for the time of year. I think it might be a bit cloudier tomorrow. Harmer plays it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run, but there's not going to be any torrential thunderstorms of the sort that we had in the Durham game, which brought proceedings to a premature close. I think we're expecting things to remain fairly dry for the remaining 2 days of the contest, which you would think now is one that is most likely to be a draw, whereas I think that issue was still in the balance a bit this time yesterday. You would think that's the most likely outcome, as Harmer plays a little flick shot away into the onside up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So yeah, we've got the champions sorted out, and I think we are down to a shootout between Durham and Hampshire as to who go down with Worcestershire, with Yorkshire just 65 behind and 6 wickets left at Headingley, and Hampshire being held up by Surrey's 6-wicket stand, which has given them a lead of over 100 now, and still together young Ralphie Albert and Dan Lawrence, as that's a delivery which is heading down leg side and is helped down towards the fine leg boundary, and that's going to be 4 for Simon Harmer. Just a little bit of an ill-directed delivery at the end there from Lewis Gregory, who takes his cap. That takes Harmer along to 8, 110 for Elgar, and 290 for 1 is the very impressive Essex score. It means, as we will mention occasionally, the deficit 143. But Somerset have got a lot of work to do tomorrow morning to try to keep what will surely be a deficit for them within reasonable bounds.
Yes, indeed. They won't want to have to bat for too long on the last day to reach the safe haven of a draw. She's short from Overton, and Elgar ducks underneath it. Shadows lengthening across the Ambassador Cruise Line County Ground, as it has been rechristened. Some of the crowd have drifted away. Still plenty of people here, though, enjoying the late afternoon sunshine as Overton is in and bowls, and again goes past Dean Elgar's outside edge, and he cannot believe it. Craig Overton, he's standing this time not with his hands on his head, but with his hands covering his face.
Yeah, there's not been much luck for Somerset, because there have been a few deliveries that have caused problems, even during that first wicket partnership, and that was as good as you can get without getting a wicket.
What have I got to do? The slip cordon is being reinforced with Koga Cadmore coming in at first slip from, I think he was in the gully previously. As Overton is in and bowls, this is driven back to him. Some fancy footwork from Craig Overton. that's stung. He's just taken that on the instep of his right boot, and just a slight limp back to his mark, but no real harm done.
If Durham get maximum bowling points, they will be level with Hampshire, but if both sides were to lose the game, or indeed I think if both sides were to draw the game.
Overton in and bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Elgar.
Our tiebreakers tell us that Hampshire will stay up because of Durham's 5 defeats, which is what's going to count against them. They have the same number of wins, but Durham's 5 defeats will be the significant factor. Hampshire only lost 2 games. It would be ironic if they in fact, it looks like it's impossible now for them to, unless Durham win, for them to draw this game and still go down. So they'll go down with 3 defeats, you feel, if they do go down.
Overton in and bowls, again outside the off stump. Again, no shot from Dean Elgar, who I think is settling with what he's got, playing for the close. 110 he has. Just 2 overs remaining after this delivery from Craig Overton. Somerset have come back well in the last half an hour or so.
Yes, a very daunting situation.
Picking up the wicket of Paul Walter. Overton in and bowls, and good ball played with a defensive bat by Dean Elgar. End of that over. And the score is 290 for 1.
Well, Durham have just got the wicket of Agarwal for 175 from 195 balls, so that's given them a bit of a lift. 285 for 5 is the Yorkshire score. Yorkshire themselves, with a draw, are going to be secure in Division 1. It is surely between Durham and Hampshire now, but that's a good wicket for Durham to take after obviously a very impressive innings by the overseas player. So 2 overs left in the day. It's going to be Gregory again from the Graham Gooch end, and suddenly a bit happening for the bowlers as Harmer plays and misses at that one, and it goes through to Rue. Yes, it's unless Harmer won that sweepstake to see who batted next. It's almost a rather curious and difficult to work out role that he's been given here, because, as I say, not one of the top order batters, but not someone you would normally associate as being a night watchman, because he's probably too good a bat for that. So somewhere in between. 2 slips in as Gregory bowls, and Harmer will just drive up towards mid-off. So he got a 4 through the offside, and he then got a leg glanced 4. Harmer, those are his only 2 scoring shots in the 16 balls. And Elgar a little bit becalmed on 110. It's an odd thing to say, but he might just have lost a bit of momentum, and the close might come at a good time for him.
Yep. As I was saying, Somerset have stuck to their guns pretty well, I think.
Yeah. 208 balls for Elgar.
There's a certain air of resignation about their cricket in the afternoon session, but they've come back well this evening.
Short mid-wicket in, and there's a cut. That's a good one from Harmer. Cut shot, indicating he's a pretty good batsman against the loose delivery, and just rolled his wrists and played that away nicely through the offside for his third boundary. 12 to him, 294 for one. Yes, he at his best you think, well, there's someone who can bat at number 7 and perhaps gives Essex some more options of what they can do, but yes, he's at his best. He certainly is in that category, and his batting form has generally been pretty good since he came back from his break, as that's played defensively, head over the ball, up into the offside, up to mid-off, and there's no run. Paul Walter's outstanding 158 from 167 balls, the innings of a day. As I say, he really flew out of the traps. He was sort of very authoritative from the start of the innings and didn't look back. And a memorable innings for those here to watch it. It's outside the off stump, and Harmer leaves it alone. So yeah, he's had decent return this season. So he's got a good average now. In fact, we'll have a look and see where his average is sitting, because it's going to be probably somewhere in the mid-50s after that knock. And just when I thought that Tom Westley was going to be player of the season, he doesn't go in at number 3, so but maybe he'll have a chance tomorrow. But Paul Walter, who I must admit was my earlier favoured candidate, has perhaps gone right back into the front of the queue, as that's outside the off stump, and Harmer leaves it alone. We've got just a 1 over to go, and 294 for one. Quietish end of a day here with Elgar 110 and Harmer 12, and a record-breaking opening stand between Elgar and Walter against Somerset.
And Lewis Gregory's work for the day with the ball is done. And I would have said he was the pick of the Somerset bowlers, but actually in this last spell, Craig Overton's bowled really well. He picked up the wicket of Paul Walter and has almost accounted for Dean Elgar. He's got 6 more balls in which to double his wicket tally. He's in, bowls to Elgar, back on his stumps, keeping that one out, and Overton goes up and picks the ball up, gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder. It's been played in a very good spirit, this game.
Yeah.
Which hasn't always been true of games between Essex and Somerset.
Was the 2019 one played in good spirit throughout?
No.
No, it wasn't. I was there for a couple of days, if you remember. Yes, it was. That was very much full on, wasn't it?
It was. And the game here as well, when Essex claimed that catch off Nick Brown's boot. And Craig Overton, whose wicket it was not at all amused, as that's turned into the onside for a single.
Surrey 217 for 6, Dan Lawrence out for 47. All 6 wickets have fallen to the seamers, which wasn't expected given the talk about that surface. Kyle Abbott has 4 for 49, but Ralphie Albert, 17-year-old slow left arm, 61 not out from 74 balls, and maybe Surrey have found a regular spinner for next year, which some say has been part of their, on a dry summer, has been part of their reasons that they're not champions again.
Jimmy White's grandson.
Yeah, he'll be pleased.
Overton in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Simon Harmer's bat on this occasion. It's been a really good spell, this, from Craig Overton, coming back at the end of the day from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and picked up the wicket of Paul Walter and has troubled both Dean Elgar and Simon Harmer. He really is a magnificent cricketer, is Craig Overton. He's in and bowls again, and this is appeal for a... He's given! It must have come off the glove. It looped to second slip, And I thought that was pad or body or something, but there must have been a bit of glove involved, because up went Russell Warren's finger, and a high note for Somerset on which to finish the day's play. 295 for 2. Yeah, it just clipped the glove as Harmer tried to get his hands out of the way of that short ball from Craig Overton, and taken comfortably behind the wicket. And well, 2 wickets to Craig Overton, and who's to say jolly well hasn't deserved them. 2 for 49 he has. But applause for Dean Elgar, who goes off 111 not out, and Essex finished the day on 295 for 2, which represents a deficit of 138.
Yes, and curious innings there from Harmer, in the sense that he came in at number 3. But if he was the night watchman, he did his job. He lasted to the last over. But then you wouldn't describe him as a night watchman. But it was a good fight back by Somerset. Elgar just lost, having looked so fluent, particularly in the second half of his innings, just lost a bit of momentum towards the end. Overton was unlucky not to get him out. But a brilliant innings from Elgar, which will resume tomorrow. And of course, the standout performance, really, that of Paul Walter, a quite memorable innings, which certainly will be remembered by those who've been here. 158 from 167.
And not forgetting Lewis Goldsworthy's 100 earlier in the day.
In the day, yeah, which we should remember, because it seems a long time ago, but an even 100 and an important innings for Somerset. 433 they got, 3 wickets for Charlie Bennett, the wickets shared, and then Essex replying with 295 for 2, 138 behind. Well, for those who want an interesting game, you want basically Essex to sort of collapse a bit tomorrow.
Yep.
And then see if
that
something
would do
is
very nicely.
Nice to see you, Anthony, and hopefully see you next year. And
indeed.
Very nice to see you.
Winter well, Nick. Winter
and,
well.
Yeah, so it's going to be Victoria Polly with you for the last couple of days. Thanks very much for listening over
Harry
the
Everett
season.
will be here again tomorrow.
Harry's here as well. And I'm sure we've got other guests as well, but thanks for your company during the season. Victoria here tomorrow, and for now, from myself, Nick Ledhill, goodbye in the sunshine at Chelmsford, and enjoy the rest of your evening.